Chapter 2542. Enemy of the Bloody Man from the Demon God Empire. His name is domineering and his strength is unbelievably strong. His physical body has also reached the early rank 8. If there are no surprises, the first invitation letter will be from Enemy of the Bloody Man. It was because Lin Fei had set up a restriction on the arena that could suppress the challenger's strength. Although it seemed fair, it was not. The Enemy of Blood's early phase of rank 8 physical body had the upper hand and he defeated his opponents one by one. This was already the 9th match. Only the last match was left to win. Master, this is a good move. With 15 invitations, the influence of the Avengers will be able to affect the entire ancient desolation world. By then, Master's items will be selling like hotcakes. The little fiend chuckled. Selling like hotcakes is for sure. To earn more energy wall stones, the ancient desolation world will be in chaos. My technological weapons will be the source. I don't have to worry about them not buying. It's just that the people from Tianji Hall are not here yet. God knows what they are doing. They are too slow. Will they be here on the 10th day? Lin Fei had earned hundreds of thousands of black crystal cards from the Inferno tribe. He could be considered a small windfall. He had set up a large number of cannons around him. He had used 18 cannons to deal with the Sky Killers. That was just an appetizer. I really hope they come earlier. I have prepared a feast for them. Enemy of Blood met a strong opponent in the last match. His opponent had suppressed his strength, but he was still a veteran expert. Even so, he had the upper hand. In this battle, Enemy of Bloody Man used a secret technique of the Demon God Empire and paid a heavy price to defeat his opponent and obtain the first invitation letter. I have long heard that the Crown Prince of the Demon God Empire is very strong. With his strength, he has obtained the first invitation. Everyone is convinced. Lin Fei smiled and said to Enemy of Blood. Enemy of Blood was injured and did not care. Thank you, Sir Mu Yen, for setting up the formation. Enemy of Blood was very grateful for this. None of the veteran experts were easy to deal with. Congratulations, you got the first invitation. Lin Fei gave the first invitation card to Enemy of Blood Man. This invitation card was meticulously crafted and was of a high class. Enemy of Blood did not speak much. He took the invitation and left. The first invitation was over. With Enemy of Bloody Man as the start, everyone started to pay more attention, especially Enemy of Bloody Man of the Demon God Empire. Especially the last secret skill, which had defeated a veteran expert. Although he had suppressed his strength, it was still a great strength. When the fight for the invitation letter was very fierce. The people at Tianji Hall also received a message. 18 heavy cannons, and the Sky Sea Killer returned empty-handed? This time, the leader of the team was the 5th elder of the punishment department from Tianji Hall. One could tell from the number of words that this elder had a very high status. In fact, the position of the 5th disciplinary elder was indeed very high. To be able to sit in this position, one had to be at least in the 9th stage profession realm. This person was in the middle of the 9th stage. This time, Tianji Hall attached great importance to the Avengers and dispatched the 10th law enforcement team. The ancient desolation Great World was their Tianji Hall's territory. If they allowed the Avengers to continue and fight in the end, that was not a situation they wanted to see. A scout was reporting the news. The influence of Tianji Hall spread throughout the ancient desolation Great World. They did not underestimate the Avengers and immediately sent scouts to gather information. The news of the 18 heavy cannons surprised the 5th elder of the punishment department, Shen Mu. He frowned and said, "We underestimated the Avengers. Elder Shen, the 18 heavy cannons are worthy of our attention. As long as they have sufficient energy, we will have to pay a hefty price." A confidant said. Shen Mu was very clear about the deterrence brought by the 18 heavy cannons. If they were not careful, the law enforcement team they brought would suffer heavy losses. They have 18 heavy cannons. Don't forget the foundation of our Tianji Hall. Fortunately, when Elder Ben came out, he brought a treasure of our Tianji Hall, which happened to render their 18 heavy cannons useless. The confidant at the side revealed a look of joy. Is it that treasure? If it is, then the 18 heavy cannons will not be a threat to us. Shenmu smiled and nodded. The Avengers want to step on our Tianji Hall to rise. They are lacking. Even this elder only knows a small portion of Tianji Hall's foundation. They dare to make an enemy of Tianji Hall. As the first invitation letter appeared, the competition for the following invitations became intense. Following that, the competition for the invitation letters became more intense. The first invitation letter was from enemy of bloody man of the demon god empire. The second invitation letter was from Fan Xingyuan of the Expedition Empire. The first prince also displayed his terrifying strength. Relying on his treasures and secret skills, he persisted until the end and obtained an invitation letter. The third, fourth, and fifth invitation letters landed in the hands of the first-rate and peak forces. The sixth invitation letter landed in the hands of a wandering cultivator. This wandering cultivator was a ninth-stage professional expert. His physical body had actually reached the rare late stage of the 8th rank. His physical body was almost invincible, and he successfully obtained an invitation letter. On that day, a total of 9 invitation letters were issued. During this period, some forces were chased down and fought with each other. Lin Fei's side was very relaxed. Everything was developing according to plan. No one came out to cause trouble. With the Tian family as an example, those who wished to come would have to think twice. On the last day, the people from Tianji Hall will definitely come. Lin Fei was looking forward to tomorrow. Every time Zhang Xian killed someone from the Hall of Secrets, he would obtain some treasures. After the battle, the system would modify the treasures into something completely new. Regardless of whether it was in terms of grade or might, the treasures of the Hall of Secrets were far superior to those of the Hall of Secrets. The Avengers, Humph. On a mountain not far away, a group of people occupied it. This group of people had a very big background, the Tian family. That day, Tian Haisha didn't get killed. Instead, he informed the people from the Tian family. Especially after witnessing the power of the heavy cannons, he was completely obsessed with it. Today, the people from the Tian family came, and they were all experts. The Tian family was the first batch of people to enter the ancient desolation world. Until now, no one knew how strong they were. However, what they revealed on the surface was just the tip of the iceberg. In the ancient desolation world, the Tian family had always been known as an ancient family. To be able to be called an ancient family. Until now, there weren't many of them. A batch of elites from the Tian family had been killed here. Tian Haisha himself had almost fallen. After a round of exaggeration, the experts from the Tian family came. Seeing that the leader was someone from his faction, Tian Haisha revealed a look of joy. The moment he went up, he complained, "Elder Yong, you came at the right time. The Avengers really don't treat us as anything." Tian Haisha had held this grudge for a long time. That embarrassing look on that day, he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Chapter 25-43. Another group of people from the Tian family arrived, causing quite a commotion. That's Tian Xianyong, one of the best among the side branches, a super strong esper in the middle stage of 9th stage profession. Rumor has it that this Tian Xianyong has the chance to enter the Tian family's elder group in the future. The Tian family's elder group isn't a small matter. I didn't expect him to come. Let's see if this Tian Xianyong dares to make a move. 18 heavy cannons with extraordinary power, even if he goes up there, it's probably useless. I'm more optimistic about Revenge Chamber of Commerce. As a member of an ancient family, the influence of the Tian family isn't to be doubted. Even now, the brand of the Tian family is still very popular in the ancient desolation world. Unless it's a top force or an ancient family of the same level, the rest would have to give them face. Tian Haisha was ready to cry the moment he came up, but with a look from Tian Xianyong, Tian Haisha didn't dare to open his mouth. Within the Tian family, one's status determines everything. You stand by the side and watch. Tian Xinyong's eyes were like electricity as he looked at the stage. Because of your recklessness, our Tian family might lose a chance to grow stronger. Tian Haisha said unwillingly, but I'm doing this for the good of the family. What's there for us to care about the Avengers? In front of our Tian family, they're nothing. As a member of an ancient family, Tian Haisha indeed didn't put the Avengers in his eyes. Shut up. Tian Xinyong's eyes flashed coldly. When this matter is settled, the family will naturally punish you. Tian Haisha's eyes revealed fear. The 10th invitation, our Tian family wants it. A young man beside Tian Xianyong revealed a cold light in his eyes. With a step forward, he came to the stage and welcomed everyone. Your Excellency Mu Yan, our Tian family participating in this competition shouldn't be against the rules, right? That young man said in a certain direction. Lin Fei had been watching. In fact, it's a deterrent. As long as he's here, these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The only thing he didn't expect was that the Tian family has such a smart man. An ancient family is indeed an ancient family. The first person they send is a 9th stage profession esper. I thought I could take this opportunity to leave a deep impression on everyone. Lin Fei did have this thought, but now it seemed impossible. Lin Fei had just obtained the information about the ancient family from Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall's spy was naturally Zhan Ao, and he had all the information he wanted. In the eyes of Tianji Hall, many secrets of the ancient desolation world might be secrets in the eyes of others, but they were nothing to them. Lin Fei knew some of the secrets of the ancient families. In the past, they were the first to enter this world. After a long period of development, excluding those who were eliminated, there were only 8 ancient families left. The Tian family was one of them, and their overall strength could reach the upper middle. Our Avengers is just a business organization. As long as it is within the rules, we will never stop it, unless you are willing to break the rules. Lin Fei was embarrassed to stop it. These ancient families were all rich people. Lin Fei naturally would not miss this opportunity. Technological weapons covering the entire ancient desolation great world was what he wanted to see the most. The competition for the 10th invitation letter was more intense than expected. The moment this young man from the Tian family came up, he displayed a terrifying strength. A rogue cultivator, who was also an 8th stage professional, was directly killed by the opponent with a single slash. That's right, a single slash. There were still people who were unconvinced. 5 people came up one after another, and they were all killed with a single slash. In the end, no one dared to go up. The 10th invitation letter was directly taken by the Tian family. This Avengers is quite interesting. Tian Xianyong thoughtfully looked at Mu Yan and the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce on the mountain peak. Tian Haisha couldn't understand why Tian Xianyong would participate in the auction. You must be wondering why our Tian family doesn't take revenge on them. Tian Xianyong revealed a trace of contempt. You only know how to kill people. That's the stupidest thing. With the appearance of the Avengers, even if they rise, it's still Tianji Hall's matter. Even Tianji Hall didn't make a move, so why should our Tian family do it? Such a thankless task, our Tian family won't do it. The 11th invitation letter, our Gu family will be taking it. With a loud bang, a giant descended from the sky and landed on the stage, causing the entire stage to shake slightly. That giant then stood up. Gu family, Gu Ju. The scene was in an uproar again. I didn't expect the Gu family to be here too. Tian Xinyong's face flashed a trace of vigilance. They are also eyeing the treasure of the Avengers and believed in the other party's path of technology. On the way here, Tian Xianyong had learned about the Avengers and even knew about the path of technology. To be able to become an ancient family, one wasn't blindly tyrannical, especially when facing a mysterious force like the Avengers. There weren't many forces present who knew about the power of the ancient families. Only a few of them knew about it. Although they didn't travel around the world, their influence has always existed. This time, the competition will be quite intense. Even these ancient families have shown up. And Zhongji flashed a trace of worry. Your Highness, we have to get them to send a portion of the black crystal cards over. They are all veteran existences. It might not be easy to snatch a piece of meat from their mouths. Shui Rendi's face was also solemn. This emperor has always thought that in the ancient desolation world, I am also a proud son of heaven. However, compared to them, there is still a gap. This Guju is even more terrifying than the previous one. However, the stronger they are, the more fighting spirit this emperor has. Tian family, Gu family, they can't help but show up. Lin Fei knew that among the 8 ancient families, the Tian family and Gu family were equally matched. At the same time, they were enemies. To be able to attract these 2 ancient families was more or less a pleasant surprise. As long as they behaved themselves, Lin Fei didn't mind letting them have a taste of sweetness. To promote technological weapons, the stronger the force, the better. They were the real buyers. Just by the words ancient family, they revealed the domineering aura of a nouveau riche. Of the 15 invitation cards, Lin Fei really didn't have any requirements for who would take them. A total of 2 ancient families came out, not all 8 ancient families. Thinking about it, to be able to let 2 ancient families come out was already a very good thing. By the end of the day, 4 invitations had been sold. One could imagine that the competition on the last day would be very intense. No one was willing to miss it. As the news spread, counting the distance, basically everyone was coming. That night, a person came looking for him. Bing Qingya. Chapter 2544. The old acquaintance was naturally Bing Qingya. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Lin Fei was very clear about the purpose of the other party's visit. In just a few days, the Avengers had shown their terrifying potential. No one wanted to miss this rare auction. The explanation of the path of science and technology was also recognized by countless people. A new technological revolution was about to begin. Bing Qingya also saw it clearly. At first, she was ready to fight for an invitation but later gave up on this idea. After all, the participants might not be able to hold on for long. Congratulations, Your Excellency Mu Yan. The auction hasn't even started yet, and it's already popular. Bing Qingya no longer dared to have any temper. The Tian family had killed a group of people, and even Tian Xianyong didn't dare to make a move. Even if the other party had a conspiracy to prevent the Tian family from making a move on the spot, how many people could do that? Lin Fei laughed. The auction's popularity is all thanks to you guys. Without your support, the auction would be nothing more than a farce. The formation of the path of science and technology still depends on you guys. It was hard for Bing Qingya to imagine that the Mu Yan tonight and the Mu Yan from that day were completely different. One was gentle while the other was cruel, as if they were 2 extremes. Our Bing family wants an invitation. I wonder if it's possible. Bing Qingya hesitated for a moment before taking out the card. After that incident, she was more or less a little worried. No. Lin Fei shook his head. Bing Qingya's heart sank. The worst thing that could happen had happened. 15 invitations, I can't have one more. That would be hard to explain to everyone. In principle, our Avengers intends to be fair and just and become a brand new symbol of the ancient desolation world. Bing Qingya had been worried about this problem since the beginning. 15 invitations, any one of them was very precious. Those who obtained it would never allow others to participate in it through other means. Bing Qingya smiled bitterly. I knew it would be like this. Lin Fei didn't want to open the back door. It wasn't easy to create a mysterious force, and he couldn't change it just because of one person. However, if you want something, you can buy it from me. I will give you a discounted price, provided that you can take out the money. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. If it was someone else from the Bing family, Lin Fei would have chased them out without hesitation. However, Bing Qingya was different. She had a slight advantage. Moreover, the ancient beast pellet and the wind god ancient beast were obtained through Bing Qingya. This was a favor. Others might not admit it, but Lin Fei was different. Bing Qingya finally showed a happy expression. Thank you, Sir Mu Yan. Since he couldn't participate in the auction, it was a good thing that he could trade in private. After receiving the news, Bing Qinya couldn't sit still anymore. She had to report to the head elder and prepare for the next transaction. This time, there couldn't be any accidents. Master, do you have a good impression of this Bing Qinya? The little devil flew out from the void. After entering the ancient beast realm, the wind god ancient beast's body could be big or small. After the system's blessing, it could perfectly seal its aura. Even the warriors from the ancient families wouldn't be able to detect it. Don't you think this is interesting? Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. Actually, Bing Qinya didn't have to come. Since she came, it means that she won't have a good time in the Bing family. Supporting her is also an interesting thing. The little devil rolled his eyes. Master, you really have nothing better to do. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Master, the special creatures we released have found something. The people from Tianji Hall have entered the southern cloud continent. They have been hiding in a place. They might be plotting something. The little devil changed the topic. They are plotting something. Lin Fei didn't believe that Tianji Hall would sit down and rest. They're moving. These guys are actually planning a night attack. The little devil was a little angry. They really know how to play tricks. Lin Fei opened the system and saw a group of people sneaking in his direction. This should be a special equipment. It isolates all aura. If we don't monitor it first, we might really be attacked at night. Looking at the group of people on the screen, Lin Fei laughed. Master, how do you plan to play with them? The little devil said with an evil smile. It's too boring to kill them just like that. Why don't we close the door and beat the dog? When they are the happiest, we can knock them down from the clouds. It should be very interesting. Lin Fei thought of an idea. Let's see what good stuff Tianji Hall has. The Chamber of Commerce is worried that there isn't anything good to auction. In the night, a group of people quietly approached the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. No matter how powerful that Mu Yan is, he definitely won't be able to guess that we will attack at night. Tianji Hall isn't as bad as they think it is. It's stupid to be straightforward. Shen Mu and his group moved very quickly. They were all in the same area, surrounded by a layer of mysterious power. They were obviously moving, but if you were in front of them, you wouldn't be able to see them at all. This was the effect of one of the treasures in Tianji Hall. Although it wasn't very expensive, it was rare. Shen Mu really didn't believe that the other side would know about his situation. Since entering South Cloud Continent, he had concealed his tracks and relied on spies to analyze the news. Shen Mu's side was clear about the situation with Mu Yan. Why did they make a move on this night? In fact, they also calculated that the other side wouldn't think that Tianji Hall would make a move. In the eyes of ordinary people, the attack would definitely be on the last day. Tianji Hall used this traditional concept to make a move one night in advance, catching them off guard. Especially with the appearance of the two ancient families, Shen Mu felt a trace of pressure. Shen Mu knew about the explanation of the path of technology. As a member of Tianji Hall, he could see the ambition behind the path of technology. It was to change the structure of the ancient desolation world. It was to lead a new trend. This was definitely not what Tianji Hall wanted to see. Openness and monopoly were two extremes. No matter what, we must capture that Mu Yan alive tonight and interrogate him about the situation of the Avengers. It would be best if we can dig out their lair and get rid of the Avengers once and for all. Shen Mu had quite a bit of resentment towards the Avengers. Ever since they appeared, Tianji Hall hadn't had a single moment of peace. Especially since the technology that they possessed was above theirs. A brightly lit building appeared on the horizon. The entire process didn't take long. This time, the law enforcement team that they brought were all well equipped, and their speed was naturally not slow. On the surrounding mountain peaks, no one knew that they had arrived. This was the magical aspect of the treasures. How dare they snatch two of our Tianji Hall chambers of commerce and still dare to take them out openly? How arrogant. Shen Mu looked at the chambers of commerce and his eyes were almost spewing fire. That's good too. If they didn't use Tianji Hall as a chambers of commerce, how could they sneak in? The treasures of Tianji Hall all had back doors. It was the same for this huge building. Chapter 2545. Shenmu thought that this time, he would definitely be able to defeat them. The last thing you all should do is to bring out the item from Tianji Hall to show off. Don't you know that there is such a thing called a back door in this world? If it was something else, Shenmu might not have such confidence. However, this time, it's different. The 18 heavy cannons didn't appear. They should be hidden in Tianji Hall. If so, it's even better. The 18 heavy cannons indeed gave Shenmu a sense of oppression. Even if he brought the treasure from Tianji Hall, he would have to pay a huge price. There's no need to face it head-on. Now, the situation is perfect. Let me try and see if this back door works or not. Shenmu faced Tianji Hall and formed a series of hand seals. Each hand seal was very complicated, and only someone with his position would know how to do it. Gotcha! At one of the inconspicuous corners of Tianji Hall, as the hand seals entered, a door popped open. It wasn't too big or small, just enough for one person to pass through. No one would notice anything strange about that place. Let's go in. Shenmu smiled again. The group of people entered the Heavenly Secrets Hall one by one, truly achieving a situation where no one made a sound. As soon as they left, two men appeared in midair. They were none other than Tian Xianyong and Tian Haisha. The older the ginger, the spicier. The Avengers thought that by robbing Tianji Hall, it would belong to them. Now, it has become a sharp weapon in their hands. Tian Xianyong laughed. Tianji Hall really has a lot of means. If not for our Tian family having treasures, I really don't know if they would come here or in such a situation. Tian Haisha was quite surprised. Brother Yong is still the best. Let them fight to the death first, and we will be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Tian Xianyong enjoyed this little bootlicking. Haisha, fighting and killing, that's a thing of the past. Unless your strength reaches a terrifying level and is truly invincible, any scheme is nothing but a paper tiger. I hope you remember this point. Tian Haisha was completely convinced. Compared to him yelling and screaming, having everything under his control was the most satisfying thing to do. I will remember. Now we just have to wait. Tian Xianyong sat down cross-legged. Aren't we going to take this chance to go in? Tian Haisha asked doubtfully. Why do we have to go in? The outcome has not been decided yet. If we go in, it might not be a good thing. We might offend both sides. No matter what the outcome is, either Tianji Hall wins or both sides suffer. At that time, we can make our move. It's still the same. Not much has changed. It seems that the Avengers are nothing special. Shenmu led his men into Tianji Hall. Unlike what he had imagined, the interior was completely empty, not even a single guard could be seen. Elder Shen, why isn't there anyone inside? Could it be that we've been fooled? The confidant asked anxiously. The surroundings were too quiet. It's all right. Shenmu did not think much of it. What happened next was simple. Let's split up now. You will lead the team to take control of Tianji Hall's hub. The other team, go and search for the 18 cannons. We must control them. Shenmu was talented. After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately arranged the tasks and everyone went in different directions in an orderly manner. Soon, there were only 2 or 3 people left beside Shenmu. Let this elder take a look at that mysterious Mu Yen. What is his background? Don't disappoint this elder. A powerful divine sense began to cover the entire Tianji Hall. However, after this divine sense spread out, it was suppressed by a special technique. It was almost impossible to detect the existence of the divine sense. Master, this guy has quite a number of treasures on him. First, he can conceal his aura. Now, he can even fuse his divine sense with the void. But in the end, he still has to fall into Master's trap. The little devil flew around. They really think that I don't know about the back door of Tianji Hall. Back then, I stayed behind to trick a few people. I didn't expect someone to be so stupid. Many of the treasures in Lin Fei's hands came from Tianji Hall. With a sample, everything would be easy. In Lin Fei's eyes, this elder Shen before him was just like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Not only that, he would be able to contribute quite a number of treasures to Lin Fei. This was simply exhilarating. Lin Fei believed that many people would pay a hefty price for this at the premium grade auction. Master, let me play with those little ants. Go, go. Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to deal with these ants. It was better to leave it to the little devil. It would save him a lot of energy. Ha ha ha, a bunch of small fries. Lord Devil is here. The little devil laughed loudly and disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already not far away from the enemy. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have to meet this Elder Shen too. Elder Shen, bad news. We are under attack. A dire beast attacked us. We have suffered heavy losses. Ah. Just as Shenmu was about to look for Mu Yan, an anxious voice came from the communication device. Following that, miserable screams could be heard. Not good. Shenmu turned around and was about to rush over. His heart was filled with doubts. How could a dire beast cause casualties to the law enforcement guards? It was completely impossible. This cast a shadow over Shenmu's heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Shenmu was about to rush over, an invisible barrier rose up and sealed him in a narrow space. Elder Shen, why didn't you inform me that you are here in the middle of the night? Lin Fei came out from the void. The entire Tianji Hall had been modified into a unique space. He could teleport anywhere. Shenmu narrowed his eyes. You are that Mu Yan. How did you know that I am here? With regards to the treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall, Shenmu was very confident. Outsiders simply did not know how powerful the Heavenly Secrets Hall was. There were many kinds of treasures, and any one of them could set off a bloody storm. Shenmu couldn't understand how he was discovered. It didn't make sense. If the other party didn't discover him, he would have appeared at this time. He didn't care much about the barrier around him. That's right. I am the person in charge here, Mu Yan. Lin Fei smiled. As for how I found out, it's simple. Don't you know that the entire South Cloud continent is under my surveillance? The moment your law enforcement team entered the South Cloud continent, I knew about it. Your actions at night were like empty shells in my eyes. The back door was also left for you. How is it? Are the methods of our Avengers good enough? Shenmu, who was full of confidence, felt like he had been hit in the head. At this moment, he felt like a clown. Chapter 2546. I heard that there are many treasures in Tianji Hall. Take them all out and let me take a look. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Because I never joke. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said lazily. Shenmu relied on the treasures on him and did not place the other party in his eyes. Especially when the other party was alone. His cultivation realm was not high and he might not be that strong. The situation did not look good. Shenmu was confident that he could turn the situation around. I'm afraid that you won't be able to live to see the treasures in Tianji Hall. Shenmu said coldly, I can see that you are a talent. It would be a pity for you to die in this place. Why don't you join me? We can pretend that what you have done in the past never happened. There's no need to die for the Avengers. Don't be fooled by the fact that you have caused a ruckus. In our eyes, it's just a small fight. We can crush you with a single finger. Shenmu was a smart person. Although he was not clear about the internal problems, seeing that Mu Yan did not have any extra people around him, he decided to try recruiting him. If he succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Tianji Hall had great influence. Shenmu was not afraid that the other party would be tempted. As long as you are willing to join me, with your ability, your future in Tianji Hall will be limitless. You might even be able to enter the upper echelons of Tianji Hall. Shenmu said again, vaguely pointing out his future achievements. Anyone who heard this would be tempted. Who was Lin Fei? He was able to create the Avengers by himself. Future. Lin Fei really did not care about such things. Who do you think you are? How dare you recruit my master? The little devil's sarcastic voice came from the void. He stopped in mid-air and stared at Shenmue with disdain. He released the powerful aura of an ancient beast. The aura of an ancient beast swept over like a mountain. Shenmue was finally moved. Ancient beast, this is an ancient beast, the wind god ancient beast. Any ancient beast was a super expert. They commanded desolate beasts and had the might of a king. Shenmue had never imagined that there would be an ancient beast in the Avengers. Hold on, an ancient beast called Mu Yen Master? What was going on? Shenmue's reaction was still very fast. He sensed that something was amiss. Sorry, your elite law enforcement team has been wiped out by me. To be honest, their equipment is really good. Unfortunately, they met me, Lord Little Devil. The little devil threw out a piece of news. Shenmue felt as though he had been smacked in the head. He might not believe the words of an outsider, but there was no need to doubt the words of an ancient beast. He had been fooled. He had really been fooled. This time, Shenmue was really dealt a heavy blow. As soon as they saw him, their side suffered heavy losses. Apart from the people around them, the night raid could be said to be a failure. Good, good, good. This elder has always been the one scheming against others. I didn't think that you would suffer a loss in your hands. However, the Avengers shouldn't be too happy. Shenmue raised his head once again, his face revealing a malevolent expression. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. At this moment, Shenmue finally used the powerful treasure in his hand. A top-notch energy gun. It was black in color, flickering with a terrifying chill. Boom! At a short distance, the muzzle of the gun shot out a terrifying destructive force. The surrounding barrier was broken with a bang, carrying endless power as it rushed towards Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei was slightly moved, his eyes lit up. You guys have really developed a top-notch energy gun. Don't look at it as just one shot. It contained a terrifying theory. By stacking all the power, it could erupt with a super powerful force. There weren't many of such top-notch energy guns in Tianji Hall. This time, it was also for insurance. The energy used to fire one shot was a huge figure. Mu Yen, you can die for this elder. Shenmue didn't intend to recruit him. It was better to shoot him dead on the spot. If he died, he could more or less find out some secrets. In front of a top-notch energy gun, Shenmue didn't believe that the other party could dodge it. It was the same for the tribe's rank 9 experts. Their strong bodies would be torn apart, especially at such a close distance. It could be said that it was foolproof. The shorter the distance, the greater the power. This was simply a nightmare for anyone. The closer the distance, the greater the power. Shenmue was waiting for this moment of opportunity. Lin Fei did not panic, and he sent out a seal with both hands, causing a square-shaped shield to appear in front of him. The terrifying beam of light landed on the square-shaped shield, and an extraordinary might exploded out, giving it a powerful piercing ability. The square shield was continuously smashed. The other party's gun was like a sharp knife, persevering and constantly erupting with superpower. The power of a top-notch energy gun is indeed extraordinary. Other than dodging, no treasures can block it. Lin Fei immediately felt the difference between a high-level energy gun and a top-notch energy gun. If Shenmue knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. There was actually someone who dared to test the difference between the two. The power of this shot is not bad. However, I don't intend to continue playing with you. Lin Fei said to Shenmue, who was full of joy. What? Shenmue, who was in a good mood, suddenly had a bad feeling. He was trying to resist a top-notch energy gun. Heavy cannons appeared in the surrounding void. There were a total of 18 cannons, and each one was controlled by someone. All of them were aimed at Shenmue. Boom! Boom! 18 heavy cannons fired at the same time. It was earth-shattering and instantly submerged Shenmu. Bright light constantly shot out, and in an instant, Shenmu disappeared without a trace. What was left at that spot was a corpse full of holes. If I didn't want to test what means you have, you would have died long ago. To be able to live a little longer, it's your gain. The 18 heavy cannons seemed to be fixed in one position, but that was only used to confuse others. As long as one was within the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, they could move as they pleased. This was also the new change of the heavy cannons. They didn't need to be controlled by humans, and the system could fully control them. If someone was certain that the 18 heavy cannons wouldn't move, that would be a huge mistake. In the end, they would have to pay a huge price. Master, it seems that the Tian family's man is stalking us outside. Do you want to deal with him? Little Devil revealed an ominous glint. No need. Keeping him alive is better than killing him. Even if he has the guts, he might not say anything. Lin Fei smiled. Now, let me check what treasure this Elder Shen has brought. Chapter 2547. A top-notch energy gun. That's good stuff. He had obtained quite a number of treasures from Shenmu. For example, this top-notch energy gun also had a groove that could be embedded with energy cards. As long as Lin Fei had a finished product, he would be able to modify it, and its grade would increase accordingly. After scanning it with the system, the pros and cons of the top-notch energy gun were revealed. Even though it was very good, there were still flaws in the system's flawless view. As an elder, he's really wealthy. He even carries over 200,000 black crystal cards with him when he goes out. When he found 200,000 black crystal cards, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Regardless of whether this fortune belonged to Tianji Hall or Elder Shen, it all belonged to Lin Fei now. I used up at least 100 cards to block the top-notch energy gun. These 200,000 cards can be considered compensation. Putting away the 200,000 black crystal cards, Lin Fei continued searching. He had to praise Elder Shen for being a good elder. He had brought a lot of things with him. In Lin Fei's words, they were all top-notch items. But in Lin Fei's hands, they didn't seem like much. This should be the hidden treasure. Lin Fei took out a bead-like item and injected some energy into it. It released a brand new type of energy and acted as a barrier to a certain extent. This effect was still flawed. It couldn't compare to the real barrier function of the system. The difference between the two was too great. This seems to be a single-use weapon. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to find a few ball-like objects. With just a glance, Lin Fei could tell what was different about these ball-like objects. There was a mass of destructive power compressed within them. With just a light toss, the compressed power would explode. Their research is progressing really quickly. From the details, Lin Fei could tell that Tianji Hall's research capabilities were indeed unparalleled. No other power could compare to them. It was a pity that they had encountered Lin Fei. It just so happens that the auction is lacking some items. These can be put on stage. In the void, Tian Xianyong and Tian Haisha were waiting. From night to daybreak, there was not the slightest movement within the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. It appeared to be very peaceful. The elders of Tianji Hall did not come out. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that someone had actually come. Let's go, something happened to them. Tian Xianyong suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His expression became unnatural. Something's wrong. They are Tianji Hall. Tian Hai did not believe that it was true. In the ancient Desolation Great World, anyone who mentioned Tianji Hall would feel a certain amount of fear. No one knew the true strength of Tianji Hall, and just the law enforcement team that ran amok outside was enough to make people tremble in fear. Tian Xianyong was indeed planning to be the fisherman. No matter which side was defeated, they would take advantage of the situation. As a member of an ancient family, others might be afraid of Tianji Hall, but they were not. If it was not necessary, they would rarely offend the other party as it was meaningless. In one night, when Tianji Hall entered and there was no movement, Tian Xianyong knew that something bad had happened. He turned and left. Tian Haisha indignantly followed and left. He was extremely unwilling to not be able to see Mu Yan's miserable state. The competition for the last invitation letter on the last day was also very intense. This time, the people who came were not people from the 8 ancient families, but members of the great tribal alliance that rarely appeared. The moment they appeared, they released the signboard behind them. No one dared to say anything. If it was a tribe, it would be fine. Everyone would have to give them face based on the situation. However, the other party was from the great tribal alliance. The meaning was different. It was worth everyone's attention and fear. Without a doubt, the last invitation letter was obtained by the Great Tribal Alliance. At this point, all 15 invitation letters had their owners. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. Some things that could not be accomplished in a lifetime might be realized tomorrow. How could they not be looking forward to it? At the same time, there was another matter that everyone was quite concerned about. Why had the people from Tianji Hall not appeared yet? Had they given up on dealing with the Avengers? It was already the 10th day. The auction was about to begin. Even until night time, the people from Tianji Hall did not appear. Everything seemed to be calm. All the forces were discussing spiritedly. They were really curious about how the Avengers had prevented Tianji Hall from appearing. Among all the forces, Tian Xianyong was probably the only one who knew the situation. However, he did not say anything. He even suspected that Mu Yan knew that he wanted to be the fisherman, and that Mu Yan was eager for him to go in and take advantage of the situation. Shameless. Too cunning. Tian Xianyong cursed 100 times in his heart. He had almost been fooled. He believed that if he had barged in like that elder Shen, it would have been very difficult for him to sit here. If you want to scare me with this, you are gravely mistaken. Tian Xianyong was not an easy person to deal with. He thought of a trick and sent someone to send a message to the Tianji Hall branch. He did not believe that the Avengers could always resist Tianji Hall's revenge. Tian Xianyong was very good at playing such tricks. On the 11th day, the weather was fine. It was another good day. The day of the real auction had arrived. Outside the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, there was already a huge crowd. The talk about the path of science and technology had set off a wave in the South Cloud continent, and everyone was looking forward to it. More people were watching from the sidelines. After all, without seeing it with their own eyes, they would never know the situation. Everyone needed to understand more about the path of science and technology. One thing that could not be denied was that in this Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, they saw a glimmer of hope for the future. Lin Fei pushed the door open again. Behind him were 2 groups of guards armed with advanced energy guns. They were lined up on the left and right, and all of them were dressed in the same way. When they stood there, they instantly gave everyone a sense of oppression. Today is the auction, and it is also the first time the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce is holding an auction. I am very happy that so many people have come. It proves that everyone hopes for a perfect future. Then, let the auction begin. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei removed the array formation. At this moment, a murderous aura assaulted them. After removing the array formation, everyone became aware of the deterrence brought about by the advanced energy guns. At the same time, the 18 heavy cannons reappeared and aimed at the sky. Anyone who came in from above would immediately be turned into sieves. The left side is where the tickets are sold. The first 10,000 people are allowed to enter. Everyone, queue up accordingly. If anyone tries to force their way in, these guards don't mind turning you into a hornet's nest. Thank you for your cooperation. Surprisingly, no one had any objections. In less than a moment, 2 long lines of people lined up majestically. It was a spectacular sight. Ha ha ha, I got the tickets. Chapter 25:48. On this day, as soon as the Revenge Chamber of Commerce opened to the public, it caused quite a commotion. Even those who planned to wait and see, or those who had money, immediately queued up, afraid to miss this opportunity. As the first person entered the Revenge Chamber of Commerce, it immediately stirred up everyone's emotions. They could not wait to enter the hall of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce and feast their eyes. On the ticket side, their actions were swift. One by one, they excitedly rushed into the hall of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations, Brother Mu Yen. Looking at the situation, the Revenge Chamber of Commerce's auction will definitely be a hit. The various forces who had 15 invitation letters stood together. Fan Xingyuan took the initiative to congratulate him with a smile. He was cultured and elegant, giving people a very friendly feeling. Everyone must be very curious about the situation. Then, let's go in and take a look. Lin Fei invited. The forces behind him did not refuse. A group of people walked into the hall of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. The newly renovated hall was very different from the original hall of Tianji Hall. At least, it felt high-end. The various materials laid on the floor immediately made these people feel that it was extraordinary. A trace of shock flashed through their hearts. The Avengers had become even more mysterious. These forces all had good eyesight. They could clearly see the surrounding materials. Many of them were rare materials that could be made into various treasures. But now, these materials were laid on the floor and became a kind of decoration. Many people secretly twitched the corner of their mouths. Too extravagant, too wasteful. They wanted to say, if you don't want the materials, you can give them to us. We will buy them at a high price. These people did not know that these materials were very cheap. They were all made using energy units. They could get as many as they wanted. Lin Fei did not care about their gazes. He pointed to the hall and said, "This is the hall of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. There are a total of 8 counters. Each counter has a variety of treasures for sale. Each person can only buy one temporarily. For example, the counter closest to yours is selling Avenger number 1. Actually, needless to say, everyone looked over. There was a skinny young man there, but his body was filled with a kind of hatred. It was very cold. At this moment, his eyes were staring at the Avenger number 1 inside the counter. You're saying, one Avenger number 1 only needs. The skinny young man's voice rose by quite a bit in an instant, and his body trembled slightly. 100 black crystal cards. The attendant at the counter replied sweetly, that's right. You didn't hear wrong. Avenger number 1, the discounted price is only 100 black crystal cards. If you buy it now, you'll get 10 free energy cards. If you miss this promotion, who knows when you'll get another one. Buying it now is the best deal. Enemy of Blood Man, Fan Xingyuan, Tian Xianyong, Gu Zhu, and the other forces almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Was this still a beginner energy gun that was priceless? This price was naturally set by Lin Fei. 100 black crystal cards, to be honest, was not very high, especially since this was the ancient Desolation Great World, which produced a large number of energy wall stones. 100 black crystal cards was not much, and it was considered very cheap. Your Excellency Mu Yen, are you really planning to set the price of Avenger number 1 at 100 black crystal cards? The giant Gu Zhu asked, his eyes shining. Lin Fei laughed, you didn't hear wrong. Avenger number 1 is priced at 100 black crystal cards. If not for the fact that the technology has not broken through, the price would be even cheaper. After all, if we want to popularize it, it's best if everyone can afford it. Everyone's mood was different. In the beginning, they felt that such a high-grade Avenger number 1 would be sold for at least 1,000 black crystal cards. Even the inferior ones from the Hall of Secrets were sold for 500 black crystal cards, and there was no market for them. But now, 100 black crystal cards. It felt like a dream. This price was too good. It was going to be popularized in the entire ancient Desolation Great World. Everyone immediately realized an important problem. A technological storm was about to descend. I want it, I want an Avenger number 1. The skinny young man was excited, and couldn't wait to buy it. Mister, since you are our first customer, our Chamber of Commerce will give you a small gift. The attendant took out a box from the counter. The box contained 3 round balls and introduced, "This is our Chamber of Commerce's new product. Its power is extraordinary. We named it Sky Explosion Thunder, a group attack weapon." Sky Explosion Thunder was naturally something that Lin Fei had just created. It was all thanks to the treasure provided by Shenmu. Changing its name, it had a little bit of power. It was something completely new. The counter here sells common items. For example, that Sky Explosion Thunder. It is still useful against groups of desolate beasts. It is good for self-defense. At a critical moment, it can be used on them. This Sky Explosion Thunder is cheap. One is only 1 black crystal card. If you buy 1,000 of them, you can get a 10% discount. Lin Fei introduced himself. After this round of introduction, the faces of the 15 powers changed. Now, they really believed Mu Yan's words. The future of technology seemed to be unstoppable. Tianji Hall? No way. If the price of the items sold by the Chamber of Commerce were to be spread, it would definitely cause a huge impact on Tianji Hall's profits. Unless they destroyed the Avengers Alliance. As long as they existed, Tianji Hall would have to follow them obediently. Everyone could see this point very clearly. It was not a normal level of clarity. They secretly rejoiced that they had come today to witness the storm that was about to form in the future. The Vengeance Chamber of Commerce created by the Avengers Alliance would be the beginning of a grand prologue. The 15 powers present all had their previous dissatisfaction. Compared to Tianji Hall's monopoly, they preferred the huge change that the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce would bring. In this situation where the ancient desolation world was widespread, whoever wanted to take the lead would have a definite advantage in the future. The premium item auction had not started yet. They were looking forward to it. Facing the fact that the treasures that were open to the public were so cheap and could cause a scene of chaos, if not for the guns pointing at them, no one would be able to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. Just like what was said, with the first person to buy the Avenger number 1, it immediately led to a wave of crazy buying. In their eyes, they had never been so close to these things. It was too cheap. To them, it was cheap. Compared to Tianji Hall, where it was hard to get a gun, the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce had a conscience. Now, everyone, follow me. We will participate in the premium item auction. I guarantee that it will be the most fortunate auction of your life. Actually, they had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Chapter 2549. One Avenger number 1 for 100 black crystal cards. Wow, it's such a good deal. Sky Blasting Thunder, 1 black crystal card for 1. Is it a group attack technological weapon? I want 100 of them. This is a good thing. Throw it all at once and see if he dies. It's a flying machine. It has an energy shield and can fly in the air even without a powerful fleshly body. It's really a rare treasure. I heard that it costs 666 in the Heavenly Secrets Hall, but it's only 66 black crystal cards here. With these things, what talent do I need? Even if it's an expert, he can only eat dust in front of me, ha ha ha. Today was an exciting day for everyone in South Cloud. Especially after buying the things from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, they were all excited. The price was completely affordable, and they even saw machines that could make energy cards. Regarding energy cards, it had always been a secret of Tianji Hall. Basically, they would not sell the equipment, and most of them would be sold as finished products. But today, they had personally experienced the production of energy cards. It wasn't as troublesome as they had imagined. It was nothing more than a simple purification and compression. The Vengeance Chamber of Commerce not only provided equipment, but also sold energy cards. The price was not very high, and the thing that everyone was most worried about could finally be put down. From now on, no one could restrict their use of technological treasures. This was something that no one dared to imagine before coming here. They're really worthless playthings. In the hall, a cold beauty was accompanying an old man. The old man was not in a good mood and was constantly talking. I really didn't expect the Avengers to be so bold and dare to lead such a huge change. The treasures at Tianji Hall are expensive, and many people want to buy them. But here, these treasures can improve the strength of the family as long as you pay an extremely low price. If we had, this old man was Bing Changhe. Bing Changhe was also here to join in the fun. After looking around, even his own face changed. The appearance of these technological weapons meant that the future situation would change greatly. Originally, the Bing family had a great opportunity, but it was destroyed in the hands of some people in the family. Bing Xianxia rejoiced that she went to find Mu Yan. Great Elder, we still have a chance. For example, this kind of energy purification. From now on, we don't need to be restricted by Tianji Hall anymore. Soon, the competition for minds in this world will be even more intense. Our Bing family must immediately increase our strength. Bing Changhe nodded his head. You're still the best. If the family doesn't have you, I really don't know what would happen to it. Is the trend of science and technology really going to drown us cultivators? Bing Xianxia didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. The storm brought about by the trend of technology would be unimaginable. In an elegantly decorated room of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. This was the venue of the auction. The 15 powers sat together. There were no private rooms, only tables, and at each table sat one or two people. The joy between their brows could not be concealed. From the buying frenzy in the hall of the Chamber of Commerce outside, they were looking forward to the auction. Everyone here today is a person with a good eye. As a pure businessman, as long as you can afford it, you will be a quality customer of our Chamber of Commerce. This time, Lin Fei personally went up to host the auction. Let's cut the nonsense and start today's auction immediately. I guarantee that everyone's trip will not be in vain. Lin Fei's words got everyone's approval. If a businessman had other emotions, he wouldn't be a businessman. Everyone knew who this sentence was referring to. On this point, Tian Xianyong couldn't help but look up to the other party. Only a businessman without emotions could truly be considered a businessman. Today's first item is an appetizer. Vanguard number 1, 10 in a bundle, intermediate energy gun. The starting price is 10,000 black crystal cards. Immediately, someone sent 10 Vanguard number 1. The first item to be auctioned caused the 15 powers present to be excited. It was a medium-grade energy gun. The starting price of one was 1,000 black crystal cards. The price was so low that it was unimaginable. Everyone looked at the other powers and immediately put on a vigilant and hostile look. Vanguard number 1, there will be a total of 5 auctions. Those who want it, hurry up. Lin Fei said with a smile. Now, let the auction begin, 11,000. Immediately, a power raised his hand. 15,000, Demon God Empire. 20,000, Expeditionary Empire. The bidding was very intense. The 15 powers present were all envious of such a good thing at a low price. They almost shouted, if this is the appetizer, how can we continue to play later? They were all doubting whether they had brought enough money this time. 40,000 black crystal cards, the last auction, complete. Lin Fei announced the end of the first treasure. This price was not high, but compared with Tianji Hall, there was a big gap. However, for Lin Fei, it was still a lot of money and the benefits were unimaginable. They didn't know this. Now, let the second auction begin. As the price of the first batch reached 40,000 black crystal cards, the price of the second batch directly reached 60,000 black crystal cards. 5 batches of Vanguard number 1 were auctioned for a total of 800,000 black crystal cards, which was equivalent to 150,000 black crystal cards for each batch. Among them, the special envoys of the Tribal Alliance won 2 batches, paying a total of 300,000 black crystal cards. Now, the second treasure is the sky-piercing thunder that everyone has seen before. It's an enhanced type, which can effectively deal with a large area of effect attack from 5th to 8th job advancement professions. Lin Fei clapped his hands. We will also auction 5 batches, with 10 in each batch. The starting price is 50,000 black crystal cards. The first Vanguard number 1 already made everyone excited. Although it was a group of 10, it was a trump card at the crucial moment. It was very suitable for attacking, and attacking the capital. The enhanced sky-piercing thunder made everyone's eyes light up. A large area of effect attack treasure, although it was only a one-time use, its power and effect were very amazing. The bidding became even more intense, especially for the demon god empire's enemy Blood Man and Fan Qingyuan. This was definitely a siege weapon. If they used it in a wave, they would suffer heavy losses. The two empires could see it, and so could the other forces. In a big situation, it would definitely be a terrifying threat. It was worth paying a high price. After 5 batches of enhanced sky-piercing thunder, they contributed another 600,000 black crystal cards to Lin Fei. 2 items were auctioned. Over 100 black crystal cards were contributed. This was much faster than mining the ore veins. Lin Fei was overjoyed in his heart. This was an auspicious opening, and the profits were great. For a moment, Lin Fei almost laughed out loud. This speed of earning money was really a matter of seconds. Now, the third concealment treasure, Concealment Pearl. It can conceal all auras. The 15 forces once again plunged into a frenzied bidding. Chapter 2550. Did you go to the Revenge Chamber of Commerce today? What? You didn't go? Are you stupid? Hurry up and go, our chance is here. A beginner energy gun like the Avenger No. 1 has become a cheap item. The Avengers are mighty. F*CK, 100 black crystal cards for an Avenger No. 1 beginner energy gun? How is that possible? The Revenge Chamber of Commerce was on fire. On the same day, the news spread. The originally empty spots were all taken, leaving behind a large group of people outside. If it weren't for the black muzzles warning them, they might have been unable to restrain themselves from rushing in. For the next few days, the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in South Cloud Continent was on fire. Every day, there were countless people queuing up to snatch a spot to enter. These days, there was a promotion. If they went to buy it now, they would get the biggest discount. The entire South Cloud Continent was talking about the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. As for those who had bought the items from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, they had no qualms about boasting about it. There were even a few people who bought the Vengeance No. 1 and went to kill a few of their enemies on the same day. It was a spectacular event. It caused the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce to become popular once again. Everyone finally realized how terrifying technological weapons were. If one's talent was not good, it was fine. Cripple? That was fine too. As long as one had money, one trip in would give them terrifying combat power. From then on, they would no longer be a cripple. Those who had no talent and had a certain background could finally flaunt their strength. In a short period of time, they were jealous of each other. Are you sure it's true? A beginner energy gun only needs 100 black crystal cards? The two ancient families went? The entire South Cloud Continent is boiling. One by one, the news reached the ears of the major forces in the ancient desolation world. From the initial disbelief to the news sent back by the scouts, the entire ancient desolation world was in an uproar. If not for the scouts swearing that the news was true, they would have wondered when things could be so cheap. Before everyone could rush to the South Cloud Continent, something happened. The ancient families, the Tian and Gu families, led their experts to occupy the Energy Wall stone mine. After a battle, the two ancient families won. During this period, fierce weapons appeared on the stage. This time, the two ancient clans had relied on their weapons and other treasures to take over the mine in one fell swoop, blinding countless people. Very soon, the news of the two great clans going to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce to participate in the auction spread to the ears of the various major powers. They could not help but look at each other in dismay, all feeling vexed. Why didn't they go at the first moment back then? Now, they got the advantage. Master, there's a fire. Inside the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. The little devil was in a very good mood. Now the entire South Cloud Continent, and even the nearby continents, know of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. Every day, there are countless people pouring into the South Cloud Continent. It was the 5th day since the auction ended. Lin Fei made a lot of money and made a lot of money. Every time he thought about it, Lin Fei would smile. I also heard that both the Tian family and Gu family have made their move and captured a large mineral vein. This is a setup in advance. The little devil proudly said, they're quite smart. They know to occupy the mine first so that they can get the energy wall stones. Lin Fei smirked, to be able to become an ancient family, how many of them are simple? The storm of technology has begun to form. If they don't expand their forces at this time, they will be suppressed by others and eventually become a weak force. The actions of the ancient families, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Everyone knew of this. In the future, resources will become important strategic materials. To capture one now is equivalent to taking advantage of them. In a few days, it will be even more lively. I need to prepare more. The influence of the storm of technology continued to ferment. Almost every continent would have a scene of a loser turning into a strong esper. One mustn't forget that in this world, there will never be a lack of people with money. Those with poor talent are still not a small number. Now, they have the hope of rising. If their talent isn't enough, I can start with technological weapons. If their physical body isn't enough, I can configure an aircraft. As long as they have money, wanting to improve their strength is never a dream. The news of a loser making a comeback, one after another, kept stimulating those people. Those without money went to earn money. Those with money all went to the South Cloud continent. The big and small forces all followed. This was because some forces with similar strength had their strength greatly improved overnight and ambushed them, resulting in heavy losses and damage to their interests. This time, they couldn't sit still and prepared to go to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce to buy treasures. The originally peaceful ancient desolate world started to become restless. It was as if a large hand was pushing the development, and waves of undercurrents were forming. At this time, everyone's gaze was focused on Tianji Hall. The Vengeance Alliance's Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly snatching meat from Tianji Hall's hands. Furthermore, it was a huge piece of meat. Everyone was waiting for Tianji Hall's reaction. Tianji Hall, headquarters. The Heavenly Secrets Hall, which used to be bustling with people, suddenly became deserted. The people of the Heavenly Secrets Hall all had ugly expressions on their faces. Following the news, their branch's profits had greatly decreased, and almost no one came to visit. In front of the cheap things from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, no one was willing to pay more. Even if Tianji Hall had a deep influence, they still didn't buy it. Comparing the two, their previous contributions were extremely painful. The entire Tianji Hall was dealt a huge blow by the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's auction. It was like a head-on blow, making them dizzy. The upper echelons of Tianji Hall all felt a trace of pressure. In the past few days, the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce had caused an uproar. The small-scale battles that broke out in various continents were almost all related to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. How could they not be shocked? Shenmu, what the hell is going on? Aren't we going to teach the Vengeance Alliance a lesson? Why is it like this? Damn the Vengeance Alliance. Originally, our Tianji Hall's orders have been cancelled one by one. Those people don't want it anymore. They are eating from the inside. Back then, if it wasn't for our Tianji Hall's treasures, they wouldn't have today's achievements. In the upper echelons meeting, these upper echelons were like shrews scolding the streets, making a ruckus non-stop. They didn't look like upper echelons at all. It was truly a huge blow to their interests. This was tantamount to shaking the foundation of Tianji Hall. It was already like this in a short period of time. If this continued, wouldn't it take their old lives? Other than cursing those people, what they hated the most was the Vengeance Alliance. This was equivalent to pulling out their tendons and drinking their blood. There had never been a force that dared to do this. Tianji Hall had always used the treasures in their hands to monopolize the entire market of the ancient desolation great world. Even if those people were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Tianji Hall had experts overseeing it, supporting it with all kinds of treasures. Even if someone who was several times stronger came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It was precisely because of this reason that Tianji Hall had always been fearless and controlled the profiteering business. After a long period of time, Tianji Hall dominated an area and became a unique power. Even if it was an ancient family, they didn't put it in their eyes. However, the Vengeance Alliance actually nibbled away at the market share that belonged to Tianji Hall step by step, and even kicked them to the side. How could this make them feel comfortable? Chapter 2551. In the headquarters of Tianji Hall. It was a chaotic scene. Following the rhythmic knocking sounds, the entire place quietened down. We have to stop this. This sentence was equivalent to a conclusion. There was no need for too much explanation. Sect Master, who will be in charge of this matter? Don't end up like Elder Shenmu, who didn't accomplish anything in the end. Everyone still had a certain degree of resentment toward Shenmu. They had clearly gone to stop it, but in the end, nothing was done. It was reasonable for everyone to complain. Elder Shen is already dead. The Avengers used some unknown method to conceal the information, so no one knows about it, the sect master sitting at the head of the table said calmly. There was an uproar below. Elder Shenmu had actually been killed. He had brought an elite law enforcement team with him, and with the power he had, he could easily wipe out the first-rate forces. In the end, he had fallen to the hands of the Avengers. Everyone found it hard to believe. He's actually dead. No wonder they didn't stop the Avengers from holding the first auction. Everyone's resentment lessened significantly. Since he was dead, it was understandable. Everyone was looking forward to seeing who would deal with the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce of the South Cloud Continent. If the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was allowed to continue expanding its influence, Tianji Hall's days would be even more difficult. One Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was enough to make Tianji Hall unable to withstand it. If a few more of them were to appear, their days would be over. This time, I'll let the 5 Elements envoys deal with the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. The 5 Elements envoys. The expressions of the upper echelons changed slightly. No one knew better than them how powerful the 5 Elements envoys were. They were death warriors secretly nurtured by Tianji Hall, and any one of them had the battle prowess of a 9th transition job. If the 5 Elements envoys joined forces, even a peak 9th transition job expert would have to be wary of them and not dare to face them head-on. The 5 Elements envoys were definitely extremely dangerous. In Tianji Hall, only the sect master could command them. No one else could. Deep beneath Tianji Hall. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 masses of energy floated in the void, shining brightly. Not far away, crystals were connected to the 5 masses of energy, constantly transmitting energy. The leader of Tianji Hall was standing on the stone platform. 5 Elements envoy, it's time for you to show your ferocious name again. This time, your target is the South Cloud Continent's Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's Mu Yen. I want you to bring him back and everything that belongs to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. The 5 balls of energy landed on the ground and turned into 5 different human figures. However, their faces were expressionless and extremely cold, giving off a feeling that no one could approach them. They crawled on the ground. Understood. They once again turned into 5 masses of energy and passed through the void. The 5 Elements envoys, the 5 innate special spirits. It took me more than 3,000 years to erase their spirituality, and another 3,000 years to nurture them to their current state. Now, let's see how you resist. The leader of Tianji Hall smiled and turned to leave. South Cloud Continent. The fire of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce also made the Southern Cloud Continent the center of a technological storm. For the people here, it was a blessing because they could hear any news about the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce every day. A certain person would use a technological weapon to blow up the enemy's head. A certain prodigy would be killed by a good-for-nothing, and so on. Things that were unimaginable in the past were constantly happening in the South Cloud Continent. The counterattack of a good-for-nothing, the killing of a prodigy, any one of them was worth talking about. The advantages of technological weapons were also constantly being displayed. In a short period of time, the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce received the favor of countless people, especially those good-for-nothings and rich people. Almost all of them were worshipped by the top-notch people, as though they were their benefactors. The result of the red fire was naturally the arrival of various forces. Near the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, those people had opened up a gathering place. Luxurious mansions appeared on the mountain peaks. Various major forces had set up a stronghold here so that they could keep abreast of the latest developments of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, such as the next auction. After the first auction, forces gathered in the South Cloud continent, wanting to participate in the auction. They even wanted to purchase large quantities of Vanguard No. 1 and other technological equipment with attractive force. Faced with the requests of those forces, the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce rejected all of them. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Force the other party to hand it over? There were many forces that had this idea, but unfortunately, they did not have the guts. At the very least, they had to have a way to resist the bombardment of 18 heavy cannons, in addition to the counterattack of a group of terrifying elite guards from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. In summary, no one had the confidence. Even if they joined forces, they had no chance of winning. They could only buy cheap technological treasures that could at least increase their strength by a portion. Banquet? Looking at the invitation letter that was sent in, Lin Fei smiled. These people are really interesting. Since they couldn't get the items from the auction, they actually took another path. The special creatures that could be found all over the South Cloud continent could let Lin Fei know everything. Although, Lin Fei did not have the curiosity to pay attention to some of the important things that happened every day, the little devil would gather and he only needed to browse through it once. They invited me to a banquet, which is equivalent to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce opening the market. This identity of mine can also be openly walked around, no one will have any doubts. After doing so much, Lin Fei finally completed the preliminary arrangements. Tonight, a grand banquet was ushered in the South Cloud continent. Big shots that were usually not seen would all appear at the banquet in the South Cloud continent tonight. It was almost a grand event. Well-informed people knew that tonight, the forces of the South Cloud continent would invite the person in charge of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, Mu Yan, to a banquet. After the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce became popular, this Mu Yan, who represented the Avengers Alliance, became a person in the eyes of everyone who could not afford to offend. A word from the other party could decide whether or not they could participate in the next boutique auction. Although everyone did not participate in the boutique auction, everyone's intelligence agencies had received news, such as the actions of the two ancient families. It was rumored that a secret force had been mobilized during this period. Without guessing, everyone knew that this was definitely something from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time, it could only be found in that auction. The gains of the person who had obtained the 15 invitation letters must be unimaginable. Some acquaintances had tried to find out more about it, but the other party just chuckled. However, from that chuckle, everyone knew at least one thing, and that was that they had obtained a great harvest from this auction, and their overall strength had increased greatly. Those forces who had received the news before and did not care about it, this time, they really regretted it to death. They missed this opportunity to rise, and there was no need to mention how angry they were in their hearts. Chapter 2552. South Cloud Continent, South Cloud City. As the curtain of night fell, Nanyan City became brightly lit. In front of the Zhao family's mansion, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Tonight's banquet was held in the Zhao family. Speaking of this Zhao family, they were very influential. They had entered the ancient desolation world relatively early. After taking root here, they had given up everything outside and focused on developing. Now, they had a great influence in the South Cloud continent and even the entire ancient desolation world. Everyone was convinced that the banquet was hosted by the Zhao family. No one was more qualified than the Zhao family to host it. Is that Elder Zhao? It seems so. I didn't expect him to personally come out to welcome us. He didn't come for them, he came for Mu Yan. At the entrance of the Zhao family's mansion, the ruddy-faced Elder Zhao rarely came out to welcome people. With their status and experience, no one would foolishly put on airs. Almost every person who came would take the initiative to step forward and say polite words. Bing Qingya of the Bing family is here. I heard that she has a great influence in the family. The great elder seems to want her to lead the family. Someone exclaimed when he saw the newcomer. Tonight, Bing Xianxia was dressed in palace attire and came together with the great elder Bing Changhe. Brother Changhe, what a rare guest. Zhao Dezhong was different from before. He smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Bing Changhe went up to greet him. How could I dare not come to a banquet hosted by Brother Zhao? Zhao Dezhong laughed. You're getting old, but you still like to joke around. Bing Changhe laughed as well. After the two exchanged greetings, someone immediately brought Bing Changhe and Bing Xianxia to the hall. Tonight's banquet has many guests. The Zhao family's ambition is not small. The moment Bing Changhe entered the hall, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a trace of seriousness. Great elder, actually, we don't need to worry. Mu Yan is not that easy to scheme against. If Elder Zhao really schemed against him, he would definitely regret it in the end. Bing Xianxia did not believe that Elder Zhao had the ability to do so. Bing Changhe laughed happily. Well said. Our Bing family is fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we might have been removed from the list in this storm. Compared to those few good-for-nothings, Bing Changhe was liking Bing Xianxia more and more. The items in the auction were not equipped by the other factions for the time being. The Bing family had secretly equipped a group of people and obtained a special card. All of these were brought by Bing Xianxia. Xianxia, what do you think of this Mu Yan? Bing Changhe asked a baffling question. Bing Xianxia was very smart. She immediately understood what he was referring to. Honestly, she didn't dislike Mu Yan. She even vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from him. It was a very absurd feeling. Not bad. Bing Changhe smiled. Xianxia, don't be angry. The great elder is doing this for your own good. There are countless geniuses in this world, but there aren't many who can enter the ranks of the great elder. That Mu Yan is pretty good. You can consider him. South Cloud Continent's Zhao Dezhong took the lead in hosting this banquet. Almost all the influential figures in the South Cloud Continent took the initiative to attend. No one was willing to offend Old Man Zhao. In the South Cloud Continent, Old Zhao's influence is huge, even the Bing family is slightly inferior. The big shots that he usually couldn't see all showed up tonight. It was destined that tonight's banquet would be very extravagant. He's here, he's here. When Lin Fei arrived alone, it caused a huge commotion. As the person in charge of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, he was also one of the few people who represented the Vengeance Alliance to travel around the world. Mu Yan's reputation was huge, no less than those top big shots. This should be Old Man Zhao. I was originally planning to pay a visit, but I've been busy. I hope Old Man Zhao won't take offense. Lin Fei was very clear about the heads of the South Cloud Continent. This Old Man Zhao was equivalent to a tiger sitting on the ground. Moreover, he was the fierce and overbearing kind. Seeing that Zhao Dezhong was waiting for him outside, Lin Fei didn't mind putting on an act. Zhao Dezhong actually had an image of Mu Yan. When he saw him in person, he still felt that this Mu Yan isn't simple. At such a young age, he's in charge of such a huge chamber of commerce. He's definitely young and promising. He even has a big shot backing him up. It's all right. Young man, your career is more important. Zhao Dezhong smiled. You guys are the ones who brought us hope. The servants in our mansion all said that they want to earn money to buy technological weapons. Usually, they're all lazy, but now, they immediately have fighting spirit. This old man has to thank you for inspiring their enthusiasm. In the hall, people stood together in groups of 3 to 5. But most of them looked at the entrance of the hall because they knew that the main character tonight wasn't them, but Mu Yan from the Avengers Alliance. Mu Yan, who was now in charge of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, was an influential figure in the South Cloud Continent. No one knew where this Mu Yan came from. There was no information about him at all. He seemed very mysterious. Zhao Dezhong and Lin Fei walked in side by side. Everyone's eyes looked over, and many of them looked very eager. Many people could see the details. This old man Zhao clearly placed Mu Yan in the same position as himself. This kind of attitude was really rare. Thinking about it, Mu Yan was from the Avengers Alliance, so it was normal for old man Zhao to have such an attitude. This is Mu Yan. Everyone, haven't you always wanted to meet him? Now, your wish has been fulfilled. Zhao Dezhong was very good at talking. A banquet. It was nothing more than a gathering of people. The reason why Lin Fei could attend the banquet was also to strengthen cooperation with the forces of the South Cloud Continent and consolidate his influence in the South Cloud Continent. For the big shots who took the initiative to come up, Lin Fei was quite polite. After a while, he got to know all the leaders of the South Cloud Continent. The meaning behind their words was that they all wanted to cooperate. After all, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Everyone understood. Compared to the other continents, the South Cloud Continent definitely had a huge advantage. With this advantage, everyone wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen their family's power. Overall, the overall strength of the South Cloud Continent was the weakest among all the continents. This place was almost occupied by the human race. The other continents were constantly fighting all year round, and their strength was naturally not something the South Cloud Continent could compare to. This time, they saw hope. Who would be willing to miss this opportunity again? It's finally done. After a series of social engagements, Lin Fei came to the side and poured himself a glass of wine. It tasted pretty good. Congratulations, Sir Mu Yan. You have finally gained a foothold in the South Cloud Continent. Can I offer you a toast? After drinking a glass of wine, Xianxia's voice sounded in his ears. Lin Fei saw Bing Xianxia holding a wine glass, standing beside him with a blushing face. She was smiling, vaguely giving people the illusion that she was as enthusiastic as fire. This is all thanks to you guys. Without your support, it would not have been easy to gain a foothold. Lin Fei smiled and took the wine glass. The two clinked glasses and drank in one gulp. This scene was naturally seen by the big forces present. Chapter 2553. Everyone was unfamiliar with Mu Yan. At the same time, he was a decisive person. To kill someone from the Tian family without giving any chance, ordinary people wouldn't do that. How to build a good relationship with Mu Yan had become an urgent matter for many big shots. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately thought of a solution. Beauty. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. If a man has no flaws, he would be a saint. Mu Yan likes beauties, which is a good thing for them. Unfortunately, this time, they didn't bring any beauties from their clans. This gave Bing Chenghe the upper hand. Everyone knew that Mu Yan from the Avengers had a conflict with the Bing family, but they never expected it to be resolved in such a short time. It wasn't hard to imagine Bing Xianxia's role in this. Everyone has their own gossip. Even big shots have their own gossip. When the banquet was about to end, Zhao Dezhong once again came to Lin Fei's side. Brother Mu Yan, are you free? Let's have a chat. The banquet was secondary. The real discussion was the next step. Just nice, I have something to do too. It's better for us to sit down and have a chat. Lin Fei didn't refuse. Although the Revenge Chamber of Commerce was very popular the moment it came out, the biggest influence was still in South Cloud Continent. There was still quite a gap between them and the other continents. Lin Fei planned to consolidate South Cloud Continent first. At most, he would advance from one continent to another. It's great that Zhao Dezhong came knocking on his door. With the other party taking the lead, it would save him a lot of trouble. As for whether or not Zhao Dezhong would scheme against him, Lin Fei believed that Zhao Dezhong didn't have the guts to do so. They had to consider in advance whether or not they could cope with the destructive attack of heavy artillery. In a courtyard of the Zhao family. Compared to the lively banquet in the hall, this place seemed very quiet. There was no one around the courtyard. It turned out that there was an array here to isolate all sounds. Even the invasion of divine sense. There were many people sitting in the courtyard pavilion. Among them was an old acquaintance, Bing Chenghe, who was looking at him with a smile. When Lin Fei walked into the courtyard, those people stood up, giving Lin Fei enough face. Brother Mu Yen is here. One by one, they became eager. Zhao Dezhong personally introduced them. These are some of this old man's friends from the South Cloud continent. This is Li Ziwen, and this is, actually, there was no need for introductions. Lin Fei remembered them. In the banquet hall earlier, everyone had introduced themselves, so they basically got to know each other. Lin Fei also knew that the big forces in the South Cloud continent, with influence and status, were basically these dozen people in front of him. Each of them could be regarded as an overlord of a region. If anyone dared to offend these dozen people, it would be equivalent to offending all the forces in the South Cloud continent. This Zhao Dezhong was really capable to invite all of them in one go. We have to thank Brother Mu Yen for bringing us such good things. Things that we didn't even dare to think about in the past have finally come true. The people from the Heavenly Secrets Hall are the worst. Every single item is so expensive. Who can afford to buy them? Brother Mu Yen is truly straightforward. Our entire South Cloud state has set our sights on the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. Sit down. These big shots cleverly expressed their love for the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's items. Compared to Tianji Hall, the items at the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce were indeed cheap. Regardless of whether it was a family or a rogue cultivator, they all had the ability to buy them. It was just a matter of spending some time, but at least they had something to look forward to. If it were the items at Tianji Hall, they would basically have no chance in their lifetime. That exorbitant price would cause anyone to suck in a breath of cold air. It was something that could not be achieved in their lifetime. Lin Fei cupped his hands at everyone and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support." Originally, our Vengeance Alliance planned to research together with Tianji Hall, but unfortunately, their vision is too narrow. They only care about that little bit of profit and ignore the vast market. Therefore, our Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was born. I also hope that everyone can continue to support us. With these words, Tianji Hall was once again despised by everyone. Speaking of which, everyone had a lot of complaints about Tianji Hall. The prices were ridiculously high, and almost all of them worked for Tianji Hall. The benefits they received were greatly discounted. Unfortunately, there was no other way and they had to keep working. At this time, Zhao Dezhong said, "Brother Mu Yen, you opened the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce in the South Cloud State and benefited everyone. It is equivalent to us being a family. Do you think we should deepen our cooperation? It's good for you, good for me, good for everyone." Lin Fei laughed in his heart. "You've finally spoken. It seems that the technological storm has brought you too much anticipation. Basically, you can't sit still anymore." In fact, even if they did not mention it, Lin Fei would have taken the initiative to find a time to have a good chat with one of the leaders. After that auction, the number of black crystal cards obtained had reached a terrifying number. They could continuously produce a large amount of equipment for Lin Fei. As a businessman, I naturally hope that people will buy the things produced by my family. Lin Fei did not refuse. "I can give you the foundation here. In order to promote the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's products, the higher-ups have given you a discount. Anyone who buys 5 million black crystal cards will be given a 5% discount. If you buy 10 million cards, we will give you a 10% discount. If you buy 30 million cards, we will give you a 20% discount." Zhao Dezhong had never thought of scheming against Lin Fei. He did not have the guts. The overall strength of the South Cloud State was not strong. If they were to go against the unfathomable Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, they might not have much of a chance of winning. Didn't they see how the Bing family had suffered such a huge loss? In the end, they still had to obediently curry favor with the other party. This time's banquet was actually sincere. It was nothing more than to further their cooperation and maximize their advantages. Hearing Lin Fei's words, their eyes all lit up. Although the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's products were cheap, the quantity was still not small. If they could get a discount, it would be even better. The forces present all began to calculate whether they should join forces to buy together. If they bought according to the target, they would undoubtedly be able to save a sum of black crystal cards. While they were still digesting the information, Lin Fei gave them a suggestion that moved them even more. Actually, our Vengeance Chamber of Commerce has another sales method. Perhaps you will like it. That is to pay in installments. Everyone only needs to pay a little interest. Installments. Their eyes lit up again. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of black crystal cards, even for them, it was not a small number, not to mention that the South Cloud continent's mineral veins were mostly small, and they did not have many black crystal cards. Their daily expenses were too high. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei was not afraid that the other party would not pay. In the ancient desolation world, Lin Fei had plenty of ways to deal with them. Even if he went to the ends of the earth, it would still be the same. Chapter 2554. Happy Cooperation. Cheers to our brother Mu Yen. Cheers to our Southern Cloud continent's future. The banquet at night was undoubtedly a success. Zhao Dezhong and the major powers of the Southern Cloud continent had obtained a satisfactory reply. After understanding the situation, they signed a series of cooperation agreements on the spot, purchasing technological weapons on a large scale. The final transaction number was extremely terrifying, and it would definitely cause a huge uproar if it was spread out. Anyone could imagine one thing. Soon, a powerful Southern Cloud continent would appear before everyone's eyes, and no one would be able to stop it. When Lin Fei was preparing to leave, Zhao Dezhong and the rest personally sent Lin Fei out. This cooperation was beneficial to everyone. The powers of the Southern Cloud continent had obtained what they wanted. Compared to the others, they were clearly the first to arrive. Where else could they find such a good deal? Tonight's trip was not in vain. Although it was paid in installments, Lin Fei had received 10 million black crystal cards in one go. It was a huge sum, and he was not worried that those people would not pay up. Don't look at how good their equipment was. In his eyes, those weapons were a grade lower. Lin Fei would always have new equipment in his hands. Lin Fei believed that as long as they had tasted the sweetness, they would not easily betray him. In the entire ancient desolate world, other than him, no one else could give them such an opportunity. Tianji Hall? That was impossible. When Lin Fei thought of this, his mood became extremely good. This was a good deal. Sooner or later, the Southern Cloud continent would become the strongest rear base. Everyone's interests were intertwined. Even if Lin Fei was willing, the big shots of the Southern Cloud continent might not be willing. When they were about to reach the Vengeance Merchant Association, a change occurred. 5 elements sealing formation. In the void around Lin Fei, 5 figures flashed out. When they appeared, their bodies erupted with resplendent light, and a huge word shot out from their bodies. The 5 words gathered together and instantly transformed into a huge, seal word, landing on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei immediately took out his high-grade energy gun and fired at the seal word. Failed? The advanced energy gun, which had always worked, had actually failed at this time. The word seal fell on Lin Fei. Warning, the player's physical body has been sealed. Warning, all the power in the player's body has been sealed. A rare warning came from the system. Lin Fei's expression sank as he sensed that his body was in a terrible state. His body and power had been sealed, and he had become like an ordinary person in an instant. Following this, he fell from the sky. It must be someone from Tianji Hall. Lin Fei was angry. 5 elements / A special connection was formed between the 5 people in the night. A bright cold light flashed through the night. Voila! Lin Fei was stabbed in the back, and blood flowed out. Voila! He was stabbed in the chest and was bleeding as well. His powerful physical body had lost its effect at this moment, and his defense was easily torn apart by the other party. In just a moment, Lin Fei's body was covered in wounds. What a special attack method! The fusion of 5 elements and the increase in power. Is this the Tianji Hall's secret trump card? Lin Fei was really caught off guard. All along, Lin Fei had not taken the Tianji Hall seriously. Unless that top-notch expert appeared, he would kill as many ordinary experts as he could. This attack had undoubtedly given Lin Fei a warning. There was always someone better than you. The Tianji Hall was not to be underestimated. Activate invincible protection. It had only been a few breaths since Lin Fei was sealed and attacked. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been killed by this attack. Bastards of the Tianji Hall, it's my turn now. The connection between the systems was not affected by the 5 elements seal. Lin Fei called on the power of the system. His physical body was temporarily unable to store any energy. Lin Fei quickly created a flying treasure below him to avoid the danger of falling further. 5 elements sacred lotus. The 5 people's methods were extremely profound and mysterious. They did not change their expressions at all when Lin Fei changed. They instantly changed their attack method. In the darkness, a huge lotus bloomed, very eye-catching. Boom! With a loud sound, a terrifying aura rushed to the sky. With Lin Fei as the center, a destructive attack swept out. All the experts in the South Cloud continent could feel this terrifying aura at this moment. Zhao Dezhong was the first to appear in the night. His expression was uncertain as he looked in the direction of the terrifying aura. This is the 5 elements sacred lotus attack. Not good, they must have ambushed Mu Yan from the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Dezhong was indeed very happy tonight. Because soon, their family would have the opportunity to enter the Lianyan continent to compete for resources. All of this was thanks to Mu Yan. From tonight's cooperation, it was equivalent to everyone standing on the same line. If Mu Yan died, it would have a huge impact on them. Zhao Dezhong did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the place where the commotion came from. Along the way, Zhao Dezhong met Bing Changhe. Both of them were extremely anxious and cared more about this matter than anyone else. It was not easy to establish a connection, so they could not just cut it off like this. It should be the 5 elements emissary from the Tianji Hall. Bing Changhe's expression was ugly. The Tianji Hall has gone too far. Like Zhao Dezhong, Bing Changhe had secretly cooperated with Mu Yan and did not want anything to happen. He even wanted the Bing family to rely on Mu Yan to strengthen the Bing family. Both of them were very anxious. During this time, many experts heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw Zhao Dezhong and Bing Changhe, they seemed to understand what had happened. A trace of resentment quickly flashed in their eyes. Everyone was smart and knew that it was the Tianji Hall's people who did it. This move was known to all those who had reached a certain status. When they arrived at their destination, what entered their eyes was a mess. A large area of the forest had turned into scorched earth and a pungent smell pervaded their nostrils. The 5 elements emissary has made his move. Zhao Dezhong's heart sank. Only the 5 elements emissary from the Tianji Hall could release 5 types of chaotic auras. They were famous existences in the ancient desolate world. If anyone was targeted by them, there was basically no chance of survival. Brother Mu Yan. Bing Changhe released his divine sense and searched for Lin Fei's whereabouts. He kept praying in his heart, please be safe. You are the hope of our Bing family. With Bing Changhe's actions, everyone followed suit. Everyone's expression was ugly. Were they really going to be happy for nothing? This was not what they wanted to see. In their opinion, facing the 5 elements emissary was definitely not good. Here. Chapter 2555. It's Brother Mu Yan's voice. Over there. Something really went wrong. In the silent darkness, the appearance of this voice undoubtedly made them heave a sigh of relief. That was Mu Yan's voice. Fortunately, the thing they were most worried about did not happen. When they arrived, they saw a person lying in a huge pit, looking very wretched. Everyone could see clearly that this person was Mu Yan. Brother Mu Yan, how are you? Are you all right? Bing Changhe was the first to come up and was very concerned. Sigh, don't mention it. I was almost killed by someone. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It's a long story. The last wave of attacks was extraordinarily powerful, tearing apart the invincible body protection mode that had just been activated. Fortunately, Lin Fei's wealth was astonishing, and he blocked wave after wave of attacks. Rather than saying that he was fighting against the 5 of them, it was better to say that he was fighting against the 5 attributes, which was very intense. Seeing that Lin Fei was in good condition, everyone more or less heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that Lin Fei would be killed here. If the Avengers blamed them, no one could guarantee that they would be able to stop it. This situation was the happiest for everyone. After knowing that Lin Fei was fine, many people left first. Zhao Dezhong and Bing Changhe stayed, saying that they wanted to accompany Lin Fei back, in case he encountered any danger again, and that they could come and help him in the meantime. Lin Fei did not refuse. He asked them to escort him to the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce and invited them to be guests. Bing Changhe had been here once, but it was only in the hall, and he had not really seen it. Although the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's treasures came from Tianji Hall, the interior was completely different, and the two of them were really eye-opening. Perhaps only Tianji Hall and the Avengers could have such luxurious decorations. Leaving the two of them as guests, when Lin Fei came back again, the wretched look on his body had disappeared, and in its place, he was full of vigor, and did not seem to be injured at all. Bing Changhe and Zhao Dezhong were shocked again, and they secretly noted it down. Thank you for escorting me along the way. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I believe you will like it. Lin Fei sat down again and placed the 2 bottles on the table. This is our Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's holy healing medicine. We don't plan to release it for now. As long as you still have a breath left in you, as long as your injuries aren't too serious, you can basically recover. The two's eyes lit up. After exchanging some pleasantries, they put away the healing panaceas and wondered if they should find an opportunity to buy some in preparation. Brother Mu Yan, who ambushed you on the way here? They simply don't put the people of our South Cloud continent in their eyes. Zhao Dezhong said with anger. In fact, Zhao Dezhong was indeed angry. This was no less than killing one's parents and cutting off one's wealth. Lin Fei had never thought that there would be an ambush at Tianji Hall. Moreover, it was done so secretly that the special creatures he had arranged were rendered useless. If the system had not been by his side, this ambush would have killed him without a doubt. This was the most decisive person he had ever seen. From the start to the end, they did not say a single word. They were all directed at him. First, the seal. Then, the killer move. Their coordination was very tacit. The most frightening thing was that when they joined forces, their strength surpassed that of ordinary 9th stage professionals. If it was any other 9th stage professionals who fought against them, they would also die without a doubt. I'm not too sure. They seemed to be a group of 5. 5 different types of energy perfectly fused together, and their strength had an astonishing increase. It's impossible to guard against them. Lin Fei had really underestimated their strength. Since their attack failed, they immediately left without any hesitation. They were definitely experts among experts. Afterwards, Lin Fei searched the surroundings, and even more than half of the South Cloud continent, but he did not find any traces of them. Lin Fei suspected that their 5 types of energy should have some special effect to hide from the search of the special creatures. Bing Changhe said solemnly, 5 people, 5 different types of energy, and an increase in strength. If I'm not wrong, then they should be one of the trump cards of Tianji Hall, 5 elements special envoys. Brother Mu Yan, the ones dealing with you should be the 5 elements special envoys. I didn't expect Tianji Hall to be so despicable and shameless as to send them to ambush you. On one hand, Zhao Dezhong was angry at Tianji Hall's actions, and on the other hand, he was shocked by the power of Mu Yan. When the 5 elements special envoys made a move, they rarely failed. Zhao Dezhong remembered clearly that many experts in the ancient desolation world had died in the hands of the 5 elements special envoys. No one knew their origins. When they appeared, they brought a reign of terror and slaughtered many tribal experts. In the end, Tianji Hall subdued them, and slowly, they were controlled by Tianji Hall. From then on, the special envoys of the 5 elements rarely showed themselves. Every time they appeared, some forces would be obliterated. Over time, the 5 elements special envoys became infamous. Does this five-element special envoys have a strong background? Although Lin Fei asked this, he treated them as a formidable opponent in his heart. The five of them were like one person. This Tianji Hall was truly amazing. They truly managed to do it without anyone knowing. They have a strong background. Bing Changhe explained, they are one of the trump cards of Tianji Hall. No one knows their exact strength. Every time they appear, they bring along a massacre. As Lin Fei listened carefully, he felt that the five-element special envoys were not simple. From the beginning to the end, their methods were clean and nimble. Not many people could do this. The scariest thing about them is that they can avoid being searched by divine senses. It is rumored that up until now, no one has been able to track their whereabouts. As long as they have their eyes on you, they will not relentlessly carry out assassinations. It can be said that they are the kings of assassins in Tianji Hall. Bing Changhe added. Brother Mu Yan, Tianji Hall is shamelessly dealing with you. As long as you say the word, our Zhao clan will stand on your side. Zhao Dezhong made a rare decision, which also startled Bing Changhe, who was beside him. Our Bing clan will also stand on your side. Tianji Hall is too much of a bully. South Cloud Continent is not a place for them to be arrogant. Bing Changhe expressed his position. Their cooperation with Lin Fei might seem to be a secret, but it might not be a secret. Who knows, it might have entered Tianji Hall's intelligence department, or it might even be on the table of their higher-ups. Since they had chosen to stand on Lin Fei's side, it was impossible for them to have any connection with Tianji Hall. In the face of cheap treasures, Tianji Hall had been completely abandoned by them. At this time, if they were to perform well, they would undoubtedly gain a good impression from Lin Fei. Lin Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. In fact, this was the result he wanted. To make the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce and the forces of South Cloud Continent closely linked together. Chapter 2556. The two of them were being very straightforward. Lin Fei did not mind showing his toughness. Then I will have to trouble the two of you to help. Since they could enter the South Cloud Continent without anyone knowing, then there must be a secret stronghold in the South Cloud Continent. I hope that the two of you can join forces with those forces and find out where they are. Lin Fei said. The two of them did not reject Lin Fei's request. They could still handle these small matters well. Moreover, even without Lin Fei's suggestion, they would still do it. Firstly, they could show their attitude, and secondly, they could eliminate some potential forces, killing two birds with one stone. The assassination attempt by the Heavenly Secrets Hall had caused Zhao Dezhong, Bing Changhe, and the others to feel enraged as well. Five-element special envoy, Tianji Hall. After the two of them left, Lin Fei sneered and opened the system to search. Little devil, you still haven't discovered them? After they left, the system did not find any traces of them, as if they had really disappeared. Not yet. Little Devil came out and circled around. According to the system's analysis, they should be a special kind of life form. They are not humans, nor are they descendants of the desolate race. They are also not ancient beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. Lin Fei had also thought of this point. They are indeed not ordinary. Bing Changhe and Zhao Dezhong were very afraid of them. Tianji Hall's card is a bit big. King of Assassins, humph. From the ambush to their departure, they had displayed the outstanding abilities of the King of Assassins. The system is already analyzing and collecting their personal information. I believe the next ambush will not be so easy. Little Devil said, Master, it is better to remove the seal in your body first. Lin Fei's body was still sealed. Even if it was sealed, Lin Fei's battle strength was still as strong as before. It was not affected at all. It was just that he had consumed a large amount of energy. In the next few days, the South Cloud Continent's forces surprisingly united and began to encircle some of the South Cloud Continent's forces. The initiators were Zhao Dezhong and Bing Changhe. The vigorous encirclement and suppression operation began. The forces from the other continents were basically all surrounded and annihilated. The technological weapons also made their debut, and they were truly incomparably ferocious. The fierce lines of fire connected together, becoming those people's nightmares. The forces of the South Cloud continent also bared their sharp fangs at this moment. Everywhere they went, the small and medium forces all submitted. If they didn't submit, they would be exterminated. This time, the encirclement was very tough. Those who were on good terms with Tianji Hall basically became the target of attack. For a time, the South Cloud continent became jittery, and everyone was in a state of panic. The strength of the Heavenly Secrets Hall had suffered a huge blow, and their losses were extremely heavy. This was also something that had never happened before. He's really gone. Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. The system analyzed that if the decryption was successful, any one of the 5 element special envoys would immediately discover it. Unfortunately, they hadn't appeared yet. Lin Fei was really angry. If they don't come out for a day, it'll be equivalent to trouble. Lin Fei was rather displeased. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being the king of assassins. Even if Lin Fei wasn't afraid of them, they would still be a potential trouble. Master, why don't you create a diversion and force them to show up? After suffering a small loss, Lin Fei indeed wanted to take revenge. Of course, he was also very interested in the 5 element special envoys. They could avoid the detection of the system and use the power of the 5 elements. If he could capture them, Lin Fei felt that the transformation would be even more successful. If Tianji Hall lost the king of assassins, it would definitely provoke Tianji Hall. This would be a greater loss than losing an or Vane. Creating a diversion is also a good idea. In the South Cloud continent, the few forces belonging to the Heavenly Secret Hall had been wiped out, and the influence of the Heavenly Secret Hall had dropped to the lowest point. But the other continents were different, they still had the strong influence of the Heavenly Secret Hall. If they could ambush him today, they might be able to ambush him again in a few days. Lin Fei wasn't willing to be ambushed every day and be affected by that troublesome seal. No one's money came for free. The commotion caused by this storm in the South Cloud continent was not small, and it immediately attracted the speculations of the outside forces. Lianyan continent. Tianji Hall Chamber of Commerce, branch. After suffering a loss the last time, all the branches of Tianji Hall Chamber of Commerce were now heavily guarded. They were worried that the Avengers would make a move. At this moment, the 5 element special envoys that Lin Fei had been searching for were standing in front of a huge screen. This Mu Yen is not easy to deal with. His physical body is not afraid of the seal. Even though his power is sealed, he still has the means to activate the treasure. This is really strange. An extremely cold and emotionless voice was reporting. On the screen, a mass of energy radiated light and transmitted a supreme will. All of you continue to keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, all of you take action. It would be best if you can find out the exact situation of the Avengers. What is the background of this Mu Yen? How could he survive the attack of the 5 elements envoys? In the secret room, the huge mass of energy kept guessing. This result was very unexpected. It was different from what he had imagined. The 5 elements envoys were special creatures. They had fused the power of the 5 elements together, and were transcendentals. The 5 elements seal contained an invisible power that made it seem like someone was sealing you, but in truth, it was the 5 types of power of heaven and earth that were sealing you. You would have to fight against the heaven and earth itself. In such a situation, the other party was still able to escape and withstand the 5 elements envoys' killing move. This was very mysterious. It's good that there's a secret. The ball of power fell into deep thought. I'm finally back. In order to avoid being targeted by the special envoys of the 5 elements, Lin Fei returned to the Emperor Peak of the Expeditionary Empire through the teleportation formation. Lin Fei decided to create a diversion. They definitely wouldn't have expected that the long-distance teleportation formation, which had been monopolized by them, would be as common as cabbages in Lin Fei's world. When he returned to the Emperor Peak, the energy of heaven and earth surged over. However, compared to the ancient Desolation Great World, the difference was obviously huge. The energy of heaven and earth, which he had been interested in the past, was now starting to catch Lin Fei's eye. Tianji Hall has great influence in the Expeditionary Empire and the Demon God Empire. I can take this opportunity to destroy Tianji Hall and open the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Originally, the first auction and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce were to be set up outside. He didn't expect that there would be some changes and they would be set up in the ancient desolation great world. He had planned to take it slow. Tianji Hall dared to ambush him and even send out their trump card, the King of Assassins. If he didn't teach them a deep lesson, they would think that the Avengers were easy to bully. Chapter 2557. Expeditionary Empire. Recently, it has not been peaceful. The two empires have been having small-scale battles at the border. During this period, technological weapons have started to appear on the stage. Different from any other small-scale battles, this type of battle is completely supported by financial resources. It has to be said that this type of battle, building layers of defense, compared to usual, is much more ferocious. When the Expeditionary Empire and the Demon God Empire started the battle, both sides fought fiercely. Avenger No. 1 and Vanguard No. 1 appeared for the first time. As soon as they appeared, they captured the hearts of a large number of warriors. They did not need strength, nor did they need too much skill to unleash their perfect power, forming a line of fire. Lin Fei returned to the Emperor Peak and rested for the night. At the same time, he let the system analyze the collected information. At the same time, some unknown things are happening in the Expeditionary Empire. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong secretly met with a mysterious guest. In the Expeditionary Empire, the fifth prince has quite a bit of influence, especially in the military. He has made outstanding achievements, and even personally controls an army. You guys from Tianji Hall are in a good mood. Why are you here instead of dealing with the Avengers? In the secret room, Fan Qinglong teased the other party. Outsiders may not know about the movements in the ancient desolation world, but they know. Especially Fan Qinglong, who is a member of the royal family, he is very clear about it. Your Highness is indeed well informed. You guys even know about this. The person who came is a middle-aged man, square, with a strong scholarly aura. However, a mere Avengers is really nothing. Fan Qinglong said with a half-smile, is that so? Your five elements envoys attacked Mu Yan, but it does not mean that the other families in the Avengers will not do nothing. A trace of awkwardness flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Your Highness, actually, I came to find you this time because it concerns your future. It depends on whether your Highness is interested or not. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed, he leaned back and changed into a more comfortable position. Something big? Interesting, tell me about it. The middle-aged man didn't care about the indifferent expression on the other party's face and smiled. Your Highness, you haven't had a good time recently, right? Your elder brother has made a great contribution and brought back a large number of Avenger 1 and Charger 1 for the Empire. Now, your Empire is recruiting new people and preparing to build a new technology-based army. The commander of the new army will be your elder brother. Isn't this saying something? Ka-cha. Fan Qinglong slammed his palm on the armrest next to him, and the hard material cracked with a crack. Enough, believe it or not, this emperor will charge you with instigating. The middle-aged man was unmoved and continued, we, Tianji Hall, believe that the fifth prince is the dragon among men, the true son of heaven. Moreover, we have a common enemy, which is the Avengers. We, Tianji Hall, are willing to support His Highness to become the future true son of heaven. For the middle-aged man to dare to say such words in a secret room, he must be extraordinarily courageous. Hee, your words are quite interesting. Do you think it will work? Fan Qinglong's expression was neither happy nor angry, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. If we, Tianji Hall, can't do it, what other forces can? The middle-aged man smiled. The higher-ups know of His Highness' concerns, and specially asked me to pass on a gift. I believe that His Highness will like it, and you can also see the sincerity of Tianji Hall. A box was placed in front of Fan Qinglong. After the box was opened, Fan Qinglong's eyes burst out with light, and his gaze was fixed on the item in the box. Ancient Beast Pill, perfect grade. It will allow His Highness to reach the sky in a single step, and his physical body will break through to the 9th level. Coupled with the hero's armor, which was first developed by Tianji Hall, His Highness' strength will surpass anyone of the same generation in the royal family. Another big box was taken out. After the box was opened, a folded armor was placed on it. Unlike the previous armors, this armor was not flat, but protruded up and down. Hero's armor, the hero's armor that is comparable to the 4 great armors? Fan Qinglong's face finally revealed a trace of emotion. His Highness has good eyesight. The hero's armor's grade is still a little lacking, but it is infinitely close to the 4 great armors. After wearing it, coupled with His Highness's 9th level body, you will be able to display the true power of the hero's armor. Furthermore, our higher-ups have said that if your great emperor has any objections, our higher-ups will stand on your side, and we will not hesitate to send out that person. This temptation was huge. Be it the perfect ancient beast pill or the hero's armor, they were rare treasures. Even an expedition to an empire might not be able to take them out. Don't flaunt your prowess in the outer star fields, your foundation was far from Tianji Hall's. What moved Fan Qinglong the most was the last sentence. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall could dominate an area, and expand its influence to every corner. Although the treasures in its hands were a huge advantage, it was not enough in the eyes of those top experts. They were able to sit in this position, monopolizing all resources, because of that supreme expert. Ancient desolate beast. A top expert, who had even surpassed the 9th level and reached the 10th level. It was because of this existence that Tianji Hall was able to sit firmly in this position. At the crucial moment, if this supreme expert spoke up, even if his father did not agree to it, he would not be able to do anything to him. Fan Qinglong felt that he had stepped onto that throne. Alright, everyone's enemy is the Avengers. As long as you can help me ascend to the throne, there will only be Tianji Hall and the future expedition to the Empire. There will not be any Avengers. As expected of someone born to the royal family, Fan Qinglong immediately expressed his stance. Expedition to an empire, imperial capital. In a secret chamber of an inconspicuous mansion. This middle-aged man was kneeling in front of another person, reporting the situation. The mission is completed. The 5th prince has accepted our gift. We can proceed to the next step. The middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head. In the secret chamber, wind blades were constantly spinning, bringing with them a faint whistling sound. Not bad, you have done well. The 5th prince has fallen into the trap. In front of the middle-aged man sat a mysterious masked man who was sipping tea. You will be in charge of the following cooperation matters. Also, visit the few large factions in the imperial capital one by one. The Su family, the Long family, the Nangong family, all of them must be roped in. Special envoy, don't worry. I will visit them one by one. With our Tianji Hall's offensive, they will definitely become our loyal partners. The middle-aged man said while nodding and bowing. The mysterious masked man put down his cup. This matter is very important to us. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. You have to be careful. Special envoy, didn't our original plan still require some time? Why did we bring it forward? Although our forces have infiltrated the various departments of the Expedition Empire, it is not perfect. The middle-aged man carefully voiced out his doubts. Chapter 2558. Lin Fei did not know that a huge storm was brewing in the Empire Expedition Empire. He also did not know that the Avengers alliance that he had created out of boredom had become an unpredictable factor. Lin Fei felt refreshed after a nap. Sitting in the yard, he browsed through all kinds of statistics. The most eye-catching was that the battles between the princes had become more intense. The first prince, Fan Qingyuan, has made a great contribution this time. It would be strange if the 5th prince is convinced. In the future, the new army will be under the command of the 1st prince. This is equivalent to stripping away the 5th prince's military influence. Lin Fei touched his chin. He was well aware of the impact brought about by the technological storm. It was starting to affect the Empire Expedition Empire. The information also mentioned a few recent small-scale battles. Everyone was evenly matched. This was rare in normal times. Usually, it was the Empire Expedition Empire that suppressed the other party. However, in recent battles, the Demon God Empire had been undefeated. One of the biggest contributions was the strength of their technological weapons. The two empires are testing each other. They will definitely buy weapons and equipment in bulk to have a good fight. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The technological storm was starting to affect the surroundings. This also made Lin Fei realize that this was an opportunity to expand the influence of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Lin Fei left the Emperor Peak. He did not expect someone to come to him. Two maids in black came to Lin Fei respectfully. "Mr. Lin Fei, our 9th princess is over there. She would like to invite you over." The maids were very polite and respectful. Compared to the previous time, they were two extremes. Usually, Lin Fei would not have given them face. However, he was in a good mood today. The impact of the technological storm was starting to take effect. There was nothing better than this. Lead the way. On a peak near the Emperor Peak, Fan Luoyu sat in a pavilion in her palace attire. She looked at Lin Fei, who was walking over, with a rare look of resentment. F***CK, what's going on? Lin Fei was very sharp. He almost suspected that he had seen wrongly. How could this happen? Lin Fei, you've been hiding it from me. I should have known that you were from the Avengers. Fan Luoyu said with a tinge of resentment. Lin Fei wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Fan Luoyu just stared at Lin Fei with hidden bitterness, not leaving his side for even a moment. Lin Fei sat down. "Senior, you must be joking. How did I become a member of the Avengers?" Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes at Lin Fei flirtatiously. "Junior, you can continue to pretend. Back then when you showed the Matrix scroll, I didn't think too deeply about it, but you shouldn't have shown yourself now." Lin Fei immediately knew what she meant. The only way to return from the ancient wilderness world was through the school base. Lin Fei did not return from the school base this time. Instead, he had used his own teleportation portal. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. "Senior sister, you're really amazing. You could even see through me." "Yes, I'm from the Avengers, but I'm just a little errand boy. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Fan Luoyu did not show any signs of disappointment. She still had that resentful look on her face, which made Lin Fei's hair stand on end. "Junior, you don't have much skill in lying. If you were a small errand boy, would you be able to use the long-distance teleportation matrix? Senior, you have at least this much knowledge." Lin Fei looked at Fan Luoyu, who had exquisite features. "Are you trying to get me?" No. I just feel that you're very magical and mysterious." Fan Luoyu chuckled. The feeling of getting the other party was too good. She could finally vent her anger. This princess is not normal today. Lin Fei thought. Could it be that she's trying to seduce me? Lin Fei was shocked by this thought. A princess was trying to seduce him? That was a little ridiculous. "Master, this princess' eyesight is not bad. You must know that a woman's intuition is very terrifying. Once she has identified something, she will definitely not give up. Master has shown a lot of flaws, and it's impossible not to be noticed." The little devil teased Yi Shiwen, which was rare. Lin Fei really believed what the little devil said. She was from the royal family and had an extraordinary status. This Fan Luoyu was not simple either. It was rare for her to be able to understand this from small clues. "Alright, you've seen through me." Lin Fei admitted it. "You're not worried? I'll silence you. You have to know that the methods of the Avengers are not something that just anyone can handle." Fan Luoyu laughed even more happily. "If you were afraid, you wouldn't have come. It's just that you're better than I imagined." She was teasing Lin Fei on purpose. "Just tell me what you want. I do have that bit of authority. But your junior isn't in a good mood now. It'll be a little troublesome if you want to cooperate." Fan Luoyu thought that she had Lin Fei in her grasp. But what kind of person was Lin Fei? He had created the Avengers out of thin air. Everyone believed it without a doubt. How could he be caught by a little girl? After saying this, Lin Fei stood up. That meant to say, take your time. This time, it was Fan Luoyu's turn to be dumbfounded. She had indeed thought that she had Lin Fei in her grasp. That was why she had come to see Lin Fei. The internal situation of the Empire had changed drastically. The Avengers, which no one had really paid attention to previously, had suddenly caused such a stir. After discovering Lin Fei's secret, Fan Luoyu had been extremely excited. She had come as soon as she could. She knew that she was not the only one who knew the secret. Senior Qin Lan might be able to see through it. As Lin Fei stood up and left, Fan Luoyu could not sit still. Lin Fei, you're not allowed to leave. In a moment of desperation, Fan Luoyu shouted. Two maids in black stood in front of Lin Fei like lightning. The princess has said that you're not allowed to leave. Is that so? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. A high-level energy gun appeared in his hands. Then, what about now? Faced with the pitch-black muzzle of the gun, the expressions of the two maids in black changed slightly. They did not dare to move. They were more clear about the power of such high-level energy guns. It was shocking that they had casually taken out two of them. Fan Luoyu's pupils constricted slightly. Although two high-level energy guns were not much, to her. Her guesses had come true. This Lin Fei really has a background. Don't attack. Fan Luoyu restrained the maids. If they really wanted to shoot, no one would be able to stop them, especially at such a close distance. Smart. It's best if you don't attack. Lin Fei smiled. I'm planning to leave now. Goodbye, senior. Fan Luoyu did not know what to say. She let Lin Fei leave, leaving behind a silhouette. Chapter 2559. Lin Fei left with a smile. Damn it. Fan Luoyu stood up and stomped her feet. Is he really not afraid of me reporting him? Fan Luoyu had lost once and thought that she could handle Lin Fei. She did not expect him to not care at all. No, I finally found a lead. I can't let him leave just like that. This concerns the future. Although Fan Luoyu was very reluctant, she suppressed her impatience and chased after him. You don't have to come over. Go back first. Lin Fei is back. On another mountain peak in the Capital Institute. Qin Lan, who was dressed in black, heard the scout's report. She put down what she was doing and was surprised. Why is he back? Shouldn't he be in the ancient wilderness world? He just appeared in the institute. Moreover, the 9th princess of the royal family is with him, the scout continued to report. 9th princess, Fan Luoyu. Qin Lan took this seriously. No one knew better than her what Fan Luoyu was capable of. Anyone who underestimated her would definitely be at a disadvantage. She must have guessed something. Qin Lan turned around and dug out a document from a pile of documents. She frowned slightly. To be able to make Fan Luoyu, the 9th princess, lower her stance, it means that my guess is right. This junior Lin Fei must be closely related to the Avengers. The Capital Institute. A rare scene had occurred. The high and mighty 9th princess Fan Luoyu was actually accompanying a young man. Most importantly, the young man was ignoring her. This made many people feel disappointed and angry. She was their goddess. Someone recognized him immediately. It was the newcomer King Lin Fei who had been in the limelight recently. This was bad. The newcomer King Lin Fei had hooked up with the 9th princess Fan Luoyu. The news spread immediately. No way, how is that possible? Senior Fan Luoyu is my goddess. Why would she like a commoner? It doesn't make sense. Lin Fei must have done something. Shameless, too shameless. Our goddess is not someone he can blaspheme. Senior sister, are you going to do that? Lin Fei said to Fan Luoyu with a bitter smile. Originally, he thought that the other party was going to give up, but he didn't expect that he would use another move. With this move, Lin Fei really couldn't retreat. He couldn't hit him, and he couldn't chase him away either. There was nothing more troublesome than this. Fan Luoyu revealed a hint of pride. As long as she let go of her pride, Lin Fei would be completely under her thumb. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to cooperate with you. It's all your Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's fault. They sold a large amount of treasures, causing your senior sister's position to be in danger. What do you think we should do? Surprisingly, Fan Luoyu acted coquettishly, instantly becoming extremely charming. Lin Fei really had to admit that this Fan Luoyu was very good. She looked like whatever she was dressed up as. It was a pity that she did not come to get a trophy. Did she not see that the surrounding crowd was about to die? You're in a bad situation. No way. Lin Fei really didn't pay attention to Fan Luoyu's situation. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. It's all your fault. That big brother of mine made a great contribution and is about to take charge of a new army. Do you dare to say that this wasn't your fault? Sweat Lin Fei was really speechless. However, on second thought, it seemed like it really had something to do with him. At the previous auction, the eldest prince, Fan Qingyuan, had bought quite a number of items with a large sum of money. It seemed like he had made a great contribution. Actually, I'm really just an errand boy. Fan Luoyu didn't believe Lin Fei's words. The originally honest Lin Fei was now a shameless and cunning guy in her eyes. Humph, who would believe you, my junior Lin Fei? At this moment, an unexpected voice came. I believe Junior's words. Perhaps, he's really just an errand boy. Princess, why are you so stubborn? Qinlan, dressed in a black palace gown, appeared in front of the two of them and looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Both Fan Luoyu and Qinlan were great beauties with unparalleled talent. The appearance of one was already unbearable, let alone two. Who allowed you to come? Fan Luoyu stared at Qinlan in an unfriendly manner and scolded in her heart. I knew this little B***tch would come out and cause trouble. Fan Luoyu was smart to begin with and could tell that Qinlan was extraordinary. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that the only person who could guess Lin Fei's identity other than herself was Qinlan. Qinlan and Fan Luoyu immediately confronted each other. This is the Capital Institute. I really don't know when the princess could give orders in this institute. This time, the two of them were at loggerheads. Junior Lin Fei, I heard that a nice restaurant opened in the capital recently. Why don't we go and have a try? Qinlan extended an invitation to Lin Fei, her voice sweet. Big news, Princess Fan Luoyu and Senior Qinlan are fighting over that man. A senior who was watching from afar almost vomited blood. The two prettiest seniors had actually fallen for Lin Fei. This was definitely the most explosive news in the institute. What made Lin Fei worthy of the two beauties fighting? A flash of displeasure flashed across Fan Luoyu's face. Qinlan, you're playing with fire. Lin Fei isn't someone you can touch. However, she didn't know that this sentence had a completely different meaning in the eyes of outsiders. Can't touch? Can't touch? Immediately, the eyes of some busybodies lit up, as though they understood the meaning of this sentence. Was this the rhythm of being a guest behind the curtain? Qinlan didn't back down. Ever since she relied on the Avengers Alliance, her status in the Demon God Empire had improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, she was the first candidate and had a large group of forces supporting her. This also made Qinlan more assertive recently, and she actually had an imposing manner that was not inferior to Fan Luoyu's. Princess, you're a high and mighty phoenix. When did you start snatching men? Junior Lin Fei has always liked me, not you. Don't you think you're giving Junior Lin Fei a lot of pressure? But I'm different. We have common topics and common ideals. May I ask if you have them? Qinlan walked up and held Lin Fei's left hand. Lin Fei only felt a fragrant breeze, and it smelled very good. Demoness is fickle. Lin Fei lamented in his heart. Fan Luoyu instinctively wanted to retreat. She felt that the meaning of the words were not right when they were said, especially the changes in the expressions of those people, which gave rise to ambiguity. Now that Qin Lan was making a big fuss, she instinctively wanted to leave. Just as she had said, she was a princess, a high and mighty phoenix. There were many things that she couldn't control. This was also why Fan Luoyu wanted to get close to the Avengers Alliance through Lin Fei. This won't do. Lin Fei has a huge secret. My intuition has never been wrong. Perhaps he has a very high position in the Avengers Alliance. Moreover, there seems to be people coming from there. If this goes on, I'll really lose all my freedom. Fan Luoyu's eyes flashed with determination. Qin Lan, you shameless mistress. The person Junior Lin Fei loves is me. Chapter 2560. Breaking news. The ninth princess and Qin Lan share the same husband. Newcomer King Lin Fei has captured the hearts of the ninth princess and senior Qin Lan. Newcomer King Lin Fei has returned and set off another wave. What made the two goddesses fall for the newcomer King Lin Fei? If you want to hear the inside story, please wait for the next time. Very soon, an earth-shattering piece of news spread throughout the Capital Institute. Newcomer King Lin Fei had captured the hearts of two goddesses. When everyone heard this, their first reaction was to wonder if they had heard wrongly. How could two peerless beauties fall for the newcomer King Lin Fei? This was too illogical. No matter how unwilling they were, the news was very vivid. One by one, busybodies stepped forward and kept thinking about what had happened in the morning. It was impossible not to know about it, and they were all dumbfounded. Since when were commoners so popular? At this time, Lin Fei was also having a headache. With two beauties by his side, who knew how many people were envious of him? More importantly, the two beauties did not have good intentions. In order to compete for Lin Fei, they constantly used their bodies to collide with each other. Separated by the thin palace dress, Lin Fei's heart was in turmoil, and he wanted nothing more than to do them on the spot. Once women get serious, they're really hard to deal with. Lin Fei was not afraid of fighting and killing, but there was no other way to deal with women. There was really no good way. Master, if they are seducing you, then you should go ahead and take advantage of them. If you do that too much, they will definitely be afraid. Because women are all reserved. The little demon kept saying, as if she was a woman with a long tongue. Your idea is really unreliable. Lin Fei was speechless. What kind of good idea was this? Who said it's unreliable? This is the best way. Anyway, since beauties are sent to our doorstep, it would be a waste not to take advantage of them. They won't dare to do anything to you. The little demon disagreed. Master, if you don't use this method, then you will have a headache. Lin Fei used his peripheral vision to look at Qin Lan on his left and Fan Luoyu on his right. The two of them were fighting each other, treating him like a battlefield. He was clearly not letting go until he reached his goal. Both of them knew some of his secrets. Even though it was a small secret, it was a big secret in their eyes. One was the saintess candidate of the demon god empire, and the other was the ninth princess of the expeditionary empire. They were both smart people. It seems like he really listens to Little Devil. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that the little devil's words made sense. You too, aren't you tired of pulling me like this? Even if you aren't tired, I am. Lin Fei pointed at a restaurant in front of them. Why don't we go to the restaurant and get a private room? We can sit down and have a chat. No. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan said surprisingly. Lin Fei's face darkened. No, there's no need to discuss anything. Humph. The two of them looked at each other. I'll go then. Both Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan had agreed, but they were still at loggerheads. Both of them stuck close to Lin Fei. I want a private room and a pot of top-grade tea. Lin Fei didn't care about everyone's gazes. He brought Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan upstairs to a private room. Just as they were going up, a person came in through the door and looked around. Then, He turned around and left with a serious expression. This is a big matter. Ninth Princess Fan Luoyu is actually pestering a man. This matter must be reported to His Highness the Fifth Prince. My ninth sister has really fallen for that poor disciple of Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong was in a good mood after negotiating the collaboration. He was arranging things and preparing to go into seclusion. He didn't expect to hear such an interesting matter from his subordinate. Regardless of whether my ninth sister has fallen for that brat Lin Fei, I can make a fuss about this matter. Fan Qinglong was also rather fearful of his ninth sister. She was even more fearful than his elder brother. She was very scary. Fan Qinglong immediately realized that there was something to this matter. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei. He was very displeased with him after failing to recruit him several times. If possible, Fan Qinglong didn't mind killing Lin Fei. With the collaboration over there, Lin Fei's importance could be big or small. Fan Qinglong didn't care much about it. I heard that someone has come over there. Go and pass the news over. Remember, do it properly. Don't let them suspect anything. Fan Qinglong smiled sinisterly. Your Highness, someone has indeed come over there. Moreover, the Crown Prince is personally receiving him. I will do it right away. I guarantee that it will be done properly. No one will suspect Master. I am really looking forward to seeing what Big Brother's expression will look like. I believe it will be very interesting. Fan Qinglong laughed loudly and was extremely sinister. Empire Expedition, Palace. When Emperor Yuanzhang was in seclusion, the Crown Prince, Fan Qingyuan, was supervising the country. He held great power and handled all matters, big or small. Ever since he brought back a large batch of resources from the ancient wilderness world, Fan Qingyuan finally did something big. His father was very happy. That was a rare praise from him in recent years. After that, everything progressed in a direction that Fan Qingyuan didn't dare to imagine. The commander of the new army. This position, which he didn't dare to imagine in the past, was now his. The attitudes of those factions that were still wavering changed greatly. Fan Qingyuan enjoyed an unprecedented power and desire. Everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes. The benefits that came from the auction were not limited to this. For example, an ancient family from the ancient wilderness world came to propose marriage. Emperor Yuanzhang did not reject it and directly arranged for his eldest son, Fan Qingyuan, to handle the matter. This also became the most important matter to Crown Prince Fan Qingyuan. An ancient family. How terrifying was their background? The Empire Expedition looked down on others outside. However, in the ancient wilderness world, where the descendants of the desolate race were the majority, the Empire Expedition's influence was far inferior. If they could join forces, the benefits to the Empire Expedition would be unimaginable. Right now, there was nothing more important than anything else. Brother Xiao, you look talented and elegant. I believe that my sister will definitely like you. As her elder brother, I will also be happy for her. Fan Qingyuan was currently receiving an important guest. That couldn't be better. A middle-aged man said with a dignified expression. His body was filled with the aura of a superior. Our Xiao family has taken a fancy to your Fan family's daughter. That is her fortune. Ordinary people really don't have the qualifications to enter our Xiao family. That's right. Fan Qingyuan nodded and said, how about this, in a few days, I will let your sister come over. Everyone can sit down and get to know each other. Then, we can choose a date for the engagement. All right. The two of them talked for a while before Fan Qingyuan took the initiative to leave. Little Ran, you can come out now. With that said, a white-clothed young master walked out. Just like what was said before, he looked elegant and elegant. He gave people a very comfortable feeling and unknowingly made people feel close to him. Chapter 2561. The dignified middle-aged man nodded. That's right, this first prince lacks a trace of domineering aura, not like Emperor Yuanzhang who dominated the world. If it wasn't for his injuries, Emperor Yuanzhang might have been able to break through to the 10th order, instead of having to go into seclusion to recuperate. What a pity. If there were others here, they would be shocked to hear this. This was explosive news, a true secret. Everyone knew of Emperor Yuan Zheng's reputation. He was an unparalleled fighter in the 9th transformation profession. To be able to bear the word emperor was the best proof. Such a great emperor actually had the chance to break through to the 10th level. Although it was an accident, it showed that his talent and potential were monstrous, far surpassing everyone else. And such a secret, coming from their mouths, seemed like a normal thing. If this got out, everyone would be dumbfounded. I just didn't expect that one of Emperor Yuan Zheng's daughters would have a special body constitution. If not for luck, we might not have met her. The handsome young man smiled and said, "This kind of special body constitution is 1 in a million. This Fan Luoyu has this kind of body constitution. Luckily, her body constitution has not been activated yet, or else the loss would be huge. Otherwise, the daughter of a great emperor would not be worthy of our Shao clan coming in advance. Think about our Shao clan status, even if it's a branch disciple, marrying a princess is already giving us face." Inside story, another inside story. Although the reputation of the great emperor is not as strong as before, there is nothing to be afraid of. However, a tiger will always be a tiger. Even if he is old, he still has the strength to fight. Our Shao family does not have to offend Emperor Yuanzheng. The middle-aged man said slowly, "These days, you should get in touch with Fan Luoyu and try to win over this 9th princess. This will be of great help to you." In the private room of the restaurant, a pot of tea was filled with the fragrance of tea. In the private room, the atmosphere was not quite right. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan stood on one side, glaring at each other, neither giving in, as if they were mortal enemies. "Both of you, this tea is not bad. Don't you want to have a cup? Are you tired?" Lin Fei drank his tea by himself, looking relaxed and satisfied. He looked at the two from time to time, feeling that it was a very interesting thing. As soon as he said this, Lin Fei enjoyed the feeling of rolling his eyes. The lethality was not light. "Lin Fei, you can only be my man." Along the way, Fan Luoyu's skin had also become thicker. Even if she did not do anything, she believed that the entire academy would know about it. "No, he's my man." Qin Lan refused to back down. Qin Lan also found some clues from the clues. This Lin Fei must have a high position in the Avengers. If she wanted to take another step forward, it would be crucial if the Avengers could provide her with help. It was impossible for Qin Lan to give in. If he gave in, he would lose. Lin Fei had a headache. "Enough. If you keep messing around, I'll get up and leave immediately." Lin Fei put down his cup heavily. "If you want something, then show us your sincerity. This is much better than staring at us." Fan Luoyu chuckled and said, "You have indeed admitted it." Lin Fei poured himself another cup. "Actually, there's no point in continuing to hide this, especially in front of two great beauties. It would be a sin to reject either one of them." Qin Lan giggled. "Junior Lin Fei, you're really good at hiding things. I'm getting more and more interested in your Avengers. Senior Qin Lan, your position is actually not low either. You're the saintess candidate of the Demon God Empire. Since everyone has revealed the secret, you don't have to hide it anymore. This way, everyone will be fair." Lin Fei said with a smile, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Qin Lan was not as angry as expected. She smiled and said, "I'm just a little saintess. My status is incomparable to Junior Lin Fei's." Fan Luoyu suddenly stared at Qin Lan and said, "I was still wondering why your information was so simple. So you're the demoness of the Demon God Empire." Fan Luoyu had investigated Qin Lan's identity. The result was simple. She was a very ordinary young lady from a family. She had been busy with other matters at that time and had not thought about it in detail. Now that she thought about it, Qin Lan's style was completely different from that of a young lady from a small family. "9th princess, did I surprise you?" Qin Lan admitted openly. "My status as a saintess is far from yours." Fan Luoyu knew about Qin Lan. She had gone from being a Saintess candidate at the bottom of the rankings to being one of the top 3 Saintess candidates. She had been puzzled before, but now she understood. Perhaps, all of this was related to Lin Fei. You're very good. The demon god empire has a very deep plan. Fan Luoyu laughed coldly. She was even more unwilling to let Qin Lan get close to Lin Fei. She resisted instinctively. However, I'm curious. Can you still stay in the Capital Institute? It's not up to you to decide whether I can stay in the Capital Institute or not. Qin Lan was unmoved. I think you can't even protect yourself now. You want Junior Lin Fei to be your shield. Your plan is pretty good. Unfortunately, the demon god empire is also very well informed. Fan Luoyu, who had seemed to have the upper hand, suddenly had a change in expression. Although she quickly recovered, Qin Lan had still hit the nail on the head. You're talking nonsense. Demonesses like to make things up. Fan Luoyu glared angrily. Only you know whether it's true or not. Anyway, this isn't a secret. Who knows when the news will spread? Lin Fei felt that what he had said earlier was useless. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan seemed to have started arguing again. Lin Fei was also having a headache. Capital City, Royal Palace. 9th Princess has a man. The Capital Institute's newcomer king, Lin Fei. Xiao Ran was dressed in white. He held a slip of paper in his hand. His expression was gloomy and he exuded a cold aura. Xiao Ran might not care about other things, but Fan Luoyu was the person he valued the most. Ever since he had encountered an accident in the ancient wilderness world, he had immediately come to the empire to propose marriage. He was worried that someone else would beat him to it. Others might not know the use of Fan Luoyu's special body constitution. As an ancient family, the Xiao family had collected a large number of books, and there were records of this aspect. What Xiao Ran could not accept the most was that Fan Luoyu had another man. Interesting, really interesting. Whether it's true or not, since I'm here, Fan Luoyu is mine. Xiao Ran's lips curled into a radiant smile. Even if you're the Capital Institute's newcomer king, it won't do. Here it is. Capital City, in a restaurant. Xiao Ran, dressed in white, arrived at the bottom of the restaurant. His elegant appearance, coupled with that faint smile and noble aura, attracted many gazes from time to time. This aura was too extraordinary. Chapter 2562. In the private room. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan were still at loggerheads. Lin Fei was having a headache. It was not easy to get along with 2 women who were too domineering. In the end, he just drank tea by himself and chose to ignore everything else. This made things easier for him. Go on, go on. Lin Fei was happy and relaxed. As time went on, Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan found it boring. Although both of them were domineering, it depended on where they were domineering and who they were in front of. Lin Fei did not belong to that category. With Lin Fei's status, they could not be domineering for the time being. Not going on? Lin Fei laughed. I want to continue watching, to see which one of you is more powerful. Such a scene is something that I will never see again in my life. I might even be able to reminisce when I'm old. Hearing the sarcasm, Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan gritted their teeth in anger. Shameless. Too shameless. Isn't all this for you? Qin Lan rolled her eyes and said coquettishly. In terms of acting, Qin Lan was the best. Fan Luoyu could not do that. Lin Fei picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each of them. Sit down and talk. This person is actually quite easy to get along with. As long as you take out the things, I can apply to get them for you. What a great thing. Why do you have to quarrel and make everyone uncomfortable? This time, the 2 of them did not speak, which was rare. They both realized that if they continued quarreling, there would be no benefit at all. That's more like it. Drink some tea and calm down. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His method was indeed effective. Things would be much simpler from now on. This is it. Before Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan could pick up their teacups, the closed door was pushed open, followed by a flattering voice. Get out. Fan Luoyu was not in a good mood. Now that someone had barged in, she raised her hand and slapped, not even looking to see who it was. Ninth Princess, it's not a good habit to casually hit people like this. It will damage your reputation as a princess. A light voice came from outside the door. Fan Luoyu's casual palm attack had been blocked by someone, and then a figure appeared at the door. You dare follow this empress? Fan Luoyu instinctively revealed a hint of anger after hearing the voice. She stood up with a crash and spoke with a frosty expression. After Qin Lan saw the person who had come, she revealed a gloating expression. No one knew better than her who this person was. It was the person who had proposed marriage to the royal family. Xiao Ran looked at Fan Luoyu, and a tinge of greed flashed in his eyes before he hid it deep within his eyes. Ninth Princess, you have misunderstood. Xiao Ran smiled and said, I just happened to pass by here and heard a familiar voice, so I rashly barged in. Regarding this, I apologize to everyone. Master, this person is lying. The little devil whispered in his ear. Lin Fei also didn't believe this person's words, but what did this have to do with him? He couldn't wait to leave as soon as possible. This person is quite skilled. He came up with an explanation and an apology. Just the first impression alone is enough to make one feel friendly. It's hard to make one suspect anything. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. This kind of person was not easy to deal with. He had both internal and external skills, and it was hard to guard against him. Fan Luoyu also began to suspect. After all, the person who had come was a distinguished guest of the royal family. Not to mention herself, even her elder brother, or even her father, would not easily offend him. These two are your friends, right? Do you mind if I sit down with you? Xiao Ran turned around and said. After entering, Xiao Ran had figured out everything. This ordinary-looking man should be the newcomer king, Lin Fei. Instead, it was the girl beside him who had a different vibe that attracted him a little, but only a little. Lin Fei had no interest in sitting down and chatting with the other party. He didn't even know that he had been tricked. I'm sorry, I have something to do today. I'll take my leave first. Lin Fei didn't need to give face to others. Junior Lin Fei, it just so happens that I have something to do too. Let's leave together. Qin Lan said as she stood up. This little vixen. Fan Luoyu scolded Qin Lan for being shameless in her heart. It was impossible for her to leave at this moment. Xiao Ran was surprised. The newcomer king, Lin Fei, was leaving just like that? This was clearly different from what he had imagined. Weren't you wooing Fan Luoyu? Don't you have the courage to fight with me? What did this look like? That's a pity. It seems like we can only do it next time. Xiao Ran said disappointedly. Yeah. We can only do it next time. Lin Fei said. He didn't break away from Qin Lan's hand and walked out of the door. As he brushed past her, Lin Fei said to Fan Luoyu, Senior, I didn't expect you to have such a good friend. Congratulations. Fan Luoyu glared at him fiercely. Her sharp gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Fei's heart. Xiao Ran smiled. This person was quite tactful. Junior Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to learn how to trick people. The ninth princess will probably hate you to death. After exiting the restaurant, Qin Lan couldn't help but laugh. It was rare for her to let out a sigh of relief. Did I? I don't think so. Lin Fei retracted his hand without leaving a trace. Look, the ninth princess and that man are coming down. Lin Fei looked back in shock. Qin Lan looked over instinctively and saw that the door was empty. She immediately realized that she had been tricked. When she turned back, Lin Fei's figure was still there. He had disappeared without a trace. That B** starred. Qin Lan knew that she had worked for nothing today. She didn't expect Lin Fei to shamelessly slip away and leave her alone. It's all Fan Luoyu's fault. Qin Lan secretly stomped her feet. Now that my identity has been exposed, Fan Luoyu will definitely come for revenge. I have to get ready first. What, they didn't fight? The fifth prince, Fan Qinglong, had arranged for spies to keep an eye on them, but they were disappointed. The newcomer king, Lin Fei, and Xiao Ran, who came from an ancient family, did not fight. This was a little unexpected. They didn't fight. It seems that Lin Fei left on his own accord. Hearing the explanation, Fan Qinglong couldn't help but curse. That lad is really cunning. Could it be that he sensed something, or that he got wind of it beforehand? That doesn't seem very possible. Almost no one knew that Xiao Ran from the Xiao family had come to the empire on an expedition. Only a few people within the royal family knew. It was a completely confidential matter. Fan Qinglong couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only think that Lin Fei was lucky. He had originally planned to sit back and watch the fight. He would be happy if either side was injured. He might be able to escape once, but he might not be able to escape again. Chapter 2563. Because of Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan's entanglement, Lin Fei lost interest in going out and returned to the Capital Institute. Once again, Lin Fei returned to the Capital Institute. The entire institute was about him, and all kinds of rumors about the two women fighting over a husband. On the short road, he lost count of how many times he had been surrounded, but he just couldn't make a move. This made him very speechless. In the next few days, the discussion about Lin Fei did not stop. Lin Fei did not go out. On a dark and windy night, Lin Fei left Emperor Peak using the teleportation formation and came to the Wushuang starfield. Lin Fei was really annoyed. Who knew if Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan would come looking for him? If they did, it would be another problem. Especially the man beside Fan Luoyu, he was also a big problem. Lin Fei did not think he was wrong about this. That man had a lot of background. Xiaoyao Palace. Lin Fei came out of the teleportation formation. Although there was no Lin Fei to manage Xiaoyao Palace, the people he arranged were properly arranged and left for a period of time. Everything in Xiaoyao Palace was developing in an orderly manner. Master, everything is fine. It's just that Mu Haoqiang, the lord of Wushuang City, seems to be up to no good recently. He seems to be connecting something. We haven't found out the details yet. Bai Ziqing, the housekeeper, stood in front of Lin Fei and reported the situation. That Mu Haoqiang seems to have forgotten his pain again. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. Just arrange for people to keep an eye on him. Kill anyone who intrudes into the territory. Later, I will provide you with a new batch of equipment. The territory of the Wushuang starfield was only a place that Lin Fei could spread out. Now, Lin Fei had something important to do. After understanding the situation of the territory, Lin Fei left behind a batch of treasures and resources. Even if Mu Haoqiang really had any ideas, it would depend on whether they had the ability to do so. Lin Fei prepared a big gift for Mu Haoqiang. With the great harvest from the ancient desolation great world, Lin Fei was now filled with confidence. If there was anything to worry about in the territory before, then there was nothing to worry about now. Just the power of a few dozen cannons could easily blast open the gates of Peerless City. For this reason, Lin Fei left behind a few million black crystal cards, enough to ensure that there would be no problems in the short term. The fief belonged to Lin Fei. Even if Mu Haoqiang was 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to attack openly. Sneaky actions would not amount to anything. Lin Fei was even more at ease. He was not in the mood to care about Mu Haoqiang's little tricks. After leaving the Wushuang starfield, Lin Fei headed straight for the most influential rock flame starfield. This starfield was the one that Tianji Hall had the greatest influence in the empire. At the same time, it was also the place where Tianji Hall had first set up a chamber of commerce. It could be said to be another base camp. Lin Fei wanted to deal with the rock flame starfield's Tianji Hall. They had dared to ambush him. Lin Fei wanted them to pay the price. There was probably nothing more satisfying than getting rid of Tianji Hall's headquarters. Lin Fei also believed that this headquarters would be able to contribute many good things to him. The Rock Flame Starfield was one of the larger of the 36 starfields. If they were to rank it according to size, it would be around the top 5. At the same time, the Rock Flame Starfield was rich in energy wall stones. For Tianji Hall to be able to set up a second headquarters there, it was evident how influential it was. As soon as Lin Fei entered the Rock Flame Starfield, he could feel that the heaven and earth energy there surpassed the other starfields. Although it could not be compared to the Emperor Peak, it was still pretty good. When he was at the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei had collected all kinds of information about the Rock Flame Starfield. This was a very powerful starfield. The Domain Master was a trusted aide of the great Emperor Yuanzhang. He was a capable general who had been guarding the Rock Flame Starfield. This Domain Master was very powerful. He was a 9th job professional expert who seemed to have reached the late stage or even the peak stage. At the same time, he also had treasures bestowed by the royal family. He was exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he was decisive in killing, which earned him the fierce name of King Yama. The headquarters of Tianji Hall and the Rock Flame Starfield seems to be in the southeast, near a Heavenly Secrets mountain. Lin Fei opened the system, searched for the location, and flew over. Not long after he flew out, a tyrannical force swept over from afar. Lin Fei immediately activated the shielding function, and the force swept over him. It swept over in a grandiose manner. Is this the omnidirectional surveillance equipment that Tianji Hall tailor-made for the Rock Flame Starfield? Lin Fei had read the information and had a little understanding of the Rock Flame Starfield. This starfield was different from other starfields, especially after it became an important source of energy wall stones. The royal family had very strict management of the Rock Flame Starfield. This was also why the great emperor's trusted aide was stationed here. That should be a detection device. It makes it impossible to hide. Master, be careful. Little Fiend said. Usually, this kind of device won't be able to detect Master's whereabouts. Lin Fei was a lot more careful. Along the way, this force swept over him from time to time, and the interval between each sweep was not long. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei finally arrived in front of a mountain range. The interior of the mountain range was brightly lit, and a huge city stood impressively. That huge city should be one of Tianji Hall's external headquarters. The mountain range outside should be the Tianji Mountain Range. Rumor has it that the royal family bestowed this mountain range to Tianji Hall. At the same time, it also came with more than a dozen energy wall stone mines. Lin Fei stood on a towering tree, looking at the city in the distance, and information flashed through his mind. Little Fiend, give me an omnidirectional scan. This kind of large-scale scan consumed a lot of energy units. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would be reluctant to do so. Now that he was rich and powerful, he really didn't care about such a little bit of energy consumption. Yes, just a little bit. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of Tianji Hall, even if this was a headquarters outside, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Got it. With a kind of energy invisible to the naked eye, it quickly covered the entire Tianji mountain range, scanning every inch of it. This is all money. Lin Fei rarely used this kind of large-scale scan. Looking at the constantly consuming energy units, if he didn't have a certain level of confidence, he probably wouldn't be able to stand still. A 3D image popped up, and every scene was recorded down. What a Heavenly Secrets Hall. Just the Heavenly Secrets mountain range alone, and they have already set up so many traps. Even if a 9th transition professional came in, he would probably lose a layer of skin, and that would be if he was lucky. If he was unlucky, he might even die in this mountain range. After the scan, all the traps in the Tianji mountain range were scanned out. The traps in the eyes of outsiders had nowhere to hide at this moment. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that Tianji Hall was very impressive in this aspect. From the Tianji mountain range to the Tianji Hall headquarters in the middle of the mountain range, they had set up a total of 20 to 30 traps. Chapter 2564. The scan continued. Tianji Mountain Range, Tianji Hall Headquarters. In a secret room at the bottom of the mountain, as the invisible energy swept past, one of the 3 ancient round tables in the huge secret room slowly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. Why do I feel uneasy, as if I'm being spied on? Whoosh. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, and a thick divine sense surged out, covering the entire Tianji Hall headquarters, followed by Tianji Mountain Range. The entire process did not last long. There's actually nothing. A trace of doubt flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes again. At this realm, the middle-aged man was very sensitive to qi, and even the slightest movement would be detected. But this time, under the search of his divine sense, he actually did not discover anything. Elder Yong, you're being paranoid again. A bearded old man on the round table on the left opened his eyes and joked. This is Tianji Hall's external headquarters, and there are a large number of mechanisms and traps. With the 3 of us here, even if the Avengers had 100 guts, they would not dare to behave atrociously here. The last old man also opened his eyes and said disapprovingly. These 3 were all consecrated by the ancient wilderness world, and each of them was at the 9th transformation professional realm. With the 3 of them working together, they could deal with any expert. This time, they were here to prevent the revenge of the Avengers. Tianji Hall had arranged for the 5 elements special envoys to ambush Mu Yen of the Avengers, but they did not succeed. After a discussion with the higher-ups of Tianji Hall, they decided to send experts to guard the Tianji Hall branch, in case the Avengers came to take revenge. Just now, I really felt something, but it was a fleeting feeling, as if someone was spying on our every move. Zhang Yong said with a trace of seriousness. Impossible. No matter what kind of divine sense there is nowhere to hide. Don't forget, we are Tianji Hall. The 2 consecrated did not really believe it. Whether it was in terms of seniority, they were all very old, and their strength was a level higher than Zhang Yong's. They hadn't sensed it, but Zhang Yong had. No matter what, it seemed like he was questioning their abilities. This naturally made them a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yong heard their words and knew that they might not believe him. In fact, he even had some doubts in his heart. Furthermore, the consecrated were stronger than him, but he did not sense it. Maybe he had sensed wrongly. Zhang Yong said with a hint of self-mockery, perhaps I've made a mistake, and my worries are groundless. This is really a tiger's den. After the scan, Lin Fei realized how terrifying Tianji of Tianji Hall was. It's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Others might not be able to, but unfortunately, I really don't care. After a thorough scan, all the secrets of the Heavenly Mystery Mountain Range were revealed to Lin Fei. For example, the 3 9th job transition experts underground had nowhere to hide. Master, do you plan to single-handedly? Little Devil asked curiously. Lin Fei shook his head. No. It's boring to charge alone. Besides, they don't want to see the strength of the Avengers. Your master might not have many things, but he has a puppet army. It's just right. I can deal with the headquarters of Tianji Hall once and for all. At the beginning, Lin Fei did want to charge in alone. Later on, he thought that it was not right. It was a deterrent, but it seemed a little lacking. He might as well do it big. Master, this is a fierce move. All along, the Avengers had always given people a very mysterious feeling, and there were very few people who represented them. If he could use this opportunity to establish his power, he believed that no one would have any doubts. Before that, I have to first set up a large array to prevent them from escaping. I want to catch them all in one go. Lin Fei did not intend to let Tianji Hall go so easily. Although this time, the headquarters of Tianji Hall in the Empire was very strict, and all kinds of traps were activated. In addition, there were many hidden arrays, making this place impregnable. But this time, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was really not enough. Lin Fei began to set up the array. An hour later, Tianji Mountain was covered by a large array. As long as there was a need, Lin Fei could activate the array at any time to cover Tianji Mountain. The array is ready, but it's not enough. Lin Fei sneered and began to move again, looking for the highest peak in Tianji Mountain. Each peak was equipped with heavy cannons. This time, Lin Fei decided to go all out. Heavy cannons were necessary. This was used to destroy the external forces of Tianji Hall. With heavy cannons, then someone would be needed to guard it. Lin Fei did not hesitate to summon the army. Every one of them was holding the number 1 charge. Together with the array scrolls, they would definitely be able to protect them from being breached. 300 heavy cannons, I'm going all out. This was Lin Fei's limit. Even if it was just a round of attacks, it would be enough to make Lin Fei bleed. The brightly lit Tianji city did not know that a terrifying destruction was about to strike. On the city gate, a group of patrolmen was patrolling on the city wall. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing, patrolling in the middle of the night. Could it be that someone dares to attack our Tianji Hall? A patrolman said unhappily. Since the higher-ups passed down the order, these leisurely patrolmen had a hard time. Their days were not easy, and they had to take turns to patrol. Sigh, the higher-ups said that we are tired as dogs. Our Tianji Hall is in the Rock Flame Star sector. We are a local tiger. Even the King of Hell has to give us face. Who dares to cause trouble here? Don't say any more. Bear with it and it will be over soon. If the team leader hears you, you will be finished. It won't be easy for you to get such an easy job again. Everyone looked left and right subconsciously and shut their mouths. To be able to work in Tianji City, even the job of patrolling would be snatched up by others. They were really worried that someone would hear them. Listen, there seems to be a sound coming towards us. The patrolman who spoke first raised his head and looked in a direction. A destructive light appeared in their eyes. Rumble. With a loud sound, this team of patrolmen was drowned. The sturdy city wall collapsed piece by piece. The loud sound was especially ear-piercing. In the silent mountain range, it was especially ear-piercing. What happened? What happened? One by one, they came out of their rooms. Some even rushed into the sky and saw a terrifying scene. With Tianji City as the center and the surrounding mountains, beams of light shot over from afar. They landed heavily on the top of Tianji City, causing loud rumbling sounds. Some experts who had just gone up were directly torn into pieces by the shockwaves from the explosions. Oh no, enemy attack. Chapter 2565. The commotion in the Tianji Mountains was too huge. The terrifying aura descended from the sky, and the deafening rumbles continued. Before the crowd could even react, they were either drowned or torn to pieces by the terrifying air waves. Figures broke through the air and were quickly engulfed by the terrifying air waves. Tianji City, which was originally night like water, had turned into day under this crazy attack. Everywhere was in a mess, and wails could be heard everywhere. Who would have thought that someone would attack Tianji City from afar? Especially in a place like the Rock Flame Star Domain, which was the most influential. Activate the defensive array formation immediately. The 3 high priests in charge of the underground secret chamber immediately took over everything at the scene. The terrifying auras caused them to turn pale. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, they were still greatly shocked. It must be the Avengers. Apart from them, no one else has the ability to do this. Zhang Yong immediately realized that his intuition was right. The Avengers. After a short moment of shock, the other 2 consecrators immediately took command. Oh no, the core of our array formation has been destroyed by them. The defensive array formation can't be activated. Bad news came one after another. The defensive array formation that they were so proud of had failed. The first wave of attacks had destroyed the defensive array formation of Tianji City, causing the rest to be unable to be activated. Immediately organize the Tianji guards and head to those mountains to destroy the heavy cannons of the Avengers. Since the array formation couldn't be activated, they reacted quickly and organized a counterattack. Boom boom boom. Before the 3 consecrators could leave, they were locked on by the terrifying aura. Following that, loud rumbles could be heard, and they were sent flying by the terrifying air waves. This was just the beginning. Trying to stop the counterattack? Easy. Lin Fei stood on the mountain peak and sneered. Under the supervision of Little Devil, the heavy cannons covered the area with attacks, especially on the 3 consecrators. A total of 50 heavy cannons were mobilized to deal with them. No matter where they escaped to, the heavy cannons would not stop attacking. Crazy, crazy. There are at least 20 to 30 heavy cannons attacking. This is too terrifying. It wasn't like they had never seen heavy cannons before. This was the first time that the 3 consecrated experts had experienced such a concentrated heavy artillery attack. The entire Tianji city was under bombardment. Without the effective activation of the defensive array, more than half of Tianji city had already become a wasteland. The various treasures in the eyes of outsiders were completely useless under the bombardment of the heavy cannons. The 3 consecrators became battered and exhausted. Anyone who was targeted by the heavy cannons and could accurately lock onto them was a nightmare for any powerhouse. Hurry up and inform Hades to send reinforcements. One of the consecrated experts was covered in wounds. Under such a ferocious attack, they were unable to split themselves and could only watch as the elites of Tianji Hall were torn to pieces. Now, they could only count on Region Master Stonefire to help. The commotion in the Tianji mountain range was too big. That destructive and terrifying aura soared into the sky. It was hard for people not to notice it. In the first instant, a powerhouse appeared in the darkness. His deep eyes were almost as bright as day, and he could see everything clearly. In the whole world, apart from Tianji Hall, they are the only ones worthy of such a concentrated bombardment. This middle-aged man was full of murderous aura, and he subconsciously revealed a trace of solemnity. It is rumored that the Avengers are a mysterious force. I didn't expect them to attack so quickly. Even the 3 consecrated experts couldn't withstand such an attack. It's really terrifying. This person was naturally Region Master Stonefire. With such a huge commotion, it was hard not to imagine that they would be crushed the moment they arrived. The dignified headquarters of Tianji Hall had suffered a devastating blow. The bombardment from all directions had firmly suppressed the strength of Tianji Hall. They really sent out a distress signal. Region Master Stonefire sighed for the first time. This time, you guys really kicked an iron plate. As a Region Master Stonefire couldn't just sit back and watch. Master, someone is coming towards you. It should be that Region Master Stonefire. Lin Fei had asked Little Devil to keep an eye on the surroundings. Whoever comes, stop, or I will attack. Lin Fei shouted. I don't care who you are. I will kill you without mercy. That person didn't stop. Lock onto him and attack. Lin Fei didn't think of using a sentence to suppress the other party, especially when the other party was a decisive person. A mere threat was really useless. They could talk after a fight. 50 heavy cannons, which were originally attacking, were drawn out and fired wildly. His reaction is so fast. Region Master Stonefire immediately felt that he was locked on by countless murderous intents. This kind of locking was the kind that could not be avoided at all. This is a little interesting. Region Master Stonefire understood why those consecrated experts couldn't avoid it. Anyone who was targeted by this kind of aura would only end up dead. Since you dare to be so presumptuous in the Stonefire star field, I want to see if the Avengers only rely on this kind of heavy cannon to show off. It was strong to others, but it was still manageable to Region Master Stonefire. Transform. Region Master Stonefire's whole body instantly turned into a huge black hole. As soon as this black hole appeared, all the attacks fell into it. When it came out again, it was in the sky above a mountain range in the distance. Loud rumbling sounds continued, the earth shook, and rocks flew everywhere. On the ruins of the almost completely destroyed Tianji city, the pressure on the 3 consecrated experts lessened a lot. They noticed the situation in the sky. It's Yama, Region Master Stonefire is here. Zhang Yang's embarrassed face finally showed a trace of joy. This is Yama's infinite black hole. Yama's famous work, no one can break it until now. They looked at the black hole in the sky, deep in their eyes, there was deep fear. It was said that Yama, the Region Master Stonefire, had terrifying strength. It was said that there was a move that no one could break until now, and it was this move in the night sky. Attack transfer? Lin Fei's pupils shrank slightly. What kind of profession is this? With this move, there is no doubt that he will become the Region Master of the Stonefire Star Field. Who dares to oppose him? This did not mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Analyze the opponent's move immediately. Lin Fei had seen too many experts, but few of them could make people's eyes light up. This Region Master Stonefire was one of them. Region Master Stonefire, the Avengers have invaded. Please suppress them. Tianji Hall will be very grateful. Zhang Yong pleaded. Tianji Hall will definitely reward you handsomely. Chapter 2566. Territorial Lord Stonian's move was really powerful. Infinite Black Hole. The destructive attack of the heavy artillery could not threaten the infinite black hole at all. It was easily diverted away. It could be said that with this move, he was already in an invincible position. The experts from the big families who came from afar saw the fight. They were not surprised by Territorial Lord Stonian's strength. There was no doubt about the strength of the strongest person. Those look like heavy artillery. There are too many of them. They must be from the Avengers. Extravagant, truly extravagant. When those experts saw this, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. All this time, all along, the news about the Avengers had been scattered. This time, it was undoubtedly the first time that they mobilized hundreds of heavy artillery to carry out a carpet attack. Looking at the ruins of Tianji City, everyone realized how scary the Avengers alliance was. Everyone knew how scary this place was. It was like a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Even they had to be careful. Yet, the Avengers alliance easily destroyed everything in Tianji City. Now they even forced Territorial Lord Stone Yan, the King of Hell, to take action. Your Excellency, surrender. Territorial Lord Stonian's voice came from the black hole. Seeing that you are from the Avengers, I can spare your life. Territorial Lord Stoneyan gave face to the mysterious Avengers. If it was any other time, he would have killed him without saying a word. An Avengers that could mobilize hundreds of heavy artillery was a threat to any force. Territorial Lord Stoneyan was also worried about the Avengers' large-scale revenge. Not killing him was already showing mercy. Ordinary people really did not have this kind of treatment. Ha ha ha, Territorial Lord Stoneyan really knows how to talk. Tianji Hall ambushed Lord Mu Yan, the person in charge of the Avengers. So what if we come for revenge? It's impossible for us to surrender. Tonight, Tianji City must be destroyed. I also advise Territorial Lord Stoneyan, you'd better not interfere in this mess, lest you find trouble for yourself. Lin Fei's loud voice spread out all at once. This was considered a self-introduction. So it's revenge. Regent Lord Shi Yan had more or less heard some rumors, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If it was possible, he really did not need to go against the Avengers. Just look at the situation of Tianji City, it was almost completely destroyed. Countless disciples of Tianji City had died, and it was a mess. The three experts of the consecrated realm were beaten to the point where they could not fight back. This is His Majesty's empire, and it is also under my jurisdiction. I will give you one more chance. Stop your attacks and I will let you go. Regent Lord Stoneblaze changed his words. He had learned his lesson. Tianji Hall could not be offended. The Avengers could not be offended either. This was the consensus of the Empire. It wasn't worth it to offend anyone. The three consecrated experts who were hiding from the attacks of the heavy cannons were happy at first. Regent Master Rock Yen was famous for his decisiveness in killing. Anyone who came to cause trouble, as long as the Regent Master took action, would definitely die. They were still very happy. King of Hell was a stinky rock, but at the critical moment, he was still reliable. As long as they killed the people of the Avengers, even if they lost half of the 500 heavy cannons, they would still have made a great contribution. Moreover, in the future, if the Avengers came again, Regent Lord Shi Yan would be at the forefront, blocking in front of them. It would be an additional layer of protection. Regent Master, this won't do. We can't let them go. How many disciples of our Tianji city have died because of them? Zhang Yong's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. The Avengers broke into the field of Rock Yen's star. They are looking down on you, Regent Master, and they have offended the great empire. People like them must be killed without mercy. None of them can be spared. They could not sit back and watch the people of the Avengers leave. Regent Lord Shi Yan was strong, and the three experts of the consecrated realm could only talk. They really did not dare to use Tianji Hall to pressure him. They were not that stupid. Humph, it is not your turn to decide how to deal with them. If it were not for you, they would not have come to the field of Rock Yen to make trouble. Regent Lord Shi Yan snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out, and the void exploded. The three experts of the consecrated realm felt a chill in their hearts, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They no longer dared to look at Regent Lord Shi Yan. When King of Hell was angry, that was the most terrifying thing. Lin Fei would not accept the kindness of the other party. Have you analyzed it? I don't believe that his infinite black hole can withstand a large number of attacks and transfer them. Since he was here, Lin Fei really wanted to make a name for himself. If they were scared off by Regent Lord Shi Yan's words, who would care about the Avengers? Maybe a large group of tigers and wolves would pounce on them and swallow them whole. Soon, Master, continue to attack, and I will be able to measure the specific data. After Regent Lord Shi Yan displayed this move, Lin Fei let the little devil analyze the limits of the infinite black hole. This kind of move must have a tolerance range. On this point, Lin Fei was very confident. Leave? That's impossible. Unless Regent Lord personally defeats me, they will die today. Lin Fei's attitude was very unyielding. All 500 heavy cannons were taken back. If he did not crack the infinite black hole move, Lin Fei would really have some pressure if he wanted to destroy Tianji City. The 500 heavy cannons changed direction without any hesitation, and all locked on to Regent Lord Shi Yan. The sky was full of destructive light beams, and the whole night turned into day. This was a big movement. Who had seen 500 heavy cannons firing at the same time? That was a spectacular scene. This also caused the surrounding experts to pull back one by one. They all had different expressions. At least they had seen the horror of the Avengers. This kind of method to deal with people and families was completely one-sided. Let's go and kill that guy. The pressure on Zhang Yong and the others was relieved, and they realized that their opportunity had come. They were in a sorry state and looked terrible. They were no longer as calm and composed as before. They looked like stray dogs. If it weren't for the arrival of Regent Master Shi Yan, they would have been buried in the ruins tonight. Yes, now is the time to kill that guy. Without that guy to control these heavy cannons, he is nothing. The three of them were very experienced. How could they swallow such a big grievance? The three of them each took out a part of a large volume and quickly assembled it into a piece. It was not much different from the heavy cannons. It seemed to be a cannon, but a special energy card was installed on it. Vacuum Million Flames Cannon, kill. A red light beam shot out from the cannon and landed heavily in the area where Lin Fei was. With a crash, everyone seemed to hear the sound of breathing, and the area was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Whoosh! 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 Large tracts of the void were burned. Chapter 2567. Vacuum 10,000 Flames Cannon. The expressions of the bigwigs in the distance turned solemn, revealing a deep sense of dread. It's rumored that this is one of the 10 greatest treasures of Tianji Hall. It can instantly produce a terrifyingly high temperature that can burn anything into nothingness. Even a 9th transition professional expert wouldn't be able to withstand it for long, one of the big shots said with lingering fear. The scene was filled with the sound of people drawing in cold breaths. The big shots had different thoughts. Of the 10 great treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall, most of the people present had only seen a few of them. Those who had actually seen them were mostly non-existent. This treasure made them extremely fearful. How could it be possible to research such a destructive attack? If it was used against an entire clan, wouldn't that clan's name be erased? Ha ha ha, the Avengers Alliance is nothing. This time, you must die. Zhang Yong shouted excitedly. No one has ever survived the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon. Humph, this is what happens to those who offend our Tianji Hall. The three consecrated experts were very agitated. Although they had wasted a precious special energy card, it was still a great achievement to be able to eliminate a leader of the Avengers Alliance. After all, there were still 500 heavy cannons waiting for them. They were really looking forward to the other party dying in their hands. They were very confident in the power of the 10 greatest treasures. They were famous. If the other party hadn't gained the upper hand right from the start, they wouldn't have used this treasure. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, before they could get over their joy, the 500 heavy cannons suddenly changed directions and instantly fired. 500 beams of light rained down, completely drowning them in it. Loud booms rang out incessantly. The scene turned into a huge crater. This was only the first wave. The second wave of attacks came. Before the attack stopped, the third wave came. It was a truly destructive attack. This made those people's scalps go numb. Under such an attack, no treasure could defend against it. The big shots felt a tinge of fear. They decided to instruct their clansmen not to offend the Avengers Alliance, let alone intervene in the battle between the two. No matter if it was Tianji Hall or the Avengers, they were both special forces. The entire Tianji city was almost in ruins, and this was the best proof. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, that area was too horrible to look at. The third expert sent by Tianji Hall had disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt that he had been turned into ashes. Such a way of dying was absolutely terrifying. There was nothing more terrifying than this. They had died without being able to retaliate. Those were 3 consecrated experts, 9th job professionals. Who would have thought that a 9th stage professional expert would be reduced to ashes in just 3 waves of heavy artillery attacks? There's no way to compare. Even if it's us, it's the same. Fortunately, we didn't go up to help Tianji Hall. Who could withstand a heavy artillery attack? Right now, everyone was paying attention to that area. Was the leader of the Avengers dead? He had just been attacked by one of the 10 great treasures, and very few people could withstand it. The power that exploded out in that instant was enough to destroy an entire city. Tianji Hall was guarded by powerful forces, and these treasures were the key to establishing its reputation. The vacuum cannon of 10,000 flames was one of the treasures with a fearsome reputation. Basically, people or forces that had been attacked by this treasure had all ceased to exist. Therefore, it had left behind a terrifying reputation. Upon hearing about this treasure, everyone's first impression was that it was terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. It was a truly terrifying treasure. They did not think that the other party would survive. Domain Lord Stoneblaze had returned to his true form. He did not care about the death of the 3 consecrated experts from Tianji Hall at all. When they were attacked by the second wave of heavy artillery attacks, the 3 consecrated experts had been reduced to ashes. Under such a lock-on attack, it was impossible for them to escape. Domain Lord Stoneblaze only cared about whether the leader of the Avengers was all right or not. In fact, even he did not expect this. He did not expect that the 3 consecrated experts would bring out such a treasure. The surrounding 500 heavy artillery attacks were still very tempting to Domain Lord Stoneblaze. The 10 great treasures of Tianji Hall are indeed powerful, but it's a pity that they are still a little lacking. Under everyone's attention, a young man walked out from the ball of fire. There was not a trace of him on his body. The flames that could burn people into nothingness were automatically isolated from the young man. I'm really sorry. They are dead, but I am alive. Lin Fei walked out calmly and said to Domain Lord Stoneblaze, I don't know if Domain Lord Stoneblaze still intends to obstruct me. After all, they are all dead. there seems to be no reason to intervene. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to curse. He had almost been tricked. This treasure of his opponent's was so lethal that it had almost cost him his life. In this wave of consumption, Lin Fei's energy consumption had reached a terrifying figure. Anyone who saw this would feel heartache. In this short period of time, he had consumed more than 100,000 black crystal cards. At this time, Lin Fei was in a very bad mood. If not for the recent increase in his wealth, Lin Fei would have been killed on the spot just for this treasure. In fact, even he did not expect that the destructive power of this treasure would be so great. It had forcefully consumed more than 100,000 black crystal cards. What kind of concept was that? Domain Lord Stoneblaze looked calm on the surface, but his heart was not. Others might not know the power of this treasure, but he knew it clearly. He knew its power better than anyone else. What treasure did he use to block the power of the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon? Could it be that the Avengers are so strong? This was something that Domain Lord Stoneblaze could not figure out. Because the lethality of this treasure was so overbearing, even he could not use his divine sense to check it out. This is the star area under the jurisdiction of the Expeditionary Empire. Your Excellency has started a massacre here. If I do not give an explanation, I will not be able to explain it to everyone. As long as you come with me, I promise that nothing will happen to you. This was, in fact, a compromise in disguise. Since the vacuum 10,000 flames cannon had been blocked, Domain Lord Stoneblaze naturally did not dare to take it lightly. If he really killed the other party, there would be more trouble. He might as well ask him to go back. Please go back. Domain Lord, show me your true strength. Domain Lord Stoneblaze said. Then I am coming. Although he had only fought with Domain Lord Stoneblaze once, Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Heavy artillery, attack, 500 light beams bombarded Domain Lord Stoneblaze. Infinite black hole. Just like last time, the black hole appeared and diverted all the attacks. You are going to lose. An indifferent voice. It came from behind Lin Fei. Domain Lord Stoneblaze walked out. God's Seal. Chapter 2568. T. H. F. K. V. S. I. R. 4. 2. I. R. 6. U. S. Xianxia, Region Lord Stoneblaze, your doppelganger is not bad. Facing the sudden attack of Region Lord Stoneblaze, Lin Fei's expression did not change much. Now I'll show you the formation scrolls of our Avengers. Activate. A formation scroll was torn apart by Lin Fei. Whoosh. A huge shield appeared in front of Lin Fei, protecting him tightly. The God Seal fell on the shield and released a terrifying power. The entire shield exploded into pieces in an instant. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Crash. As soon as the formation exploded, another shield appeared. There was almost no time to stop, and it was perfectly connected. The power of the God Seal was too great. It was like a king who ruled over the world, constantly smashing the shields formed by the formation scrolls. One shield after another was torn apart, and then another was formed. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little surprised. The God Seal was something he had researched for thousands of years. It could seal any master, but he did not expect it to be so easily blocked by his opponent. Heavy Mountain Seal. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze put his hands together and formed another seal, pressing towards Lin Fei. As soon as this handprint appeared, it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Even the onlookers who were not facing it could feel the weight of a mountain, as if they were facing a chain of mountains. Unhurriedly, Lin Fei took out a dozen or so formation scrolls. Have a taste of the power of my formation scrolls. More than 10 formation scrolls were all opened, releasing a terrifying power in front of Region Lord Stoneblaze. When one of the array scrolls was opened, Domain Master Stoneflame sensed that his hand's seals had become slower, as if his speed was being restricted. This was just the beginning. Another formation scroll turned into a gravitational force that pressed down from the sky. Another formation scroll was opened, and a blazing high temperature formed in the surroundings. The entire space was burning with crackling sounds, and the temperature was unbearable. Increase your power to the limit and destroy this doppelganger in one go. Lin Fei threw out another handful of array scrolls. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and they formed a dazzling attack that dazzled the eyes of the crowd. Is that a weakening formation scroll? Also, that's clearly a highly toxic effect. There seems to be a gravity scroll. This is too complete. Seeing the large number of array formation scrolls attacking with different effects, the powerhouses watching outside frowned. Not easy to deal with. They really could not think of a solution. There's me inside, and you inside. It's extremely dangerous, and you might fall into a trap if you're not careful. Many people had heard of array formation scrolls, but not many had actually seen them. Region Lord Stoneblaze was not able to dodge the attack of the array formation scrolls. He was still hit by many of the scrolls' effects, which affected his speed. Boom! At this moment, the 500 heavy cannons changed directions and attacked. The change was too fast. Region Lord Stoneblaze knew that things were not going well. He was locked on by 500 chi movements and was drowned in them. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, he finally killed this doppelganger. Region Lord Stoneblaze, thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei continued to stand inside the shield. He cupped his hands and said to Region Lord Stoneblaze, who had recovered his figure in the distance. After losing a doppelganger, Region Lord Stoneblaze's face turned a little pale. Ri's invincible attack had been defeated for the first time, and he lost a doppelganger. He could not believe it was real. Your moves are indeed brilliant. You controlled 500 heavy cannons by yourself, and you did it so smoothly. This is an eye-opener for me. Region Lord Stoneblaze said calmly, however, I'm afraid you can't leave the Stoneblaze Star Zone. Our people had always said that the Avengers were very mysterious. Region Lord Stoneblaze had never believed it. Tonight, he finally believed it. The Avengers were indeed very capable. It was not easy for them to control 500 heavy cannons so smoothly. It was even more commendable that they could hit accurately in an instant. Region Lord Stoneblaze could not help but worry about Tianji Hall. Was it worth it to offend such a powerful and mysterious force? The answer did not seem to be very good. However, Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little unwilling to let the other party leave just like that. Lin Fei smiled and said, since Region Lord Stoneblaze is unwilling, let's continue. I have many array formation scrolls. I just don't know how many doppelgangers you can release. Boom. The 500 heavy cannons increased their power and shot again. Region Lord Stoneblaze opened the infinite black hole again. This time, Region Lord Stoneblaze felt a little strained. It seemed that the power had increased a lot. How is this possible? The power of the heavy cannons has increased again. This time, the voice of the other party came to Lord Stoneblaze's ears. Region Lord, the power of the heavy cannons of the Avengers is different from that of Tianji Hall. For example, the power that attacked you just now was at level 3, but now it is at level 4. Although this move of yours is very powerful, if the 500 heavy cannons become 1,000, I don't know if it will reach your limit. According to my speculation, your infinite black hole can only support the attack of 600 or 700 heavy cannons. Region Lord Stoneblaze's heart skipped a beat. How did he guess that? He knew the limits of the infinite black hole best. Although it was easy now, the attack of 500 heavy cannons was almost at its limit. Especially after losing one doppelganger, it was much more difficult to deal with it. The fact that the other party could see through and guess the limit in such a short time made Region Lord Stoneblaze worried. Moreover, the power of the heavy cannons seemed to be more than level 4. If it was level 5 or even level 6, Region Lord Stoneblaze could not guarantee. This was a huge headache for him. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze, this move of yours can deal with level 4 heavy cannons. It's still very good. Why don't you let me change it to level 5 heavy cannons? I'll help you test the extent of your limit. The voice of the other party came again. Our Region Lord Stoneblaze's heart sank. The power of level 4 was obvious to all. If it was level 5, it would be really embarrassing. After some hesitation, Region Lord Stoneblaze felt that there was no need to fight to the end with the people of the Avengers. In order to resolve this matter, he had paid a great price, especially to support the infinite black hole. If Region Lord is willing to make peace, I can make my own decision and give you 20% of the profits of Tianji City. How about it? Are you tempted? Our Region Lord Stoneblaze was stunned. Is this a bribe? 20% of the profits. Region Lord Stoneblaze was a little tempted. As the Region Lord of this star region, there were many good things in Tianji City. Although it seemed to have been destroyed, there were probably still a lot left. How about it? Have you thought it through, Master? Actually, the enmity between the Heavenly Mystery Hall and the Avengers has nothing to do with you, Master. You even tried to stop it personally, but you were powerless. Don't you think so? After all, everyone saw it. Lin Fei continued. Fine, 20% of the profits won't do. 30%. Chapter 2569. V. N2. D. C. S. U. CJKJCK. E. RNB. The battle between the Lord and the leader of the Avengers shocked all the big shots present. The terrifying power of 500 heavy cannons was enough to make anyone stop underestimating the Avengers, and start to take the infinite power of the Avengers seriously. For the first time, they realized that martial prowess was not the only deterrent to the outside world. The powerhouses of the 8 and 9 refinement classes realized that there was a new way to attack in the future. Those who were well informed began to understand the true meaning of the path of science and technology. We really can't be enemies. The local tyrant of the Tianji Hall has finally met his match. The Avengers destroyed Tianji City and uprooted one of their external headquarters. They are mortal enemies now. Everyone thought that the Stone Yen Zone leader would take the other side down, but no one expected that after a series of attacks, the zone leader would take the initiative to retreat and leave a cold sentence. Your Excellency's strength is astonishing, but I don't want to see both sides suffer. You may leave now. The Stone Yen Zone leader's words stunned everyone. He gave up just like that? They had never seen the King of Hell, the Stone Yen Zone leader, be so amiable. Last time, he was not ruthless. This time, the sun really rose from the west. The Tianji Hall has offended us. Although we have destroyed all of them, the things here will be the Avengers' compensation. I hope the zone leader has no objections. The Stone Yen Zone leader turned around and left without saying a word. The big shots of the various factions were shaken. They had hoped that the Stone Yen Zone leader would stand up and say a few words. In fact, they also coveted the treasures of Tianji City. What? You seem to have objections. Lin Fei glanced at them. Fear crept into the hearts of all the big shots when they were glanced at. The master of the Flaming Stone region was known as the King of Hell, and he didn't dare to make a move. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to go against him. 500 heavy cannons? Do you think it's a joke? No problem. Why would we have any objections? Lin Fei really didn't take them seriously. Zhao Fu activated 200 of the cannons and ordered the soldiers to wipe out the remaining forces of Heaven's secret city. In less than an hour, the people of Heaven's secret city had either been captured or killed. The entire Heaven's secret city had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. The big shots could only watch helplessly. He really didn't have the courage to snatch it. The 200 heavy cannons were constantly emitting a terrifying aura from their black muzzles. No one could guarantee that they would survive the bombardment of 200 heavy cannons. The 3 enshrined masters of the Tianji Hall were the best proof. After 3 waves of attacks, not even their bones were left behind. Rearly in the morning. The news that Heaven's secret city had been destroyed by the Avengers spread throughout the Flaming Stone region, causing an uproar. Who didn't know how powerful Heaven's secret city was? It was filled with all kinds of traps and treasures. In the Flaming Stone region, it was known as the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. No one had expected Heaven's secret city to be destroyed just like that. The people from the Flaming Stone Starfield heard the news and came. When they saw the ruins of the Tianji city, they couldn't imagine that this was the Tianji city of the past. They couldn't help but gasp. It was too terrifying. That was everyone's thought. When they found out that it was the long-range bombardment of 500 heavy cannons, they were stunned speechless. The Avengers. At noon, a white-haired old man appeared, followed by several angry people. When they appeared, the people around them shuddered involuntarily. Their killing intent was too strong. They really destroyed a heavily guarded Heaven's secret city. They won't rest until we're dead. A young man behind him exclaimed. Several fierce gazes shot over, and the young man didn't dare speak. Elder Yuan, I just found out. I heard that the Avengers used 500 heavy cannons to bombard the city. We couldn't fight back at all. A middle-aged man said with a frown. 500 heavy cannons. Yuan Kun shook his head. They really did come for revenge. When the 5 Elements envoy failed, I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't expect them to have so many trump cards. They destroyed Heaven's secret city as soon as they arrived. We all underestimated them. Ever since the Avengers appeared, they had become the nightmare of the Tianji Hall. Even now, they were still the nightmare. They had destroyed a Heaven's secret city for a person in charge. That was a slap in the face. Didn't Yama do anything? He did, but he couldn't do anything to the people who came this time. The middle-aged man said with a hint of anger. I think Yama didn't even plan to use his full strength. He just wanted to see the Tianji Hall suffer. Only the Heavenly Secrets Hall would dare to say such words without care. Let's go. Yuan Kun turned around. Let's withdraw our branches immediately. Don't leave a single one behind. We don't want to become targets of revenge again. Elder Yuan, but we'll lose too much if we do that. The Tianji Hall covered a large area of business in the 2 empires. Once they withdrew, they would lose a lot of business. Everyone would realize that the Tianji Hall was afraid of the Avengers. Losses? What are those losses? Yuan Kun snorted. If the Avengers hadn't interfered, we would have left this place anyway. Now they've done us a huge favor and saved us a lot of trouble. But before we leave, we still have to pay King of Hell Shi a visit. The domain leader's mansion, the capital city of the Shanyan Starfield. Domain leader, Yuan Kun of the Tianji Hall has gone too far. The meeting room of the domain leader's mansion. The domain leader's personal steward, he was very angry. Yuan Kun and the others had come to criticize him. The domain leader Shi Yan was very calm. Yuan Kun is an old fox. He wouldn't come to our domain leader's mansion if he didn't have a reason. Look at how angry he was from the beginning to the end. It was just an act. Yuan Kun was in charge of managing the Tianji Hall. He had a lot of prestige in the 2 empires. Many people wanted to curry favor with him. Everyone in the 2 empires knew this white-haired old man, Yuan Kun. No one dared to underestimate this person. He was too good at scheming. They didn't know when they were being schemed against. So, Yuan Kun is just here to go through the motions. Is he plotting against the Avengers again? This explanation doesn't make sense. Yuan Kun is powerful, but he may not be able to withstand the revenge of the Avengers. The steward continued to frown. They can do whatever they want in the Shanyan Starfield, unless I'm not here. Chapter 2570. The Stoneflame Star Field was in an uproar. Tianji City was a dangerous place, but it was easily breached by the Avengers. Many people died, and many were injured. The huge treasures fell into the hands of the Avengers. This naturally made countless people envious, but at the thought of the terrifying deterrence of 500 heavy cannons, they completely gave up on that idea. Not many people would be willing to throw away their lives. Even the Stoneflame Territory Lord did not care. Even if they went, the result would be the same. Night fell. Domain Chief Manor, capital city of the Stoneflame Territory. The Stoneflame Territory Lord sat alone in the back garden of the Domain Chief Manor. He was enjoying himself, and the serious aura he had during the day was gone. "Lord, you are in a good mood." Without warning, a voice came from the back garden. Lin Fei, dressed in black, quietly appeared. "You really came. The people of the Avengers are really bold." The Stoneflame Territory Lord was slightly surprised. Since coming to the back garden, the Stoneflame Territory Lord had been paying attention. He quietly released his divine perception, but still did not find anything. The other party has a treasure that can hide his aura. This is the only explanation. The Stoneflame Territory Lord thought to himself. Lin Fei swaggered over to the Stoneflame Territory Lord and sat down. "If you are not bold, you can't do anything. You can only guard your achievements for the rest of your life. There won't be too much risk. You are quite confident in yourself." Region Lord Stoneblaze sneered, "Now you've become famous again. Tomorrow, the entire empire will know about it. This is like roasting this region lord. You should know that the person in charge of external affairs of the Heavenly Secrets Hall came in person." This matter had caused a lot of commotion. The Stoneflame Territory Lord was more or less in trouble. This trouble naturally came from Tianji Hall, and it was not easy to deal with. Everyone has to have confidence in themselves. Lin Fei smiled, not caring about the change in the Stoneflame Territory Lord. "So, I came. Won't you buy me a drink? After all, we still have a chance to be partners." Ever since the Stoneflame Territory Lord was given the title of King of Hell, he could not remember anyone who dared to speak to him like this. "You're really not bad." Region Lord Stoneblaze took the initiative to pour a cup of wine for the other party. "Drink this cup of wine and leave the things behind. You can leave. I'm afraid that if this continues, I won't be able to control myself and kill you." He had always been a fair and serious person. Region Lord Stoneflame did not like the person in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the mysterious Avengers backing him up, he might have already killed him. That person sat in front of him with a grimace. "I don't think you'll let me go even if I drink this glass of wine." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, picked up the cup, and drained it in one gulp, revealing an expression of enjoyment. "Good wine, this must be at least 1,000 years old." 3,200 years. Lin Fei praised, "Good wine." As a region lord, Stoneflame Region Lord naturally wouldn't drink wine that was too bad. The 3,200-year-old collection wasn't too good. "Now I can take the item. Here you go. I'm a man of my word. I mean it." Lin Fei threw out a storage ring, an extra-large one. "Check it yourself. There's a list here. I believe you'll like it." Region Lord Stoneflame was indeed a little surprised. It seems that the Avengers really don't care much about the things in Tianji Hall. They took 30% of the items just like that. Holding the list in his hand, Region Lord Stoneflame glanced at it casually. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seemed that his 30% of the items were a little too generous. Everyone knew the heritage of the headquarters in Tianji City, but they would never have thought that the collection inside would be such a terrifying figure. It was unimaginably rich. "How about it, Region Lord? Are you satisfied?" Lin Fei could easily sense the slight emotional change of Region Lord Stoneflame. This is a genuine 30% of the items. I believe it will greatly improve the strength of the Region Lord's subordinates. The 30% of the items in the large storage ring were very substantial. This made Region Lord Stoneflame very happy. With this 30% of the items, the strength of the Region Lord's mansion would be greatly improved. The items in Tianji Hall were still very reliable. Not bad. The Avengers are really a little unusual. The 30% of the items that Region Lord Stoneflame mentioned was nothing more than to express his attitude. If both sides were to suffer, no one would benefit. He had to maintain his peak strength at all times. It could be said that the 30% of the items was nothing more than to save face. The only thing he didn't expect was that the other party really came and gave him 30% of the items. The amount was substantial and the sincerity was full. Lin Fei really didn't think much of it, but it didn't mean that others didn't. It's fine as long as the Region Lord is satisfied with the items. Actually, I came here tonight to discuss something with Region Lord. I believe you will be very interested in this. Lin Fei said. Looking at the 30% of the items, Region Lord Stoneflame was in a much better mood. At least, the Avengers were very good at doing things. It was not in vain that he helped them block Yuan Kun. Say it. Region Lord Stoneflame was rarely in a good mood. We swept the headquarters of Tianji City and collected a lot of treasures. Although we gave 30% to Region Lord, we still have 70% of the items. I just don't know if Region Lord has the guts to eat the remaining 70%. Lin Fei said lightly. Region Lord Stoneflame's pupils shrank slightly and returned to normal. He was shocked. You want to get rid of this batch of items? 30% of the items was enough to make Region Lord Stoneflame's life worthwhile. The doppelganger that had been destroyed previously was now a trivial matter. He didn't need to care about it. Now, the other party wanted to sell the remaining 70% of the items in Tianji City. Region Lord Stoneflame was really moved. Even if he ate 30% of the items, the strength of the Stoneflame Star territory would also grow to a terrifying level. As for whether Yuan Kun would come looking for trouble, it would depend on whether they had the guts to do so. Your Excellency, do you think I can eat it all? Region Lord Stoneflame said calmly. Lin Fei said, in this world, there are many people or forces that can eat this amount of resources. Region Lord, you have the support of the great emperor of the imperial family. A mere batch of items is nothing. As long as you digest it, your strength will increase greatly. And this is because I think Region Lord is not bad. Otherwise, I would turn around and look for other buyers. I believe they will be very interested. For example, the Demon God Empire. They have been making a lot of noise recently. Such a batch of items can have a great impact on the situation. How dare you! Region Lord Stoneflame was furious, and his cold eyes swept over. Chapter 2571. Region Lord Stone Yen finally bought 70% of the resources of Tianji City from Lin Fei. 70% of the resources was very meaningful. Even if he had to pay a high price, Region Lord Stone Yen had to buy it. Lin Fei also gave him a preferential price. 70% of the resources would only cost him 30 million black crystal cards. It sounded like an astronomical figure, but it was a very favorable price. No matter what, I made a profit this time. After watching the other party leave, Region Lord Stone Yen announced to the public that he was going to go into seclusion. In fact, his real body went to the capital to meet the doppelganger of the great emperor. Master, you are so bad. You said it was 70% of the resources, but it was only 40%. After leaving the domain lord's mansion, the little devil's voice was heard, followed by a smirk. We have to maximize the benefits. Anyway, Region Lord Stone Yen doesn't know the real situation. He will only believe that we are honest. Lin Fei smirked. Master is so bad. It seemed that 70% of the resources were sold to Region Lord Stone Yen, but in fact, Lin Fei still had 30% of the resources. It was not the best way to give everything to one person. Lin Fei directly chose two buyers. One was the expeditionary empire behind Region Lord Stone Yen, and the other was the Demon God Empire. It would be best if the two empires were evenly matched. If it was one-sided, he would have nothing left. After returning to Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Fei contacted Demon General He Yi of Black Iron City. Now that he was in control of Black Iron City, he had absolute power here. This time, Lin Fei was going to give this credit to He Yi. As long as he handled it a little, it would be hard for the Demon God Empire not to be moved. After all, the Expeditionary Empire had invested 30 million black crystal cards in one go. They would definitely be able to suppress the Demon God Empire in a short time. Lin Fei needed to wait a little longer. He would make the most out of the remaining benefits. This was also a talent that a businessman should have. After resting for a day, when Lin Fei continued to pick out a few branches of Tianji Hall outside, he was surprised to find that the Tianji Hall branches outside were all closed and empty. Even the treasure of Tianji Hall had been taken away. This made Lin Fei a little puzzled. Are they going to retreat or are they going to retreat? After going around in circles, Lin Fei gave up on the idea of continuing to sweep through Tianji Hall's branch. Who knew what they were up to? He had destroyed one of Tianji Hall's headquarters outside and collected tens of millions of black crystal cards. He was quite satisfied. In the Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Fei opened the system and displayed the information of a new batch of treasures. These were all contributed by Tianji Hall. For Lin Fei, who did not have many treasures on hand, this contribution from Tianji Hall was enough to satisfy the needs of a chamber of commerce. It was more than enough to satisfy the needs of a chamber of commerce. Although each of the treasures had to be modified and consumed a certain amount of energy, it was not a problem for him. The advanced energy gun is not suitable. A top-notch energy gun is a must. The top-notch energy gun had been copied and modified. It was extremely lethal and had a terrifying and dangerous aura. A shot like this would consume a lot of energy. Each shot would consume 10,000 black crystal cards. Such a huge consumption. Naturally, its power was ridiculously great. For the time being, Lin Fei planned to equip a small part of it. Such a consumption was a little too much for him. Hundreds of thousands of black crystal cards were gone in a blink of an eye. The news of the destruction of one of Tianji Hall's headquarters outside spread to the two empires and the nearby star fields. The news of the bombardment of 500 heavy cannons caused an uproar among all the forces. Usually, the forces with 40 to 50 heavy cannons were complacent. However, when they heard that the Avengers had deployed 500 powerful heavy cannons to deal with Tianji Hall, they completely lost the desire to show off. Comparisons were odious. The Avengers bared their fangs. No one was willing to face the attack of 500 heavy cannons. It was not that easy to avoid. Tianji City in the rock flame star field was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, but it was still blasted open. Even the three consecrated experts were killed. The Avengers were indeed too terrifying. Even the rock flame domain master, who was known as the King of Hell, could not defeat them. In the end, he could only let them go. This was enough to show how powerful the Avengers were. Just when everyone was looking forward to Tianji Hall's reaction, something unexpected happened. On the other hand, the Heavenly Secrets Hall had evacuated all of their branches. They had disappeared without a trace in a single night. They almost suspected that they had been wiped out overnight. This situation was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Was Tianji Hall retreating? If not, how could they explain it? This fact was somewhat beyond everyone's imagination. No matter how they looked at it, this situation did not match the swift and decisive style of Tianji Hall. It could be said that Tianji Hall's action had dumbfounded everyone. Tianji Hall's action instantly boosted the momentum of the Avengers. The word retreat could easily be associated with another word. Everyone thought that the person in charge, Yuan Kun, would fly into a rage and counterattack the Avengers. His actions caused others to suspect that something had gone wrong within the Heavenly Secrets Hall. For a moment, there were all kinds of guesses and rumors. Surprisingly, after Tianji Hall chose to retreat, the Avengers did not seem to make any moves. It was as if they had mysteriously disappeared. Those forces that were looking forward to the Avengers opening a chamber of commerce in other star fields were happy for nothing. For example, the royal family and even the royal family of the demon god empire. No one was more eager than them. Emperor Peak. After Tianji Hall evacuated, Lin Fei stayed for a few days before returning to Emperor Peak silently. Although he had disappeared for a few days, the people in the academy did not know about it. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he was immediately surrounded by gossips, which made Lin Fei speechless. What was there to be surrounded by gossips? Perhaps because he had not seen anyone for a few days, the gossips were extremely excited, so Lin Fei could only return to Emperor Peak, wondering if he should return to the ancient desolation world. After all, he had done what he had to do. Tianji Hall had suffered a huge loss and they had all evacuated. They might be plotting something. As Lin Fei was preparing to return to the ancient desolation world, a few days later, a piece of news spread in the imperial capital, shocking everyone. The 9th princess wants to form a marriage alliance with the ancient Xiao family. Listening to the information they had gathered, Lin Fei was quite surprised, that which was right. At that time, Lin Fei did not quite believe it. After hearing the news, he immediately thought of a person. Looks like it's that Xiao Ran. He's fair and clean, but I don't like him. Anyway, he's not a good person. The 9th princess Fan Luoyu was beautiful, but Lin Fei did not really care. This was equivalent to her marrying into a rich family. Chapter 2572. Empire Expedition, Princess Residence. No, I will not marry a disciple of the Xiao family. Her cold voice was filled with unprecedented firmness. The sudden marriage had broken all of Fan Luoyu's preparations. Before she could think of a solution, her brother had already negotiated with the Xiao family on behalf of their father. This was a marriage based on power. Fan Luoyu was naturally disgusted. Even though Xiao Ran was very handsome, for some reason, she always had a slight resistance in her heart. Fan Luoyu expressed her thoughts directly when her brother Fan Qingyuan came to the princess residence. 9th sister, actually, it's not a bad thing for you to marry Xiao Ran. As one of the more outstanding disciples of the Xiao family, your future is bright. Fan Qingyuan consoled. Empire Expedition was a big country, and their father was a great emperor with great influence. However, compared to the ancient Xiao family, it was really nothing. Recently, that old fifth seemed to have given up, but Fan Qingyuan didn't think so. That younger brother of his would definitely not give up. Sooner or later, he would have to face him. Subconsciously, he wanted to find a strong helper. If this matter could be handled well, Fan Qingyuan would be able to form a relationship with the Xiao family, and he would be more confident in going against his brother. Therefore, Fan Qingyuan came to do the ideological work. This time, Fan Qingyuan was a little disappointed. No matter what, he had tried all sorts of methods, but 9th sister still had a cold expression and was determined not to agree. The marriage between the royal family and the Xiao family was their father's idea. As the executor, if Fan Qingyuan did not handle this matter well, who knew what kind of bad impression he would leave? This matter had to be successful. 9th sister, your marriage was approved by father. Whether you agree or not, as a member of the royal family, father has the right to decide everything about you. From today onwards, you can stay in the princess residence until the day of the engagement. Hearing her brother's words, Fan Luoyu was unhappy. What right do you have to restrict me? Even though you are the eldest brother and the eldest prince, it does not mean that you have the right to control me. Fan Luoyu resisted fiercely. Now, you can leave. My princess residence does not welcome you. Fan Qingyuan had no choice but to say something harsh. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. I have already mobilized a team of guards. You just have to wait for the engagement. After a while, Fan Luoyu's maidservant returned from outside. Princess, the outside is already guarded by the guards. Tell the outside world that someone is here to cause trouble, and we are not allowed to go out. Fan Luoyu had never thought that her elder brother would be so determined. Princess, the first prince has sealed off the outside world. What should we do then? Fan Luoyu said angrily, even if you beat me to death, I will never marry that Xiao Ran. He's a sanctimonious person, but he's just a villain. But this is His Majesty's will, Princess, the maid carefully said. Fan Luoyu's petite body trembled slightly. She was not afraid of anything except that extremely strict father. It did not matter which prince it was. You are not allowed to come in, this is the princess mansion. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by the voice of a maid. I'm the fiancé of the princess. Can't I come to take a look? This is something that your first prince has agreed to. All right, you can step aside now. A refined and courteous young man walked in from outside the door. It was the elegant Xiao Ran. What are you doing here? Fan Luoyu said snappily. When he saw Xiao Ran, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Xiao Ran was not angry at all. He said calmly, Your Highness, please don't be angry. I know that this matter has developed too quickly. You and I haven't known each other for long and we are very unfamiliar with each other. However, from the moment I saw you in the ancient desolation world, I realized that I had fallen deeply in love with you and I was unable to extricate myself. Hence, I'm here. I don't wish for you to marry someone you don't like, and I am the person you will like. In terms of talent, those geniuses are not my match, because their horizons are too narrow and they won't be able to achieve much in the future. However, I'm different. I'm a member of the ancient Xiao family. Fan Luoyu was not like those ordinary girls who would be tempted with just a few words. It was because Xiao Ran was very eloquent. His tongue was like a lotus flower, and one would be tempted by his words if they were not paying attention, and would unknowingly lose their judgment. Unfortunately, Fan Luoyu was very determined, and would not be tricked so easily. Young Master Xiao, I still have matters to deal with today, so I won't be receiving you. Men, send the guest off. Fan Luoyu turned and left, leaving her back to Xiao Ran. Please, the maidservant said coldly. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Xiao Ran's eyes, before returning to normal. Then tell the princess that when I'm in a good mood, I'll visit her again. After leaving the princess residence, Xiao Ran shot out a cold glare. I was born in the ancient Xiao family. Logically, Fan Luoyu, who was born in the royal family, should not have any resistance. There must be something strange about this. Xiao Ran was very good at analyzing people, and very quickly, he felt that something was wrong. With his status, basically no woman could escape from his grasp. Fan Luoyu's huge reaction was not right. Wait, could it be because of that lad? Xiao Ran very quickly caught a clue, and a person appeared in his mind. Could it be that the newcomer king, Lin Fei, has unknowingly stolen the princess' heart? Xiao Ran had always been very confident in his judgment. It can't be wrong. It must be that Lin Fei. Princess, it's not good to agitate him like this. The trusted maidservant beside her said worriedly. Fan Luoyu resisted this marriage from the bottom of her heart. Logically, this situation should not have happened, but for some reason, she subconsciously resisted this young and promising Xiao Ran. Isn't Xiao Ran outstanding? Fan Luoyu asked herself, and at this moment, a person appeared in her mind. How could it be him? Lin Fei's image appeared in her mind. On Emperor Peak, he had used the heaven-ascending steps and heaven-defying 9 steps, suppressing everyone with unparalleled elegance. Fan Luoyu was momentarily stunned. How could I like someone like Lin Fei? He's shameless, thick-skinned, and chauvinistic. At this moment, Fan Luoyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was a princess, and yet she was attracted to a poor disciple. She had unknowingly compared the two of them. In comparison, the gap between Xiao Ran, the direct descendant of the Xiao family, and Lin Fei was not as great as she had imagined. The Xiao family, an ancient family. Chapter 2573. Lin Fei did not know that he was being targeted. 9th Princess Fan Luoyu wanted to have a marriage alliance with the Xiao family's Gu family, but Lin Fei did not feel much about it. Instead, he felt that the two of them were a good match. In this world, there were still many people who dreamed of marrying into a large faction and becoming a young madam. They could also help their family and enjoy limitless glory. This was the dream of many people. Lin Fei only wanted Fan Luoyu to not harass him. Fortunately, the Emperor Peak's formation was always open, so Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu did not come. This saved him a lot of trouble. The trouble did not leave as expected. Before Lin Fei could return to the ancient desolate great world, Qin Lan took the initiative to look for him. She stood outside the Emperor Peak and attracted many people to watch. Why is she here? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Lin Fei did not care much about this, but he was not happy about it. What is this witch trying to do? With no other choice, Lin Fei opened the formation and let Qin Lan in. I knew that my man would let me in. Qin Lan changed her tone and became delicate. She even wanted to lean on him. Her fragrance was very tempting. Is she trying to use a beauty trap? Feeling the fragrance, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He clearly understood that the matter in the Flaming Stone Star region must have spread. The Fiend God Empire must be tempted by that batch of resources. Apart from this reason, Lin Fei could not think of any other explanation. Stop, stop. This can easily cause misunderstandings. I don't want to be surrounded by senior sister's pursuers. Lin Fei waved his hand, just say it. I still need to go into seclusion. Qin Lan did not believe Lin Fei's words. Last time, she hated him to the point of gnashing her teeth. He actually left a beauty like her outside and did not know how to take pity on her. He was too hateful. My man really knows how to joke. Those experts of the academy have all gone to the ancient desolate great world. How many of them are your match? Qin Lan laughed. Every time Qin Lan saw the helpless look on Lin Fei's face, she felt very proud. Lin Fei had always believed that as long as a girl was open, no one would be able to resist her. For example, Qin Lan in front of him. This kind of action was very unbearable. Well, I'm not that easy to be fooled. Just tell me your intention. If you don't want to tell me, I will send you out of here. I'm quite capable in the territory of Monarch Peak. Lin Fei quickly interrupted Qin Lan. Qin Lan rolled her eyes and said bitterly, you are the weirdest person I have ever seen. In the Demon God Empire, Qin Lan had countless pursuers, but none of them were like Lin Fei. She was just short of saying, I've already sent myself to you, so why don't you do it? Are you really a saint? To be able to make Qin Lan have such thoughts, one could see how angry she was. She almost suspected that her appearance was not good enough. However, when she was outside, everything returned to normal. Actually, my goal is to maintain world peace. Before I achieve my goal, I am not interested in anything. Lin Fei said seriously. Qin Lan rolled her eyes again. She really did not believe Lin Fei's words. In this world, how many people could really maintain world peace? I'm here for the batch of resources from Tianji City. I wonder if you are interested in selling them to our demon god empire? Qin Lan said seriously, that batch of resources is useless to your Avengers Alliance, but it is very useful to our demon god empire. As long as you ask, we will buy it. The matter in the Flaming Stone Star field was too shocking. Especially when it happened in the Empire, it was hard for the Demon God Empire not to pay attention. Tianji City was the headquarters of the Tianji Hall to the outside world. It was a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Many famous people had died in it. In the eyes of the public, it was an unbreakable fortress. However, this unbreakable fortress was turned into ashes under the artillery fire of the Avengers Alliance. The entire Tianji Hall was also razed to the ground. It was really an earth-shattering matter. The abnormal behavior of the Heavenly Secret Hall had left the spectators dumbstruck. This was different from the usual behavior of the Heavenly Secret Hall. However, they could see that the Heavenly Secret Hall seemed to be afraid of the Heavenly Secret Hall. This also caused some forces to become restless. For example, the higher-ups of the Demon God Empire. After tasting the benefits of the technological weapons, their ambitions began to grow. Especially after many small-scale battles, they fell in love with the superiority of the technological weapons. They loved them so much that they could not put them down. As a headquarters, Tianji City had accumulated countless resources. Now that all of them had fallen into the hands of the Avengers Alliance, the Demon God Empire naturally had thoughts. If they could buy it, it would definitely play a terrifying role in the future war. They might even be able to suppress the Expedition Empire in one fell swoop. Qin Lan came. As the person who contacted the Avengers Alliance the most, Qin Lan acted as the contact person without hesitation. The Demon God Empire also paid more and more attention to it. You're late. The things have been disposed of. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully. Lin Fei was naturally aware of the ambition of the Demon God Empire. They had always aimed to defeat the Expedition Empire. How could they miss such a good opportunity? How is that possible? Qin Lan was a little incredulous. There were not many people or forces who could buy this batch of materials. Even if it was cheap, it would still be a huge number. Lin Fei spread his hands. I really don't have to lie to you about this. There are many ambitious people. There will always be some who are hiding their strength. It's normal for them to join forces and take it all. Qin Lan almost believed him, but on second thought, she seemed to have realized something. Then, she smiled sweetly and said, Junior brother, you said before that you were just a small leader. How can you be so clear about this kind of thing? You must know the quantity of this batch of materials. In such a short time, you might not sell all of them. Moreover, even if you do, you definitely won't sell all of them. You need to maintain the balance of power. Lin Fei really admired Qin Lan. She could think of so many things in such a short time. As she said, a one-sided situation would definitely not happen. That would be equivalent to missing out on huge benefits. I didn't expect senior sister to be so smart. Lin Fei said. Listening to the vague words, Qin Lan knew that she guessed right. Lin Fei definitely still had things in his hands. His position might be much higher than she thought. The Demon God Empire is very sincere in buying the remaining batch of materials in Junior's hands. You can name the price. The Demon God Empire will not have any objections. Qin Lan was very concerned about this batch of materials. The higher-ups had also said that the other party could name the price. Technological weapons now determined the balance of the battlefield. Chapter 2574. P.S. I accompanied my wife to the northwest and was delayed for 2 days. I'm sorry, I was supposed to update in the morning. 21. What was the reason? His account password was wrong, and he had been troubled until now. Sad, in the end, Qin Lan still returned empty-handed. She left with a tinge of disappointment. However, as she left, scenes flashed before her eyes. There was a hidden meaning in Lin Fei's words, which gave Qin Lan a glimmer of hope. What a cunning junior. From the beginning to the end, he never rejected the Empire's request. All he did was raise the price for the Avengers. What a good-for-nothing fellow. It won't be easy for the Empire to obtain this batch of resources from Tianji City. Knowing that Lin Fei was preparing to demand an exorbitant price, Qin Lan couldn't help but feel hatred. The Empire needed this batch of resources. The news spread at the fastest speed. The Demon God Empire was generous for once. They held a secret meeting on the same day to discuss this matter. In the end, they unanimously agreed that no matter what price they had to pay, they had to obtain this batch of resources. The abnormal actions of the Heavenly Secrets Hall caused all the other powers to have different thoughts. If they couldn't do it in public, they could do it in private. Qin Lan's side undoubtedly had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Their chances were greater than any other power. No matter what the price is, as long as it's reasonable, the Demon God Empire will agree. After receiving the news, Qin Lan revealed an expression that said, I knew it. As her status rose in the Empire, the upper echelons of the Empire had no choice but to pay attention to the relationship between Qin Lan and Lin Fei. Especially after witnessing the capabilities of the Avengers, some of their actions in private had been restrained. In the Empire of Expedition, a side hall in the palace was now the resting place for VIPs. Our Shao clan also needs the batch of resources in the hands of the Avengers. Shao Ran was sitting opposite someone. In front of them was a chessboard with black and white playing. He held a round black chess piece in his hand and revealed a hint of surprise. Then, he placed a chess piece in one of the positions. Recently, the shocking news of Tianji Hall's headquarters being destroyed by the Avengers had spread to both the outside world and the outside world. The Shao family had their own intelligence agency, so they knew the situation in more detail than outsiders. The middle-aged man on the opposite side smiled. Originally, our Shao family didn't need to care about this. However, the Gu family, Tian family, and other families are secretly preparing for war to enhance their family's overall strength. If our Shao family doesn't want to fall behind others, then we need to arm ourselves. No one can stop the storm of technology. Since we can't resist, we might as well accept it. Shao Ran was silent for a moment and put down a chess piece. Has the family found the contact of the Avengers? The middle-aged man paused and said an unexpected name. The new star of Imperial College, Lin Fei. Shao Zhigang took out a chess piece and couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. It's actually him. How is this possible? At first, we didn't quite believe it either. Later, after a secret investigation by our spies, we confirmed the other party's identity. That new star is very likely to be a chess piece supported by the Avengers. A glint flashed in Shao Ran's eyes. So he has such an identity. No wonder Fan Luoyu is so interested in a disciple from a poor family. Shao Ran, that Qin Lan you met is not simple either. She is the saintess candidate of the demon god empire. According to our intelligence analysis, Qin Lan is currently very strong among the saintess candidates. At the same time, she is also the biggest competitor to become the future saintess. Before this saintess candidate was not well known. The reason why she could become the biggest competitor is because of the Avengers' saintess candidate Qin Lan. This time, the clan requests that you must obtain that batch of resources from Lin Fei's hands. This will be of great help to our Shao clan. At the very least, we can close the gap between the other clans. Furthermore, apart from our 8 great clans, not many other clans would dare to take this batch of resources. The middle-aged man said solemnly. In that case, I will go and meet this Lin Fei, the new star of Imperial College. Father. The Imperial Palace was the most powerful place in the empire. The eldest prince, Fan Qingyuan, showed a rare look of respect and sincerity, and his eyes were shining with admiration. Not far from him, on a tall throne, sat a middle-aged man. He looked like he was in his 30s and was very young. The only difference was that his deep eyes were like a vast starry sky, making people not dare to look directly at them. This person was the emperor of the expedition to the empire, Fan Zhanlei. Even though this Fan Zhanlei was only a doppelganger, he still had unfathomable strength. You have been doing well recently. This doppelganger was the same as the real person. His tone was neither light nor heavy, but it gave Fan Qingyuan a lot of pressure. Even though his strength had increased a lot recently, he was still very afraid of his father. This is what I should do. Fan Qingyuan did not dare to raise his head. Ever since he could remember, Fan Qingyuan was very afraid. Even after he grew up, it was still the same. Fan Zhanlei held the throne with both hands, and his eyes shone with a deep gaze. What should be yours will be yours. Don't reach out for what isn't yours. As long as you remember this, you will never be at a disadvantage. Fan Qingyuan felt a little guilty. I understand. During this period of time, with the Avengers Alliance's auction, he had made great contributions to the empire, and the power in his hands had become very big. Even many families had subtly leaned towards him. His power had reached its limit, and there was a certain degree of self-aggrandizement. When his father said this, he naturally felt guilty. Father, are you saying that I should get in touch with those big families? Fan Qingyuan did not dare to be sure, but he still had to pretend to be honest and fearful. Now, I will give you a task. You must handle it well. Fan Zhanlei's doppelganger said. You must handle this matter well. Fan Qingyuan was delighted. I will definitely complete the task. The Capital Institute's newcomer king, Lin Fei. According to the analysis of the spies, he should be the person in charge of the Avengers Alliance's expedition to the Empire. What you need to do is to get in touch with this Lin Fei, and get this batch of resources from Tianji City. He is the person in charge? How is that possible? Fan Qingyuan cried out. The Avengers Alliance's influence was getting bigger and bigger. Fan Qingyuan was very clear of their importance, but he had never expected it. That Lin Fei of the commoner family was a member of the Avengers Alliance, and from the looks of it, he was the person in charge. There is nothing impossible in this world. The voice from the throne rang out. There are only things that you can't think of. Although the batch of resources in Tianji City is nothing compared to the Avengers Alliance's, it is still a very impressive product. No matter what, you must get it. The 8 big families have also received the news, and will probably send people to get in touch with Lin Fei. You must be prepared, in case they catch you off guard. Chapter 2575. In the suburbs of the imperial capital. In a luxurious mansion. Such a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital. 21. In the minority, they were either nouveau riche that had just risen to prominence or local tycoons from foreign star fields. The mansion in front of them was one of them. Holy Virgin, the news has spread. I believe that all the forces know about Lin Fei. The show is about to start. I heard that the eldest prince and the Shao family are about to make a move. A low voice was heard in the secret chamber of the mansion. If anyone heard this, they would be shocked. The news of a person was actually leaked by a saintess. Well done. Now let's see how that little bitch can compete. Opposite the man in the secret chamber sat an enchanting woman. A hint of resentment flashed in the depths of her green eyes. If Qin Lan were here, she would definitely recognize her. This enchanting woman was one of the saintess candidates, and she was originally one of the 3 saintess candidates. Now, with Qin Lan's ascension, she was forced to be the 3rd saintess candidate. She had stolen the limelight that belonged to them, and her influence was increasing day by day. She had vaguely become a great worry for them. This was not good news for them. Therefore, after some maneuvering, they finally found a clue and discovered the secret behind it. Therefore, this scene happened. Whether it was the Demon God's Empire or the Expeditionary Empire, the news that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers began to spread through all kinds of intelligence. After all, Lin Fei was too famous. It was impossible not to notice him. After contacting each other, no one doubted the news at all. They believed it to be true. Holy Virgin, we just need to sit back and watch the fight. I'm really looking forward to this day. Qin Lan thinks that she can reach the heavens in a single step. Then, I'll make her fall from wherever she stands up. I'll make her suffer a crushing defeat. If I do it well, maybe. Ha ha ha, giggles echoed in the secret chamber. The speed at which the news spread was very fast. Especially when it was done deliberately, it was difficult not to be noticed. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was the head of the Avengers. Everyone was quite interested in Lin Fei, who was born in a poor family. Before this, there had been people who wanted to study him, but to no avail. Now that the news had spread, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers. After connecting the dots, everyone no longer had any doubts. It's hard to imagine. It turns out that Lin Fei is from the Avengers. It's normal for someone from the Avengers to have this talent. Maybe the Avengers have some kind of potion to enhance their talent. Lin Fei didn't leave Emperor Peak. My information has been exposed. As the news spread outside, Lin Fei was also the first to know. Don't forget about the existence of the little devil, who was constantly collecting information. When the news spread, the system would know and quickly gather information about it to Lin Fei. Seeing this news, Lin Fei was stunned. F***ck, how did it get leaked? Could it be that Qin Lan, or the ninth princess of the empire? Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. So far, only the two of them knew about his information. As for the rest, no one knew about it for the time being. However, now that it had been exposed, Lin Fei really didn't want to see it happen. Master, news about you can't be hidden from everyone, especially from your whereabouts. Moreover, the identity of the ninth princess and Qin Lan may be a secret in the eyes of ordinary people, but it's not a secret in the eyes of those big families and even the domain lords. It's hard for them to not know that they're close to you. The little devil attacked mercilessly. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Actually, I think so too. It's only a matter of time before it gets exposed. After all, I have many secrets on me. If I meet someone with ulterior motives, it'll be easy for them to see through me. I really can't blame anyone. The news had spread without warning. Lin Fei really wasn't that unhappy. Lin Fei, who was originally prepared to watch Tianji Hall's action, had to deal with what was coming next. Find out for me who leaked the news. I believe that person must still be in the imperial capital. They must be hiding somewhere, sitting back and watching the show. They might even be watching the tigers fight. Lin Fei had almost all the news in the empire. And if such news was leaked, it would definitely be someone's enemy. Such a person would definitely not leave easily. This gave him a chance. I'll check it right away. I promise I'll find out who it is, who can tell me what this means. Why would Lin Fei's news be leaked? In a luxurious mansion. Qin Lan was furious, her face filled with murderous intent. At this time, Qin Lan really wanted to kill someone. Just in the morning, Qin Lan received news that Lin Fei was an Avengers. This was not a small blow to her, and it would completely affect the upcoming cooperation deal. Qin Lan's subordinates all lowered their heads. Everyone could feel the endless murderous intent from the Saintess. They had rarely seen the Saintess angry. Saintess, this news spread too fast. We didn't have time to investigate. One of the subordinates said in a low voice. Qin Lan's face was frosty. It was just as the subordinate said. After knowing the news, it spread too fast. No one had time to stop it. Coupled with Lin Fei's identity, it was hard not to take it seriously. Go and investigate it right away. Qin Lan hated this troublemaker to the core. Right, use our Demon God Empire's secret intelligence department to investigate which saintess of the Demon God Empire has been absent recently. Qin Lan quickly calmed herself down and looked for the mastermind. She immediately suspected those saintess candidates. So far, those saintess candidates were the most unwilling to see her take the throne. I hope it's not you, otherwise, Qin Lan's murderous intent flashed. How did he get exposed? Ninth Princess Fan Luoyu also received the news immediately. Could it be Qin Lan who leaked it? No, it can't be her. There's no need for her to do this. This doesn't fit her style. Fan Luoyu was rather surprised. Princess, the entire imperial capital is basically discussing this matter now. It's said that many forces are beginning to stir, seemingly wanting to gain benefits from Lin Fei. Chapter 2576. Capital Institute, Director's Office. The news had spread to the outside world. As the director of the Capital Institute, he was naturally the first to know about it. Old director, I didn't expect such a person to be hiding in our institute. The Avengers are really generous. I wonder what they're planning and what they're plotting. The old director could not help but sigh as he listened to the people around him. I'm surprised as well. Everyone knows that the Avengers can produce such a talent. It's a pity that the news was leaked at the wrong time. As someone who had been through this, the old director knew better than anyone else that someone was pushing this from behind the scenes, targeting Lin Fei. That's right. Indeed, it's not the right time. All the major forces will have their eyes on Lin Fei. Especially since the Avengers have been quite active recently. The disciples of Tianji Hall and the Capital Institute will probably be the first to make things difficult for him. The Capital Institute was very famous in both the inner and outer worlds. Naturally, many of the disciples of Tianji Hall studied here. Once the news spread, it was inevitable that they would make things difficult for Lin Fei. The old director smiled. Since Lin Fei is a member of our institute, I have a duty to protect him. As long as I'm around, no one from the outside can interfere. As for those inside, Lin Fei will have to deal with them himself. I think he should be able to handle them easily. After all, he's this year's newcomer king. The news spread very quickly. The people in the Capital Institute soon found out. Although the most powerful batch of Capital Institute students had gone to the ancient region, the Capital Institute was still full of geniuses. No one dared to underestimate them. In one of the courtyards of the Capital Institute, there were many people standing inside and outside the courtyard. They all looked at the person in the innermost circle, their eyes filled with reverence. Tianji Hall's most powerful genius in the Capital Institute, Ji Xinglin. This genius was recognized as one of the geniuses in the Capital Institute. He was no weaker than the geniuses of the Long family, Su family and Nangong family. In fact, he was much stronger. Brother Ji, the Avengers destroyed our Tianji city. We must avenge them no matter what. It would have been fine if we didn't know about Lin Fei's background, but now that we know, whether it's true or not, we have to vent our anger on Lin Fei. That's right, even the academy can't stop us. Everyone was very excited. Many of the disciples of Tianji Hall who were present were from Tianji City. They were usually in groups, and even disciples from big clans did not dare to provoke them. Naturally, they had developed a domineering temperament. Ji Xinglin was one of the best among them. Ji Xinglin, who was born in Tianji Hall, was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. At the same time, he was also a very scheming person. He had always been firmly in the forefront. Brothers, I'm already aware of this matter. Ji Xinglin waved his hand at them, and the crowd quietened down. Tianji City was destroyed, and our relatives were killed. This is a blood feud. No matter where the news came from, it can at least prove one thing. Lin Fei must be in contact with them. Since everyone is looking up to me, let's go together and let Lin Fei know how powerful Tianji Hall is. With that, he stood up. Once the people from Tianji Hall moved, everyone's attention was on them. In the college, people from Tianji Hall had always been very domineering and could not be offended. After all, Tianji Hall had a strong backing and was feared by everyone. The Heavenly Secrets Hall was famous for being overbearing and domineering. However, this time, many people were delighted, especially those who had suffered under Lin Fei. They finally had a chance to vent their anger. No matter what the outcome was, Lin Fei would definitely be at a disadvantage in this college. Tianji Hall had many people and was powerful. It would not be easy for Lin Fei to deal with Tianji Hall alone. There were originally dozens of people in the group. As they walked, more and more people joined in. They were all disciples of families who could not stand the sight of Lin Fei. There were too few opportunities to beat up the other party. By the time the people from Tianji Hall arrived at the front of Emperor's Peak, it was packed with thousands of people. Most of them were here to join in the fun. In the sky, there were talents who were activating their treasures. They wanted to see how Lin Fei would deal with this crisis. Lin Fei, come out. Lin Fei, come out. Their voices joined together in a mighty and shocking manner, reverberating in the air above the Capital Institute. Fortunately, they were in the cultivation grounds. If they were outside, the entire capital city would be able to hear the voices of Tianji Hall. That would be interesting. The people from Tianji Hall are really persistent. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Fei gulped down the tea in his cup and casually tossed it to the side. He stood up unhurriedly and stretched his body. This is earlier than I expected. I wonder what the academy's upper echelons think of this matter. As the news spread, Lin Fei had asked the system to analyze the trouble they would be in. The internal problems of the college were the top priority for now. Actually, Master, there's no need for you to go out. Let me go out and wipe them out. I guarantee that they'll behave themselves and not dare to say a word. The little fiend stretched its body and revealed its sharp teeth. Lin Fei was speechless. He pointed at the little fiend's body and said, "Save it. Those people won't be able to withstand your attacks. They'll become minced meat if you attack them." "Ha ha ha ha, actually, I'm not as violent and cruel as you make me out to be," the little fiend said innocently. Lin Fei immediately exposed the little devil's lie. "No, the people who invaded last time were all turned into minced meat by you. You still have the nerve to say that you weren't? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You can't go out today, but when we get to the ancient wasteland world, I'll let you have fun. It's a deal." The little fiend's eyes lit up and it created mini tornadoes around it. They whistled and cut through the air. Outside Emperor Peak, the voices of dissent did not stop. "Looks like that Lin Fei won't dare to come out. Hee, this isn't the Avengers. This is Imperial College. Even if the experts from the Avengers come to cause trouble, they'll have to ask the Emperor if he'll allow it. I heard that Lin Fei's cultivation level isn't high." "Of course not. I think he's only at his second job transition." Although everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's identity, no one in the college was afraid of Lin Fei. Ji Xinglin's lips curled up as he was surrounded by the crowd. "Lin Fei, don't disappoint me." The formation on Emperor Peak was very powerful. Ji Xinglin knew that he would not force his way in. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out. Based on his analysis, Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would hide. Others might be shocked by Lin Fei's identity and background, but Ji Xinglin had nothing to fear. In his eyes, Lin Fei was a treasure. "You have to come out. I've prepared something for you. It's open, it's open. The formation has been removed." "No way, he's really coming out." A voice that was not particularly loud rang out. The clouds above Monarch Peak scattered, and the black-clad Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. Then, he appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 2577. You want to cause trouble? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Fei's words made everyone feel like they had been struck by lightning. Cause trouble? Everyone could not help but be taken aback. What an arrogant tone. Did he not know that he was facing an expert from Tianji Hall? In order to denounce Lin Fei, almost all the experts from Tianji Hall had come. At least, all of them from Capital Institute were here. The prodigies in the sky almost fell from the clouds. Was that a bold statement? Or was it a provocation to everyone? In the depths of the void. He's still as hot-tempered as before. A senile old man smiled subconsciously. I wonder how you're going to deal with those elites from Tianji Hall. This old man was the dean of Capital Institute. As for his name, it had almost been forgotten. Basically, everyone called him Dean. After a long time, it had almost become a new name. Dean, what do you think your chances of Lin Fei winning are? A middle-aged man stood beside him. If the higher-ups of the institute were to see this, they would definitely be very surprised. This was the current dean, Xiao Qingshan. He was also one of the dean's disciples and looked like an old friend. You think Lin Fei can't do it? The dean turned around and looked at Xiao Qingshan with a faint smile. Xiao Qingshan had not been in the academy for a period of time, so he had only just heard of Lin Fei. He was a second transition job, and although his talent was good, his high-profile personality was not to Xiao Qingshan's liking. Xiao Qingshan had rarely seen his teacher think so highly of someone. He even came to see him personally. It was really rare and naturally made Xiao Qingshan feel a little jealous. The dean laughed. He's quite an interesting person. Xiao Qingshan was at a loss. What does that mean? Lin Fei's words immediately caused a commotion. The one who made the noise was naturally a disciple of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei, you're finally willing to come out. You're acting like a man. I thought you would dare to come out. Tell me, what's your relationship with the Avengers? As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, publicly saying that the Avengers are not as good as Tianji Hall, we will give you a lighter sentence. One by one, the disciples of Tianji Hall made things difficult for Lin Fei. Lin Fei stopped. Hee, you guys have a lot of questions. I don't even know which one to answer first. So, I've decided not to answer any of them. You guys can do whatever you want. This is pretty good. Everyone had seen their fair share of willful people. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei. For a time, Lin Fei pulled a lot of hatred. The disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Hall glared angrily at him. He wanted to eat fruits, but he was ignoring them. In the face of Tianji Hall, the most powerful group in Imperial College, no one dared to ignore the existence of Tianji Hall. Rumor has it that Junior Lin Fei has a personality. I didn't believe it at first, but now I've seen it for myself. You're the first person who dares to ignore Tianji Hall in Imperial College. Ji Xinglin looked at Lin Fei and shot him a cold glare. You're really courageous. Very courageous. However, you've also offended all the disciples of Tianji Hall. This proves that you're related to the Avengers. I wonder if I'm right. Lin Fei was not very interested in the disciples of Tianji Hall in Imperial College. Even though this heavenly son of heaven, Ji Xinglin, was a seventh-job professional with considerable strength and was worthy of being called a heavenly son of heaven, he was still quite weak in Lin Fei's eyes. This is a smart person. He stood on the opposite side from the start and won everyone's support. He's quite scheming. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had learned a lot. Not a bad speech. I still stand by my words. Whether I'm from the Avengers or not, it's up to you to guess. Lin Fei said with a smile. Of course, you can ask me in another way. For example, defeat me personally. Maybe I'll tell you the truth. These words once again provoked the disciples of Tianji Hall. Even Ji Xinglin realized that Lin Fei was making fun of them. He did not care about the disciples of Tianji Hall at all. No one could withstand such a careless provocation. So Junior Lin Fei doesn't want to reveal anything. Ji Xinglin stared at Lin Fei. You should know that this is not your turf. This is Imperial College. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Since you know what kind of place this is, do you think that I will be afraid just because you brought a large group of people here? I only wanted to see what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves. It's just that from the looks of it, your actions are extremely childish. Or could it be that you guys are planning to swarm me? Then you've made up your mind. Ji Xinglin suppressed his anger. You're going to make an enemy of Tianji Hall. Now, regardless of whether the other party was the Avengers or not, Ji Xinglin had subconsciously classified him as one of them. If he retreated today, the influence they had painstakingly built up in Imperial College would suffer a huge blow. When the news got out, Lin Fei was also full of anger. Now that the people of Tianji Hall had come knocking on his door, he had to be prepared to be the punching bag. He even knew that several powerful auras in the air were watching him. They were definitely the higher-ups of the college. Even if Lin Fei did not explain this matter, those people would definitely link it to the Avengers. Now that they had finally found a breakthrough, as long as they were not fools, they would make use of Lin Fei. As for why so many people had come, a portion of them were disciples of the various clans. They were unwilling to accept Lin Fei's defeat. As for the rest, they had come to observe Lin Fei and interact with him at close range. Haha, so what if I really become your enemy? Lin Fei flicked his long hair and stood with his hands behind his back. Today, I'll say it here. As long as any of you can injure me, I'll tell you everything I know. Let's see who has the ability. I wonder if anyone is interested in trying. Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. You're just a junior who's a few years younger than us. A family disciple in the distance couldn't help but mock Lin Fei. Then come up. Lin Fei hooked his finger at the other party. I'll stand here. You can try and see if you can do it or not. Damn it. That family disciple didn't like Lin Fei to begin with, especially after knowing the background of the Avengers. No, because it was a meteoric rise, he felt even more uncomfortable. Eat my fist. Lightning fist. That person soared into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A beam of light shot out, leaving behind a thunderous roar in everyone's ears, followed by tinnitus. He is the son of lightning, Ben Lei. Suddenly, someone shouted. Chapter 2578. The person who had rushed out was immediately recognized. The crowd was in an uproar. This person, who was surrounded by lightning, was quite famous. He was one of the best among the geniuses. Known as the Son of Thunder, Ben Lei was ridiculously strong and had mastered a lightning-related vocation. Thunder had always been known as the most destructive existence. When Ben Lei's fist struck out, lightning bolts tore through the void. When it landed in the ears of the crowd, it was a deafening sound. It was a terrifying punch. It could destroy everything. Everyone looked in Lin Fei's direction. That area was engulfed by the lightning released by the punch. The Son of Thunder stood amidst the roaring lightning, looking exceptionally holy. He's not dodging. Is he going to use his body to resist the power of thunder? He's crazy. How strong is his body? What a fool. The disciples of Tianji Hall were about to witness Lin Fei's body being torn apart by the power of thunder. They might not be able to deal with the Avengers, but they could still deal with Lin Fei. Even if they killed him, the higher-ups of the Capital Institute would not make things difficult for them. Clatter, clatter. The power of thunder tore through the air. Ben Lei's punch tore through the air and landed heavily on Lin Fei. The terrifying power tore through the air, causing the entire space to tremble. Quite a scene. It's a pity that your power of thunder has not reached the level where it can destroy everything. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei shattered the power of thunder around him and appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Thunderstorm. The thunder raged, and the world immediately darkened. Large amounts of thunder roared and surged. Come, I'll take it. His body had reached the terrifying early stage of the 8th rank. Lin Fei did not care about such attacks. Unless his opponent was a top fighter of the 9th profession transition level. How can his body be so strong? Ji Xinglin had a rare look of seriousness on his face. With his strength, he could see with his own eyes that the thunderbolts that could tear apart bodies were bounced off when they landed on the other party's body. There was no effect at all. To have such a body, he has to be at least a 6th order, or even 7th order. Could it be that the Avengers have poured all their resources into Lin Fei? How many resources would that be? Ji Xinglin was starting to feel envious. He realized that the operation against Lin Fei today was probably going to fail. With such a strong physique, even if he just stood there and didn't move, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Once this thought came to his mind, he could no longer suppress it. To the others, Lin Fei's performance was enough to shock all the seniors and juniors present. They stared dumbfoundedly at the whistling lightning that came crashing down one after another. Lin Fei, this year's newcomer king, seemed to be bathing in the lightning, completely unharmed. Just a little bit more, it's still a long way off. Running Thunder's rage points instantly dropped to the ground. I don't believe it. Rushing Thunder soared into the sky, and after a flash of lightning, he arrived in front of Lin Fei. He grabbed out with one hand, and a lightning sword appeared. A resplendent light erupted from the body of the sword, and it slashed at Lin Fei's left arm. With a loud "kacha" sound, the lightning sword was shaken off. Again. Running Thunder was unwilling to give up. He had always been cultivating in seclusion, and he believed that he had mastered the power of thunderbolts to the extreme. He had come back from seclusion to defeat the geniuses of the Capital Institute. The only thing he hadn't expected was that before he met the geniuses, he would first encounter a powerful opponent who could easily deflect his thunderbolts. Running Thunder was unwilling to give up just like that. A terrifying power was unleashed from Running Thunder's hands. The crowd could only see a flash of lightning in the sky. They couldn't see Running Thunder's figure at all, except for a limited number of people. In the depths of the void. Teacher, his fleshly body, Xiao Qingshan was rather surprised. His expression was rich with surprise and a hint of bewilderment. This is the level that only a 7th or 8th level body can have. How old is he? The old dean smiled happily. I've already said, this kid is a rather interesting person. Xiao Qingshan laughed bitterly. Teacher, you're still the sharpest. That kid Running Thunder's ability isn't bad, but it's a pity that he's met a powerful opponent. This kid is indeed a monster. He hides his strength well. However, as a student of the Institute, the more outstanding his performance, the better it is for our Institute. The old dean continued to smile. Xiao Qingshan looked at the flash of lightning in the distance, and the figure within it. The people from Tianji Hall are destined to have worked for nothing. However, this is also good. With someone suppressing Tianji Hall, at least we can suppress their arrogance a little. As the dean of the Capital Institute, Xiao Qingshan really didn't like the disciples of Tianji Hall. Because of their formidable background, they banded together and acted arrogantly in the Capital Institute. He could only turn a blind eye and tolerate them. The stronger Lin Fei's performance was, the happier Xiao Qingshan was. From the information he had gathered, this Lin Fei was a rather reliable person. At the very least, he wasn't arrogant or overbearing in his actions. Up until now, he hadn't gotten close to any of the groups. Running Thunder, I admit defeat. The old dean suddenly said. In the sky below, the lightning dissipated, but the destructive power of lightning still pervaded the air. Your body is very strong. Up until now, I haven't been able to break your body. I want to know what level your body is at. Running Thunder stopped. Even though he was unwilling, he knew that the other party's body was too strong. He couldn't tear it apart at all. After a round of attacks, Che Tuo gave up on the idea of fighting. At the very least, he couldn't right now. Running Thunder taking the initiative to admit defeat caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. The power of lightning was known for its destructive power, but in front of Lin Fei, he still lost. And this was under the premise that the other party didn't retaliate. You can be unwilling, but if you can't injure Lin Fei, the other party was in an invincible position. Early stage of the 8th level. Lin Fei didn't hide it. Early stage of the 8th level. I didn't lose unjustly. Running Thunder had long expected this. Hearing Lin Fei's words, his heart still trembled. He felt that his own abilities weren't bad. Up until now, relying on the power of lightning, he had already tempered his body to the 6th level. Compared to the other party, the gap was huge. However, I won't give up. In the future, you will be the target I want to defeat. Anytime. Lin Fei was very clear that if Running Thunder didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to break his body in this lifetime. He might even fail himself. Running Thunder turned and left, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing without a trace. Lin Fei's gaze turned to Ji Xinglin. He's gone. Your Tianji Hall doesn't intend to come up and try? I heard that you're the strongest one from Tianji Hall here. You have to be a role model. Lin Fei looked at Ji Xinglin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ji Xinglin's scalp went numb from being looked at. Until now, those few words still echoed in his mind. How can he have a Tier 8 physical body? I'm only at the 5th level right now, and I've already expended a large amount of resources. The more Ji Xinglin thought, the angrier he got. Senior apprentice brother Ji, go up and get him. Who's afraid of who? The Tianji Hall disciples at the back egged Ji Xinglin on. They really couldn't watch on anymore. Chapter 2579. From the start, Ji Xinglin had indeed felt that he had defeated Lin Fei. Whether in terms of cultivation realm or physical body, he had completely crushed the other party, and used this to make a great contribution to Tianji Hall. Lin Fei's early stage 8th level physical body was like a huge mountain pressing down, pressuring Ji Xinglin to the point that he could not breathe. Who was Ben Lei? That was the power of thunder that controlled destruction, and was still unable to break through an early stage 8th level physical body. If he went up, wouldn't it be the same? In terms of strength, he and Ben Lei were about the same, and even he could not do it, let alone himself. Lin Fei's blatant act of looking down on the Heavenly Secrets Hall had undoubtedly provoked the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Ji Xinglin laughed bitterly in his heart, this was really lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He had bitterness that he could not speak of. Lin Fei, you only rely on your early stage 8th level physical body. Other than this, what other abilities do you have? Ji Xinglin raised his hand, suppressing the voices behind him. Lin Fei was very disappointed in Tianji Hall. Ben Lei's defeat had caused them to lose their morale. Abilities, I have plenty. Lin Fei laughed. Originally, it would have been fine if you didn't come, but now that you came, you don't dare to make a move. It really makes me look down on you. So, I've decided to teach you a deep lesson, lest you think that you are infallible, and think that just because you are from Tianji Hall, you can be unbridled. Ji Xinglin secretly raised his guard, and laughed out loud. Your cultivation realm is not high. If not for your strong physical body, any disciple of our Tianji Hall can easily defeat you. I really want to know, what other abilities do you have? Our Tianji Hall will take you on. If it was one-on-one, Ji Xinglin did not have the confidence. A rank 8 physical body, even if it was the early stage, in the ancient desolation great world, it was a level that many people could not achieve in their entire lives. Then I will do as you wish. Lin Fei could not be bothered to continue speaking. Against them, he really could not muster up any thoughts. Grand formation, banish. Lin Fei let out a low growl as he pointed his hand at Ji Xinglin. He raised his hand, spread his fingers, and clenched his fist. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The space around Ji Xinglin collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Let's go. The first to react was Ji Xinglin. A bad feeling rose in his heart. The space beneath him collapsed, and a black hole formed. Before he could react, a huge suction force enveloped him, and he was sucked into the black hole. Damn it, how could I forget that Lin Fei knows how to set up formations? He's too cunning. Ji Xinglin's voice was drowned out. As a result, everyone saw the following scene. The members of Tianji Hall, including the academy students who tried to take advantage of the situation, were swallowed by the black hole and disappeared completely. Is this a formation? It's too scary. Where did they go? Fool, didn't you hear that it's banishment? They must have been sent to some damn place. If they're lucky, they can still return. If they're unlucky, they might encounter danger. They can't be banished to the ancient wilderness great world, right? Everyone looked at each other. From Ji Xinglin's last words, they remembered something. Lin Fei's realm was not high, but he knew a powerful formation. That was clearly the power of an array formation. In one go, he had banished hundreds of people, or even close to 1,000. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei clapped his hands. He had gained a lot. Although banishing these people at once had consumed a large amount of energy, he did not feel the pinch at all. Although it would not cause any trouble for them, they would definitely be in a bad mood. That was because Lin Fei himself did not know where the array formation had banished them. If they were lucky, they would suffer less. If they were not lucky, it would depend on their luck. Lin Fei felt that they were definitely unlucky. At the same time, on a desolate star field, a large group of people were teleported out. All of them looked very disheveled as they sized up the desolate environment around them. Lin Fei, you bastard. Ji Xinglin could no longer control himself and roared at the sky. He could not sense the aura of the treasures he had left in the academy, which was enough to prove that they had come to a very desolate place. Ji Xinglin roared, and so did the others, especially when they knew that they were in a desolate star field without any markings. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, a ghostly wail and wolf howl came from afar, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They subconsciously looked over and saw a large dark cloud covering the sky. Oh no, that's not a dark cloud. It's a heaven tiger bee, one of the 10 special star beasts. Everyone, run. Ji Xinglin's eyes suddenly widened, and his breathing became rapid. After saying that, he fled into the distance. Lin Fei, you've caused our deaths. Run. Damn, that's a heaven tiger bee. Lin Fei did not know that they were unlucky enough to encounter a special star beast. Moreover, it was a group of heaven tiger bees, a very domineering special creature. Now you still want to come up and try? Lin Fei swept his gaze across the crowd. Those who met Lin Fei's gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. The rest of the people were mostly here to watch the show. They had no grudges with Lin Fei. Go up and spar? Who would have the leisure to do that? Didn't they see that Ji Xinglin and the others from Tianji Hall were in trouble? So there's no more. Lin Fei revealed his white teeth. Then why are you guys still standing here? Go and do what you need to do. It's very interesting to stay here. Swish. Everyone dispersed. They did not want to be banished. The consequences were terrifying. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his own words. If you don't show some of your strength, you guys will show off. Teacher, he actually knows array formations. Even I can sense how he set them up. Is he an array formation grandmaster? Qiao Qingshan revealed a rare trace of emotion. An early-stage 8th grade physical body was already very heaven-defying. He did not expect that he actually knew how to set up array formations. That's why I said that this kid is very interested. The old dean was used to it. However, this time, his move is a little too big. If he banishes them all at once, there might be casualties among Tianji Hall's disciples. Qiao Qingshan's face sank. Then I'll hurry over to prevent too many casualties. The old dean shook his head. No rush. This old man has already left an imprint on Ji Xinglin's body. You just have to follow the imprint to find him later. Don't you think that we should go and meet this Lin Fei? He has caused quite a big trouble. Qiao Qingshan did not recognize this teacher of his. It sounded like there was a hidden meaning in his words. Qiao Qingshan rarely saw his teacher in such a relaxed mood. Chapter 2580. Imperial College. Everyone had fled after Lin Fei's attack. The banishment array was far more terrifying than they had imagined. No one dared to stay and be the unlucky ones. Only a few people are left now. Lin Fei smiled when he returned to Emperor Peak. Even the big clans would not dare to barge into the Capital Institute, especially since they had a working relationship with the Avengers. No one would be so foolish as to cause trouble. In Lin Fei's eyes, he had to deal with the royal family. Someone's here. When Ol Amos and Xiao Qingshan got close to Emperor Peak, Lin Fei received a system notification to open the array. Welcome to my humble abode, presidents. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile. Ol Amos was also smiling. You're quite something. You knew as soon as we arrived. You must have set up an array around here. Lin Fei chuckled and said, it's just a senseless piece of work that can't be displayed in public. Qiao Qingshan was shocked. Both of them were experts. They had come without a sound, but Lin Fei had found out immediately. It was not easy. He was getting more and more curious about Lin Fei. If word got out, those array grandmasters would be crying for their mommy and daddy. Ol Amos cracked a joke, which was rare. Presidents, it's rare for you to visit. Let's have a seat inside. I have some good stuff here. Let's have a taste. Lin Fei was not nervous at all in front of the new and old presidents. In a pavilion on the Emperor Peak. The faint aroma of tea permeated the air. One sniff would make one feel refreshed and lightheaded. Great tea. It's an immortal tea. Ol Amos squinted and looked intoxicated. When he opened his eyes, he was full of praises. I wonder where you got this. I'm also an expert in the way of tea. I've never heard of this tea before. It's a rare thing. Lin Fei chuckled. If you like it, you can bring some back later. Anyway, it's not suitable for me. It's too wasteful. That's very kind of you, kid. Ol Amos did not reject it and accepted it with a smile. Qiao Qingshan was also surprised. The old dean rarely accepted gifts, which meant that he admired Lin Fei a lot. Lin Fei poured a cup of tea for the two of them. May I know why the two of you are here to look for me? Xiao Qingshan finally found a chance to speak. He said in a low voice, Lin Fei, don't you think you've made a big mistake today? They're all from Tianji Hall. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? If anything happens, not even Imperial College will be able to protect you. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised to see the two new and old deans. The old dean was very influential in the Capital Institute. Countless powerful cultivators had studied under him. As time went by, everyone forgot his name and just called him Old Dean. That was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Fei said innocently, Dean Xiao, it's not that I want to mess with them, but I really don't have any tricks up my sleeves. I can't just let them swarm me and beat me up. Xiao Qingshan had finally witnessed Lin Fei's glib tongue. You're talking nonsense. No one can break your defense with your early-stage 8th rank body. Principal Xiao, haven't you heard of the saying, there is strength in numbers? What if I can't hold on? What if they have some kind of treasure in their hands? In order to prevent any danger from arising, I believe that they will enjoy this trip very much. Furthermore, it will be a free trip. Xiao Qingshan realized that he could not win against Lin Fei in an argument. Lin Fei's glib tongue was indeed impressive. With just a few words, he was able to put himself in a good position. Ji Xinglin and the others from Tianji Hall had lost for no reason. Qingshan, what do you think? This kid is quite interesting, just like how he was when he became the newcomer king. The old dean smiled. To him, Lin Fei was someone who did not lose his edge, but at the same time, he knew how to keep a low profile. The Heavenly Secrets Hall had underestimated Lin Fei and suffered a great loss in the end. Old Dean, you have a good eye. I admit that I'm not as good as you. Xiao Qingshan admitted his inadequacies. Lin Fei had to deal with the old dean now. As for Xiao Qingshan, he did not care much about him. In the entire Capital Institute, the old dean was the one who had the right to speak. Although he had not been in charge for a long time, he could see everything clearly. Now that the old dean was here, Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Xiao Lin, do you mind if I call you that? The old dean smiled. I don't mind. In terms of seniority, I'm still your junior. I'm more than happy that you call me Xiao Lin. Lin Fei could tell that the old dean was sincere. He did not treat him like a child. This was an old dean who deserved respect. I just want to know why you're here. The old dean looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei had expected the old dean to ask this question. The meaning behind it was obvious. Old dean, I'm actually here to learn and broaden my horizons. I don't know if you're satisfied with my answer. As you can see, I'm not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Everything happened because of fate, and I didn't want to do that. Lin Fei said with a serious expression. You're quite slippery, but I like your character. The old dean laughed. I wonder if our institute can cooperate with the Revenge Chamber of Commerce? Lin Fei smiled inwardly. That's what you really want to say. Lin Fei did not think that the two new and old deans were here just to ask him a few questions. They were here for the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Qingshan's expression also became much more solemn. The dazzling appearance of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce had brought about a technological storm. The most obvious example was that the Demon God Empire, which had been suppressed for a long time, had a great increase in its combat power with the help of technological weapons. There were constant battles at the borders of the Star Sector. As the cradle of talents, the Capital Institute was also aware of the impact of the technological storm. This was just the beginning. As time passed, the technological storm would affect everyone. After knowing that Lin Fei was from the Avengers, the two new and old deans had their own ideas. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and said unhurriedly, Since you're here with sincerity, I'll be frank. I'm indeed a special envoy of the Avengers, a liaison. The deal you mentioned is not impossible. I just don't know what benefits I can get from it and what benefits the Avengers behind me can get. Lin Fei admitted it readily in front of the two deans. He did not mince words. He was straightforward and confident. Chapter 2581. Lin Fei admitted it without hesitation. Once word got out, someone would definitely notice some clues. Even if he wanted to hide it, he might not be able to do so for long. Everyone would find out sooner or later. There was no need for Lin Fei to be secretive in front of the new and old directors. This was Emperor Peak, Lin Fei's territory. Even if the two directors had any ideas, they would not be able to do so here. The concealment formations were enough to make them lose a layer of skin. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Xiao Lin, you're really a straightforward person. You're very straightforward. This old man likes your personality. The old director was a little surprised by Lin Fei's admission. Since you've said it, we'll be straightforward too. If we work together, no one will be able to do anything to you in the capital college. This is my guarantee. If you're willing, you can even set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in the capital college. Xiao Qingshan was stunned. This was different from what he had said previously. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The capital college was backing up Lin Fei. What if the emperor comes? Lin Fei's lips curled up as he asked the dean. My words are as good as gold. As long as you're in the college, no one will be able to do anything. The old director's voice was sonorous and powerful like an alarm clock. Lin Fei stretched out his hand. Let's work well together. The old director was stunned. Understanding what he meant, he stretched out his hand as well. Let's work well together. Old director, if we do this, will it? Xiao Qingshan was still concerned about certain aspects. For example, the royal family. After all, the capital college was founded by the emperor in his previous life. Ol Amos had a calm expression on his face. You don't understand. Even if the great emperor finds out, he'll still allow us to do it. The storm of technology. No one can stop it. If we don't hurry up and prepare now, we'll fall behind in the future. Xiao Qingshan was deep in thought. We're on an expedition to the empire. Those big clans won't dare to act recklessly. We don't need to do anything. Moreover, that brat is very cunning. He won't let himself get hurt so easily. We don't need to worry about him. Xiao Qingshan could tell that this Lin Fei was very cunning. The people from Tianji Hall came aggressively, but in the end, they were still defeated by Lin Fei. This old headmaster is very resourceful. If he can set up a revenge chamber of commerce in the capital institute, the influence of the institute will be great. After sending off the two deans, Lin Fei drank 3 cups of fragrant tea in a row. The old dean's words meant that Lin Fei did not have to worry about anything in the capital institute. The next time someone from Tianji Hall came to make trouble, he would not have to worry about it. Lin Fei didn't care who he sold his technological weapons to. The Capital Institute definitely wanted to have a better foothold in the ancient wilderness world. Naturally, they needed technological weapons. Of course, it was inevitable that some of them would lean towards the royal family. Lin Fei did not care. It was all the same. Now that he had benefited and could develop, why not? Originally, Lin Fei wanted to set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in another place. Now, it seemed that there was no place more suitable than the Capital Institute. The old dean had said that he could open up an area to set up the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Just because of the name of the Capital Institute, there was an invisible form of protection. Now, all that's left is the royal family. On the side of the royal family, the eldest prince, Fan Qingyuan, was the first to receive the news. Those idiots from Tianji Hall. They knew that Lin Fei knew a raise, but they still went to their deaths. In the end, it was all for nothing. Fan Qingyuan had participated in the grand auction of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. With the contributions he had made at the auction, he was in charge of a new technological army. He was more eager than anyone else to get on the good side of the Avengers. Now, the opportunity had come, and it lay with Lin Fei. Over the past few days, Fan Qingyuan had been looking through Lin Fei's information. The more he read, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lin Fei's background was very mysterious, and it seemed that he really had connections with the Avengers. I'm going to make a trip to the Capital Institute and have a good chat with Junior Lin Fei. A glint flashed across Fan Qingyuan's eyes. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find Lin Fei's weakness yet. In Fan Qingyuan's opinion, to deal with a person, it was either money, a woman's beauty, or power. There were no more than these three methods. He could not see any of these on Lin Fei. It seemed that he had been keeping a low profile. The array on Emperor Peak was dense, and almost no one knew what he was doing. In a mansion in the suburbs, Qinlan charged in with a menacing aura, sending the few people who tried to stop him flying. They went all the way to the back garden and stood in front of a pavilion. Stop right there. As soon as Qinlan charged in, 7 or 8 men in black stood in front of her with weapons in hand, blocking her way. Scram if you don't want to die. Qinlan was in a bad mood, and her face was frosty. Not long ago, she had finally found the mastermind. It was one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the Snake Demoness. Qinlan found the Snake Demoness hiding place in a rage and attacked her in public, demanding an explanation from the Snake Demoness. My good sister, what wind blew you here? Look at your anger. A faint voice came from the pavilion. You can all leave now. Otherwise, Sister Qinlan might really kill you. Swoosh. Everyone retreated. There was a large bed in the middle of the pavilion. The Snake Demoness with green eyes was lying on her side, revealing her slender curves. She exuded an exotic charm. I'm not your good sister. Let me ask you, were you the one who spread the news that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers? Qinlan believed in her judgment. Although she was now one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the competition was still very fierce. It was normal for the Snake Demoness to drag her down. Ah, such important news. Why didn't I know about it? The Snake Demoness was surprised and looked ignorant. However, I have to thank Sister Qinlan for telling me such important news. It turns out that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers. I remember that he is from the Capital Institute. Qinlan said angrily, Snake Demoness, stop pretending. No one else could do this except you. Otherwise, how can you explain that you would come here for no reason? Aren't you afraid that the experts of the Expeditionary Empire will find out and capture you to be someone's exclusive slave? The Snake Demoness giggled. I really don't know what you're talking about. I came here for a mission. As for what the mission is, it's a secret. You should know, so it's not convenient for me to say more. Qinlan didn't believe the Snake Demoness. The Snake Demoness was famous for being cunning and fickle. They were very good at disguising. Snake Witch, you know very well that you can hide what you've done from everyone, but you can't hide it from me. I'm sure it's you, so you're the mastermind behind the scenes. Qinlan said coldly, I'll remember this debt. The Snake Demoness said weakly, I really didn't do this. Chapter 2582. As soon as the 2 Saintess-in-waiting exchanged blows, the luxurious mansion in the suburbs immediately suffered a huge impact. Qinlan wanted to vent her anger on the Snake Demoness. If it wasn't for the fact that this was human territory, she wouldn't have held back at all. She would have gone all out and ruthlessly dealt with the Snake Demoness. Even so, the battle between the 2 Saintesses was still quite shocking. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. Everyone had their own considerations and had held back. I won't let this go just like that. I'll settle this score sooner or later. Qinlan turned around and left without looking at the Snake Witch, who looked a little disheveled. Sister Qinlan, I won't see you out. The Snake Witch's clothes were a little disheveled, but she smiled beautifully until Qinlan disappeared. Her expression turned cold. Qinlan, so what if you know? The news has already spread. You must be very anxious without this thigh, ha ha ha. For the Snake Witch, there was nothing more satisfying than this. I have to find a time to meet this Lin Fei. If I can snatch him from Qinlan, it might be even better. Qinlan's expression will definitely be very pleasant then. The Serpent Witch giggled. Back at Imperial College. Qianlan immediately heard about Tianji Hall's attack on Lin Fei. A bunch of idiots. Ever since she had made the deal with Lin Fei, Qianlan had been studying Lin Fei. She discovered that Lin Fei's body was shrouded in a mysterious aura. The people from Tianji Hall would definitely not have a good ending if they went looking for trouble with Lin Fei. After some hesitation, Qianlan still went in the direction of the Emperor Peak. This matter had started because of her. She had to go and explain it. She hated the snake witch to death. A good situation had been ruined just like that. Have you thought it through? Qianlan did not wait outside for long. She entered the Emperor Peak and saw a very leisurely Lin Fei. I'm here to apologize. Qianlan did not think that this matter could be hidden from Lin Fei. Up until now, everyone's understanding of the Avengers was limited to a very small range. It could be seen how well they kept their secrets. It was just a small matter, and he only needed to say a word to settle it. Since the other party was so relaxed, it was clear that he did not take this matter to heart. Apologize? That's not the style of senior sister. Lin Fei was a little curious. Qianlan seemed to have changed today. She was different from usual. Are you mistaken? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Qianlan felt that Lin Fei must have known that the people of the Demon God Empire were making a move, and was intentionally waiting for her to express her opinion. However, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. This matter was on their side, regardless of who it was. We, the Demon God Empire, were the ones who leaked the news that Junior Brother is a member of the Avengers. I sincerely apologize for this. Please forgive us. Qianlan bit her lip lightly. To be honest, at the beginning, Lin Fei was quite angry. This was all caused by that bastard. Later, Lin Fei figured it out. This matter could not be hidden. Everyone would find out sooner or later. In this critical period, with the protection of the Avengers, it was enough to threaten those with ulterior motives. At the same time, it could attract some firepower. After Lin Fei figured it out, he did not care anymore. Your Demon God Empire is quite daring. Are you saying that I should report this to my superiors, or? Lin Fei subconsciously showed a hint of anger. Although Lin Fei had figured it out, he was still very concerned. Qianlan was afraid that if Lin Fei reported it, it would mean that the Demon God Empire had entered the sights of the Avengers. If they were destroyed like Tianji City, that was not what she wanted. No. Qianlan blurted out. At this time, Qianlan was in the wrong. However, she realized one thing. It was not that she could not report this matter. She would never expect that the person controlling the people of the Avengers was Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I finally get to see you suffer a setback. It's not easy. In Lin Fei's eyes, Qianlan had always been a strong woman. Especially recently, her aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even a fool could tell that Qianlan's influence among the Saintess candidates was growing. I was having a good time working with senior sister. However, the Demon God Empire is too unscrupulous. After working together, you exposed me. Tell me, am I not hurt? I've decided to report this matter and blacklist the Demon God Empire. I'll never work with you again. Lin Fei said with a straight face. At this moment, Qianlan was really panicking. Although she did not know Lin Fei's exact position in the Avengers, the fact that he was able to host several major transactions showed that his position was not low. He might even have the support of the upper echelons. If this matter were to spread, the upper echelons of the Avengers would be furious. The Demon God Empire might really be blacklisted. Without the supply of technological weapons, the morale of the army, which had been working so hard to build up, would return to its original state. They would be suppressed by the human race again. As time went by, the human army might tear apart the defense line of the empire and attack the hinterland. At that time, the huge empire would collapse and there would be no more Demon God Empire. Qianlan immediately suppressed this terrifying thought. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Junior brother, please don't report it. I'm willing to atone for the empire. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Qianlan decided to go all out. She had to make Lin Fei give up this idea no matter what. Seeing Qianlan wavering, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Senior sister, are you sure you want to do anything for me? You're not fooling me, are you? I'm a woman of my word. I've always been a woman of my word. Qianlan secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the change in Lin Fei's expression. I'm not afraid that you won't be moved. I'm afraid that you won't be moved. Qianlan had a lot of confidence in her looks. Within the Capital Institute, there was a long line of geniuses circling around her. She only needed to say the word and it would be over. Lin Fei had not expected Qianlan to be so resolute. It made sense. The demon god empire had finally changed the unchanging war situation with their technological weapons. If they lost the opportunity to cooperate with the Avengers, the demon god empire would be pushed back. Senior sister Qianlan is indeed from the demon god empire. She's willing to put down her pride and build a long-term relationship with me. Lin Fei was deep in thought. That depends on whether you can do it or not. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. I heard that you're good at dancing. Why don't you dance and let me broaden my horizons? Men are all the same. Qianlan secretly despised him. She put on a tactful expression. Junior brother, do you really want me to dance for you? Of course. Chapter 2583. From that day onwards, Qianlan moved into the Emperor's Peak temporarily. According to Lin Fei, she would let this matter go when she was in a good mood. Lin Fei's words nearly infuriated Qianlan. In the end, she endured it and stayed on Monarch Peak to think of a way to calm Lin Fei down. Qianlan's resentment towards the snake which deepened every day she stayed on the Emperor's Peak. She wouldn't have stayed on the Emperor's Peak if she hadn't spread the news. Dancing, pouring tea, and serving water. These became a part of her daily life. Qianlan had never served anyone in her life. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had broken that rule. In the beginning, she was still a little resistant, but as a few days passed, the shame in her heart slowly disappeared. She could observe Lin Fei up close every day. The snake witch was here. He did not know what method the snake demoness had used to openly enter the Capital Institute and arrive at the foot of Emperor Peak unhurriedly. The snake demoness had changed into a tight-fitting black dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. Her curves were everywhere, and her curves were everywhere. She was extremely alluring. Many people were staring at her when she came in from the outside. When they saw the black-clothed, tight-fitting beauty outside the Monarch Peak, they immediately gave up on the idea and vanished in a flash. A few days had passed, but the people from Tianji Hall hadn't returned. It was a reminder. I don't think I know her. Lin Fei saw the snake witch standing outside through the system, but he couldn't remember her. Someone's here. Go and handle it. Since that day, some good-looking beauties had arrived outside the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that it was a honey trap. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in it for the time being. Now that there was a beauty outside, Lin Fei asked Qianlan to handle it. All right. Qianlan was used to Lin Fei's orders. She was good except that she wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei reclined on a chair, his entire body exuding a lazy aura. Honey trap again. Don't they feel bored? Lin Fei was speechless. Couldn't they change their way of doing things? Snake Witch stood outside the Emperor's Peak. She was very confident in her own beauty. She had even prepared a special method for it. As long as she could see Lin Fei once, she would have plenty of ways to do so. He's here. With a whoosh, a path opened up in the huge formation. Although the Snake Witch really wanted to go in, she still suppressed it. She had received information about the Emperor Peak's array formation. The array formations here were one after another, and they were all interconnected. The Snake Witch was not confident that she could come out alive if she barged in at this time. You can go now. Qianlan walked out and said coldly. Ever since Qianlan was at the Monarch Peak, Lin Fei had been used as a shield. Qin Lan was speechless. What was going on in his head? It's you. The snake witch found the voice familiar. She looked up and her expression changed. The smile on her face froze. Hee, I was wondering who it was. It's you. Qin Lan recognized the snake witch at first glance. She was also a saintess candidate. She was very familiar with the aura on her. Snake witch, you're really not bad. You actually managed to sneak in. You're quite bold. Why are you on the Emperor's Peak? It shouldn't be. The snake witch couldn't figure it out. Ever since Qin Lan left that day, the snake witch didn't arrange for anyone to keep an eye on him. Qin Lan definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. However, the current situation wasn't right. Back then, the snake witch released the news to make Lin Fei suspect that it was Qin Lan who leaked it. Then, she could take advantage of the situation and replace Qin Lan. Qin Lan looked at the uncertain expression on the snake witch's face. She smiled happily and puffed out her chest. Why can't I be here? I'm sorry to tell you that you can't go up the Emperor's Peak. You can go back now. Why can't you let me go up? The snake witch was exasperated. Whether she could see Lin Fei was related to the next plan. The snake witch definitely had to go up the Emperor's Peak. Qin Lan was very happy. The more unwilling the snake witch was, the more comfortable she felt. Because I'm Lin Fei's woman. Do you think you can still go up the Emperor's Peak? Qin Lan threw out a sentence that the snake witch couldn't believe. Woman? The snake witch took a step back. How can you become Lin Fei's woman? At this moment, the snake witch didn't notice that Qin Lan's ears were blushing. It happened to be covered by a few strands of hair. Otherwise, the effect of Qin Lan's words would be greatly reduced. There's no reason. It's just because I'm prettier than you. How about it? Is that enough? Qin Lan said to the snake witch in a condescending manner. The snake witch was very proud of her beauty. She didn't think she would lose to anyone. Qin Lan, you're using your position to take revenge. We're all here for the same goal. Do you have to be so heartless? The snake witch's face was cold as she stared at Qin Lan. Qin Lan shook her head. I'm not using my position to take revenge. Furthermore, do you think it's useful for you to go up? Perhaps, he's waiting for you to come. You have to think carefully. The snake witch's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qin Lan, that bitch, told everything to Lin Fei? The snake witch was cunning by nature. She was also very vigilant. She immediately became gloomy. Lin Fei's realm wasn't high. No one dared to say that they could suppress him. Who knew what was hidden on the Emperor's Peak? The first prince has arrived. Before the snake witch could say anything, a golden chariot came from afar. More than 10 huge wild beasts galloped over, leaving behind a ferocious aura. In an instant, the horrifying evil aura arrived at the foot of the Emperor's Peak. Oh, it's Sister Qin Lan. Why are you here? Today, Fan Qingyuan had changed into casual clothes. He looked casual and comfortable, but compared to a while ago, his spirit, energy, and spirit had changed a lot. Most importantly, he was confident. Your Highness, Qin Lan is already Lin Fei's woman. If you want to go up the Emperor's Peak, you have to get her permission. The snake witch wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The snake witch, who was about to give up on going up, immediately understood that the first prince's goal was similar to hers. He wanted to rope in Lin Fei. The snake witch had the thought of going up again. It would be a waste if she didn't make use of such a good opportunity. Fan Qingyuan casually glanced at the snake witch. He was rather stunned. You are? Chapter 2584. Qin Lan fiercely glared at the snake witch. Originally, she didn't plan to let the snake witch in, but now that the first prince is here, Qin Lan can't stop him. She doesn't want to expose too much of her relationship with the snake witch so as not to attract too much speculation. Fan Qingyuan's eyes flickered. He knows that Qin Lan is a beauty. She is also very powerful and her background is also mysterious. The only thing he didn't expect was that Qin Lan actually became Lin Fei's woman. Could it be that senior sister got there first? Lin Fei is currently a person that Fan Qingyuan wants to rope in. Before this, he didn't want Lin Fei to be roped in by anyone as it will affect his future plans. Sister Qin Lan, I wonder if Junior Lin Fei is here. I want to pay him a visit. Fan Qingyuan also changed the way he addressed Qin Lan. Let him come up. Just when Qin Lan doesn't know how to answer, Lin Fei's voice came into her ears. Of course you can. Qin Lan smiled. Thank you. Please come in. Qin Lan quickly got into character. Fan Qingyuan came down from the war chariot and didn't enter the chariot, giving enough face to Lin Fei. Snake Witch, you better not act recklessly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't come down. After Fan Qingyuan went up, Qin Lan secretly transmitted her voice to the Snake Witch. My sister Qin Lan, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. The Snake Witch giggled, I am not someone who doesn't know the rules. The first prince is finally here. The reason why Lin Fei didn't leave is actually because he was waiting for the first prince to arrive. Among them, the one that interests Lin Fei the most is the first prince. As for the other princes, he isn't interested. After all, he has cooperated with the first prince before. The first prince is still as elegant as ever. The moment you come, my Emperor Peak is honored by your presence. Lin Fei greeted with a smile. This is one of the big customers. Junior Lin Fei, you really know how to joke. Fan Qingyuan was startled, then he laughed. Junior brother, on the other hand, you didn't say anything, but the moment you came out, you gave people a fright. This is very easy to scare people. This was Fan Qingyuan's test. A lot of evidence pointed to Lin Fei being a member of the Avengers, and his status was not low either. Fan Qingyuan naturally wanted to test him. The Snake Witch, who was standing beside Qin Lan, had a gleam in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Lan kept his guard up against the Snake Witch, afraid that she would cause trouble. Xiao Lan, brew a pot of tea. Don't let the first prince just sit there. Qin Lan turned around to make tea. The snake demoness kept looking at Qin Lan. This little slut, how could she have hooked up with Lin Fei? But so what if you've hooked up with him? This saintess still has her ways. The reason why Qin Lan was able to rise to the top was because of Lin Fei. The snake demoness had investigated very clearly. After Qin Lan turned around and left, the snake demoness walked over gently. Junior Lin Fei, I'm Qin Lan's friend. I heard that you're this year's newcomer king. I really admire you. She sat down beside Lin Fei without leaving a trace and said gently. Lin Fei glanced at her. She was a very charming beauty with a curvy figure and was rather hot. She looked completely different from Qin Lan. It's nice to meet you, snake demoness. Lin Fei nodded slightly. Fan Qingyuan didn't look at the snake demoness. Even though Lin Fei didn't answer him just now, he still obtained some information. This trip was the right one. As the first prince of the royal family, Fan Qingyuan was very good with words. He had a scholarly aura and exuded a cordial aura, making people involuntarily want to get close to him. The two of them chatted about all sorts of things. The snake demoness was very good with words. She would interject from time to time, making the two of them laugh non-stop. It was the same even after Qin Lan returned. When men and women worked together, work wouldn't be tiring. It was the same even if they were just chatting. Halfway through their conversation, Qin Lan and the snake demoness stood up and left. It could be said that the snake demoness was dragged away, but the snake demoness couldn't resist. Soon, the two of them were left behind. This tea is not bad. I'm in luck today. Fan Qingyuan put down the teacup. If the first prince likes it, you can come often. My Emperor Peak welcomes your highness at any time. When the time comes, we can drink tea and chat. Isn't that great? Lin Fei chuckled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fan Xingyuan didn't beat around the bush and directly agreed. Lin Fei was a straightforward person. The first prince was a straightforward person. I wonder what Junior Lin Fei thinks about the future. Suddenly, Fan Xingyuan raised a strange question. Lin Fei smiled in his heart. Is this a test? I think there will be a huge revolution in the future. Those who can't keep up will all be swept into the trash can and become the dust of history. Lin Fei smiled. Those who keep up will have a good future. Fan Xingyuan was very sure that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers. This was because he was very confident about the future. Junior Lin Fei, I'm now representing the Empire and the royal family to discuss a business deal with you. Fan Xingyuan became very sincere. According to his investigation, putting on airs in front of the other party would only backfire. The group of unlucky people in Tianji Hall was the best proof. Lin Fei smiled. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to report it to the higher-ups. I believe that we will have a cooperation. Fan Xingyuan did not intend to get a specific answer from Lin Fei. This kind of answer was already very satisfactory. At least this trip was not in vain. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Lin Fei. Our empire needs your help. Fan Xingyuan was not afraid of being called arrogant. In front of the mysterious Avengers, putting on airs was not a good thing. They had used countless battle records to prove this. Anyone who went against the Avengers did not end up well. Actually, I've received some information. The higher-ups are planning to open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute. Lin Fei lowered his voice and dropped a bombshell. Open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Fan Xingyuan tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This was definitely good news. After witnessing the terrifying power of those technological weapons, the new army in charge was prepared to equip themselves with technological weapons, preparing to create a brand new army. If he could maintain his cooperation with the Avengers, Fan Xingyuan believed that he would definitely be able to secure his position as the eldest prince. Even if the other princes joined forces, they would not be his match. Now, their success was due to technological weapons, and their failure was also due to technological weapons. As long as one was not an idiot, they would know that the future would be a very stormy revolution. This is only temporary. I hope that the eldest prince will not spread this news, lest it causes unnecessary misunderstandings. Lin Fei said in a very low-key manner. This made the eldest prince even more glad that he had come to the right place. Chapter 2585. Of course, Fan Xingyuan wouldn't tell anyone about it. It was a worthwhile trip to get such news. There was no better news than a vengeance chamber of commerce that was set up right in front of his house. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Right at this moment, the entire Emperor Peak shook slightly. Massive formations were activated one after another, interlocking with each other. Lin Fei, I'm here. Come and welcome me. Do you want me to come here personally? The booming voice reverberated through the entire Emperor Peak in the entire Capital Institute's cultivation space. Almost the same voice reverberated through the air. Lin Fei rose into the air and arrived at the highest point of the Emperor Peak. He looked down and saw everything below clearly. Unknowingly, an ancient black chariot had appeared at the foot of the Emperor Peak. It was surrounded by a ferocious aura and the deafening aura of a powerful army. My fifth brother is here. Fan Xingyuan also saw the towering figure on the black war chariot standing tall and straight like a mountain. His face could not help but turn dark. Lin Fei, come and welcome him. The loud voice was heard again. Junior Lin Fei, I'll take care of this. It had not been easy for him to obtain good news from Lin Fei, and he had even learned of the latest news. Now that his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, had appeared, he was immediately displeased. Fan Xingyuan decided to take care of this matter. Moreover, he didn't want his fifth brother to have anything to do with Lin Fei. Recently, there were more strangers in his fifth brother's residence. Based on his understanding of his fifth brother, he was very ambitious and had been eyeing that position covetously. He wouldn't give up just like that. Without giving Lin Fei a chance to say anything, Fan Xingyuan turned into a stream of light and didn't dare to tear open the void for fear of triggering the interlocking formations. Fifth brother, who allowed you to make a fuss here? What a disgrace. Fan Xingyuan landed in front of the black chariot and said sternly. In the past, Fan Xingyuan wouldn't have scolded him so harshly. At that time, even he lacked confidence. Back then, Fan Qinglong was in charge of an army and was the god of war on the battlefield, winning the support of countless people. Apart from that, he also had the support of many galaxies. This was also what Fan Xingyuan was concerned about. Now, things were different. He had a new army in his hands, and he had won the appreciation of his father. He had the strength to resist. Many big shots of the star field had also secretly come to contact him and gave him some hints. He was full of confidence. With such a huge commotion, the elites of the cultivation grounds all released their spiritual senses. They saw the fifth Prince Fan Qinglong on the Black War Chariot and the first Prince Fan Xingyuan in front of them. Why are the first prince and the fifth prince here? Is that the fifth prince of the war god? What a powerful killing intent. Rumor has it that he is the war god of the army, and he controls the destruction army. His combat strength is extremely powerful. The first prince isn't too shabby either. It's said that he's in control of a new army and has received the secret support of many powerful forces. He's completely secured his current position. The first imperial prince has such a temperament. This was the expression of the love-struck girl. Are they all here for Lin Fei? Is Lin Fei really a member of the Avengers? No one dared to move forward. The first prince was amiable and approachable, but the fifth prince was different. He was the war god of the army and was decisive in killing. Not many people dared to offend him. Lin Fei is really popular. He has two beauties by his side. Now that the first prince and the fifth prince are here, it seems like he has chosen to cooperate with the first prince. In a dark loft, Xiao Qingshan had also noticed the situation outside. He didn't plan to go out. He wanted to see how Lin Fei would deal with this matter. The Capital Institute had always stood on the sidelines of such conflicts and was never willing to get involved. The fifth Prince Fan Xinglong's ambitions had been growing rapidly recently. Using his connections, he had secretly obtained the support of 8 to 8 domain lords. He had never made a move himself. Everything was done by his subordinates. It was done very discreetly, and basically no one noticed it. Big brother, what you said is interesting. I came to look for Lin Fei, and I asked him to come out and greet me personally. Is that not allowed? Fan Qinglong was very confident now. He wasn't afraid of his big brother at all. Fan Xingyuan smiled. This is the Capital Institute, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Leave now. If word gets out, how will others look at the royal family? He was scolding him directly. What if I don't leave? Fan Qinglong snorted. You are my big brother, but you have no right to talk to me. Fan Xingyuan's expression darkened. What if I force you to leave? For the first time, Fan Qinglong could ignore his big brother's attitude. That's impossible. If Lin Fei doesn't come out today, I will fight him myself. He's just a commoner. What right does he have to not come out? Fan Qinglong's lips curled up. Big brother, are you going to help Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong had come as soon as he found out that his big brother had come to Emperor Peak. Fan Xingyuan had never expected that his little brother would not listen to him. It seemed like his little brother was going to fight him to the end. However, he really couldn't make a move at this time. Because this was the Capital Institute. If he made a move, it would be unreasonable. Fan Xingyuan felt very aggrieved. He didn't know why his little brother would talk back to him. Was it because of the destruction army behind him? Lin Fei and I hit it off the moment we met. I don't like what you're doing. Fan Xingyuan didn't mind pulling Lin Fei aside. It's not that you can't see Lin Fei, but you have to go there yourself. Don't forget that this is where our father the emperor cultivated. If our father hears about this, it won't be good for you. Fan Qinglong didn't want his big brother to feel comfortable. However, after hearing what his big brother said, he realized that Emperor Peak was not an ordinary place. This Lin Fei was the junior brother of the emperor father in name. Moreover, this was their father's cultivation place. It was different. If he barged in, it would be disrespectful to their father. Fan Qinglong suddenly laughed. Big brother, you're right. As a son, how can I destroy the place where our father cultivated? Actually, I was just joking. Fan Qingyuan pursed his lips. He wouldn't believe what his little brother said. Lin Fei had been watching from Emperor Peak all this time. The fifth prince's aura is even stronger than before. It seems like he has gained some benefits. A mere fifth prince was not worthy of Lin Fei's attention. It was enough to rope in the eldest prince. The other party would naturally be happy to suppress the fifth prince. No matter how ambitious the fifth prince was, the result was still the same. No way. Lin Fei could see the ambition in the other party's eyes. Chapter 2586. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong's strength had increased, but it did not affect Lin Fei much. After all, no matter what the empire did, Lin Fei could not be harmed at all. He thought it was only the fifth prince who came to join in the fun, but before the eldest prince and the fifth prince came up, another person barged in. Big brother, fifth brother, wait. Fan Luoyu actually appeared at this moment. Both Fan Qingyuan and Fan Qinglong were slightly stunned. Both of them knew that Fan Luoyu was married. To prevent ninth sister from running around, Fan Qingyuan had specially arranged for people to guard her. His face darkened. Ninth sister, who allowed you to come out? There was a tinge of reprimand in his tone. Fan Luoyu was dressed in palace attire and had a noble aura. Big brother, I don't need you to guard me, so please call those people back. Fan Luoyu did not give face to her big brother. Hearing this, Fan Qingyuan was even more unhappy. To make the Fan family and the Shao family closer, as her big brother, Fan Qingyuan did not want any changes, so naturally, he did not want ninth sister to run around. What are you talking about? Fan Qingyuan said sternly. Go back. Today, Fan Qingyuan did not bring any subordinates to Emperor Peak to show his sincerity. Big brother, there is no harm for ninth sister to come out and play. Once she is married, it will be difficult for her to come out in the future. Fan Qinglong said kindly. Anyway, this place is not outside, so it doesn't matter. No one wanted Fan Luoyu to do something more than him. Ever since he had arranged for someone to pass on the news, although it did not bring any substantial benefits, at least it had planted a seed in Xiao Ran's eyes. Fan Qinglong believed that Xiao Ran probably knew about Fan Luoyu's situation. If nothing went wrong, he might appear too. Ninth sister came at the right time, just in time to add fuel to the fire. From the small details that Lin Fei did not come out, Fan Qinglong knew that his big brother seemed to be trying to rope in Lin Fei. If he could make things difficult for Xiao Ran, that would be the best. Then, he would see how his big brother would handle it. Fan Qingyuan really wanted to kick Fan Qinglong away. Wasn't it obvious that he was opposing them? Big brother, look, fifth brother has already said it. You still want me to go back? Fan Luoyu said happily, without any emotion on her face. Go back. Fan Qingyuan glared at Jiu Mei, she's about to get married. If word gets out, our Fan family will be laughed at. Fan Qinglong argued once again, ninth sister, don't listen to your big brother. Our Fan clan isn't one of those small clans. Although the Shao clan is one of the 8 ancient clans, our Fan clan isn't weaker than them. There's no need to care so much. Ninth sister, do you want to go up? Fifth brother, you're the best. Fan Luoyu was also surprised. Her fifth brother's attitude towards her was average, so why would he help her today? However, her goal today was Emperor Peak. This time, it was useless no matter how Fan Qingyuan glared at him. Fan Qinglong took the initiative to invite Fan Luoyu. The two of them walked past each other and entered the Emperor Peak. What is Fan Qingyuan trying to do? Fan Luoyu's side went up. The news immediately reached Xiao Ran's ears. Lin Fei again. Xiao Ran's face was very calm, as though he was indifferent. Fan Luoyu, if you think that an unknown Lin Fei can escape from me, then you're going to be disappointed. Xiao Ran was born in the 8 ancient clans and had never been afraid of anything. Even the Avengers didn't dare to think that they could do whatever they wanted. He was very clear about the hidden strength of the 8 ancient clans. One Lin Fei was really not worth him being afraid of. Let's go to Emperor Peak. She's actually here. Fan Luoyu saw Qin Lan standing behind Lin Fei the moment she came up. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable. I knew that witch Qin Lan would play tricks. Lin Fei, you've got guts. I've come personally, and you're the first to not come out to welcome me. Fan Qinglong stared at Lin Fei sinisterly. Fan Qinglong shouted fiercely, not giving his elder brother any face, especially after knowing that he was in contact with his elder brother. Why should I come out to welcome you? This is the Capital Institute's cultivation ground, not the royal family's territory. Lin Fei laughed. What can you do to me? Lin Fei's reaction was also beyond the trio's expectations. Strong. Domineering. The rumors are true. You're indeed from the Avengers. Only they would be so lawless and disregard the royal family. Fan Qinglong's eyes lit up. You guessed right. I'm indeed from the Avengers. Lin Fei admitted readily. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who likes to speak frankly. Fan Qingyuan was deep in thought. My 5th brother has no chance. In the entire royal family, Fan Qingyuan cared about Fan Qinglong the most. If he also had Lin Fei's support, then he would be in big trouble. Lin Fei's reply made Fan Qingyuan heave a sigh of relief. Since you've said so, I'm a straightforward person. Your Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's stuff is pretty good. I quite like it. How about we cooperate? Fan Qinglong said it in front of his elder brother. Listening and not listening were two different things. Hearing it in front of his face, Fan Qingyuan looked calm and had a faint smile on his face. He still felt uncomfortable, but he could not stop anything. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, he would be seen as a narrow-minded person. Fan Qingyuan did not want to be involved in such rumors. I'm sorry, I'm on an expedition to the kingdom. For now, I can only cooperate with your elder brother. You're too late. Lin Fei glanced at Fan Qingyuan and said straightforwardly. This bastard. Although it was a good discussion, Lin Fei's words still made Fan Qingyuan feel uneasy. Fan Qinglong's expression changed immediately. It was not a good thing to be rejected in person. So far, this was the first time he had been rejected. Everyone was respectful and flattering. You want to reject me? Are you sure you know the consequences? Because no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. Lin Fei mercilessly rejected Fan Qinglong, which made him very unhappy. I'm not interested in cooperating with you. As for the consequences, I want to see what you can do. It would also be good to see how powerful the legendary army god is. Fan Qinglong frowned and then relaxed. You really disappoint me. I don't know who gave you the courage. However, I'm very angry now. You should be prepared to bear my anger. Cloud-splitting palm. Fan Qinglong stretched out his palm without any warning. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed as he grabbed at Lin Fei's chest. 5 streaks of black energy tore open 5 cracks in the void space on the spot, giving off a dangerous aura. It took a long time for them to recover. Chapter 2587. Fan Qinglong was very direct. If Lin Fei did not agree to cooperate, then he would kill him on the spot. Even after this, the Avengers might not dare to do anything. Although the Avengers had always been mysterious, Fan Qinglong felt that they were not that strong. This organization might not be as scary as he thought. After Lin Fei did not agree, Fan Qinglong did it himself. The cloud sundering palm was a secret technique of the royal family. It was very powerful, but the most important use of this secret technique was to destroy the physical body. Qinglong, what are you doing? Fan Xingyuan said sternly. If something were to happen to Lin Fei here, Fan Xingyuan could imagine that it would have a great impact on his career. He might even get into a lot of trouble. I knew you would get angry and attack. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of Fan Qinglong. But, you forgot what this place is. Suppress. Fan Qinglong immediately felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His straight body was pressed down, and his legs began to tremble. Break for me. Fan Qinglong roared and a domineering aura rushed into the sky, fiercely attacking the ferocious aura. However, Fan Qinglong's formation was too powerful, and it only shook slightly before it was suppressed again. Fan Qinglong, who had just gathered all his strength, was instantly pressed down. Half of his body bent down, and his whole body trembled. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. This scene happened too quickly. Fan Qinglong, who had just used the cloud's sundering palm, was pressed down and could not fight back. Lin Fei, how dare you suppress me? Fan Qinglong roared and roared continuously. If you dare to cause trouble, I dare not suppress you. Now lie down. Lin Fei waved his hand. This time, Fan Qinglong could not take it. With a crack, his legs broke, and he knelt in front of him. At this moment, no matter how Fan Qinglong struggled, he was pressed down by a pair of invisible hands. He could not move at all. Fan Xingyuan had a strange look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to prophesy, but stopped. Fan Luoyu's beautiful eyes glowed with excitement. He really dared to suppress a royal prince, and it was fifth brother who controlled the destruction army. Sometimes, a single action can change people's minds. Lin Fei seems to be getting more and more domineering. Compared to the fifth prince and those geniuses, there's clearly a gap. Ever since they moved into the Emperor Peak, Qinlan gradually noticed how overbearing Lin Fei was. The only thing that Qinlan had not expected was that Lin Fei would actually dare to suppress the fifth prince in front of everyone. Furthermore, the fifth prince did not even have the ability to retaliate. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. Ah! Fan Qinglong's face was ferocious, and his killing intent flickered. He was suppressed by the power from beginning to end, and his eyes could not conceal the dense killing intent. The baleful aura around him boiled, and one could vaguely see a magnificent army galloping. You want to kill me? It seems that you don't have the ability for now. Lin Fei didn't care about the murderous Fan Qinglong at all. You can only roar here now. Lin Fei, what kind of ability is that? Fan Qinglong struggled. If you have the ability, don't borrow the power of the array formation. Let's fight one-on-one. I'm not afraid of you. Crack. The power came crashing down again, and the force was stronger than before. Fan Qinglong, who had been kneeling, cried out miserably. His entire body was pressed to the ground, coming into a solid contact. Ah, you're going to die. You're definitely going to die. Fan Qinglong's gaze turned resentful. Big brother, how can you continue watching? He's trampling on the dignity of the royal family. Fan Xingyuan really could not stand Lin Fei's behavior. The royal family was the royal family after all. Even though he was not on good terms with his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, the current situation was indeed uncomfortable. Junior Lin Fei, can you let Azure Dragon go for my sake? I guarantee that he won't mess around here. Fan Xingyuan could not help but speak up for Azure Dragon. Lin Fei took a look at Fan Xingyuan and said straightforwardly, no problem. However, I'm not someone to be trifled with. For everyone's peace of mind, banish him. Banish? Fan Xingyuan immediately thought of those unlucky fellows from Tianji Hall who had yet to return. How dare you banish me? In my eyes, your identity as a member of the royal family is not a reason for you to swagger around. Lin Fei did not say anything else. He made a series of seals and a huge black hole immediately appeared below Fan Qinglong, sucking him in instantly. I will be back. The voice suddenly stopped. Lin Fei, how dare you banish my fifth brother? Fan Luoyu had a silly look on her face. A sentence echoed in her mind, how dare he banish my fifth brother. Qin Lan was mesmerized by Lin Fei's back view. He's getting more and more domineering. He banished the fifth prince directly. He's too domineering. Lin Fei tilted his head and said to Fan Qingyuan, Your Highness, I'm a straightforward person. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. I hope that we can continue working together. Fan Qingyuan suddenly shivered and thought to himself, what a good Lin Fei. He's trying to pit me and Azure Dragon against each other. What a good move. Happy working together. Now that things had come to this. Fan Qingyuan was also a decisive person. Two hands shook together, and everyone laughed. On the other side, Fan Qinglong had been banished to an uninhabited land. Ah, Lin Fei, I'll definitely kill you. You bastard. With a loud rumble, the mountains collapsed and the mountains collapsed. Fan Qinglong, who was in a rage, released endless murderous aura, causing an earth-shattering reaction. Ninth sister, let's go back. Fan Qingyuan finally witnessed the domineering nature of the Avengers. They could easily destroy Tianji City. Now, one of their members dared to control the array to banish Fan Qinglong. They had no regard for the imperial power at all. Subconsciously, Fan Qingyuan did not want Ninth Sister to have too much contact with Lin Fei. Who knew what would happen? He was a dangerous person. Fan Luoyu automatically took a few steps back and turned to walk towards Lin Fei. Big brother, I'm not going back. I don't like young Master Xiao at all. The person I like is him, Lin Fei. Lin Fei was about to send the two of them off. But when he said that, he almost vomited blood. You like yourself? What kind of joke is this? Qin Lan was unhappy and put away her charming smile. This little bitch, I knew she was up to no good. She's trying to drag Lin Fei down with her. No one knew Fan Luoyu's goal better than her. This is bad. This is really bad. Fan Qingyuan's expression was very ugly. His eyes kept moving back and forth between Lin Fei and Ninth Sister. He could not figure out when the two of them had hooked up. How was he going to explain this to young Master Xiao?